I was a wilderness guide in the Boundary Waters. What I found there changed me forever. I used to believe that evil was simply the absence of good, a philosophical concept rather than something tangible. I was wrong. Sometimes evil has a physical presence. You can feel it watching, lingering just beyond the periphery of your vision. I know this because I felt it. I've seen it. And worst of all, I've led others to it. My name is Daniel Webb. For nearly a decade, I worked as a wilderness guide in the Boundary Waters canoe area, a vast, million-acre wilderness stretching across northern Minnesota and into Canada. A labyrinth of interconnected lakes, rivers, and old-growth forests, it's one of the most pristine wilderness areas in North America. It's also where I encountered something that defies explanation, something I've spent years trying to forget. I'm writing this down now because the dreams have returned. The whispers in the dark hours of the night. The faces of those who trusted me. Maybe by sharing what happened, I can finally find some peace. Or perhaps I'm just hoping someone will believe me. The trouble began with a phone call in early June 2018. I was sitting on the deck of my cabin, sipping coffee and watching the sunrise paint Lake Superior in shades of gold and amber. My phone rarely got reception out here, but that morning, it rang. Hello? Danny? Danny Webb? The voice on the other end was familiar but distant, like an echo from another lifetime. Speaking. It's Marcus Holloway. From college. I nearly dropped my mug. Marcus Holloway had once been my closest friend, roommates for 3 years at the University of Minnesota. After graduation, I'd headed north to the wilderness while he'd gone to Chicago for an investment banking job. We drifted apart, as people do, but the memories came flooding back. Late-night study sessions, weekend camping trips, and the stupid pranks we'd pull on campus. Marcus? Jesus, it's been what, 8 years? 9, actually. There was a nervous edge to his laugh. How the hell are you? We spent the next 20 minutes catching up. He was still in finance, now a senior VP at his firm. He'd gotten married, had a 4-year-old son, and had recently gone through a messy divorce. That's partly why I'm calling, he said finally. I need to get away, clear my head. And I remembered all those stories you used to tell about the Boundary Waters. Thought maybe you could guide a trip for me and some friends. I don't know, Marcus. I usually don't do private tours for it. I'll pay double your normal rate. Triple, even. We just need to get away from civilization for a bit. No cell phones, no emails, just the wilderness. I hesitated. Something in his voice sounded desperate, almost pleading. And truthfully, business had been slow that season. How many people are we talking about? 6 including me. All experienced outdoorsmen. Well, except for Ellie. She's Rick's girlfriend, but she says she's game for anything. I didn't know who Rick was, but I made a mental note of Ellie's inexperience. When were you thinking? Next weekend? I know it's short notice, but... It was short notice, but I had no other bookings. And the money would help me get through the off-season. Let me check the permit situation. I already knew permits would be available. It was early season, before the summer rush. I'll call you back in an hour. After hanging up, I stood on my deck and looked out at the lake. A cool breeze rippled across the water. Something about the call left me uneasy, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Maybe it was just the surprise of hearing from Marcus after so many years. I called him back and agreed to take the job. Had I known what awaited us in those remote woods, I would have thrown my phone into Lake Superior and disappeared into the wilderness alone. But ignorance is a powerful anesthetic, dulling our instincts until it's too late. They arrived the following Friday afternoon in 2 separate vehicles, a black Range Rover and a silver Audi SUV, both looking ridiculously out of place in the gravel parking lot of my outfitting company. Marcus stepped out first, grinning broadly. He'd put on weight since college, his once athletic frame now softened around the middle, and his dark hair was thinning slightly at the crown. He wore expensive hiking clothes that looked fresh off the rack. Danny. He embraced me with the exuberance of someone reconnecting with an old friend. Man, look at you. You've gone full mountain man. I rubbed my beard self-consciously. Good to see you too, Marcus. He introduced the others as they emerged from the vehicles, stretching after the long drive from Chicago. Rick Donovan was a colleague of Marcus from the financial world, tall, lean, with carefully styled blonde hair and a perpetual smirk. His girlfriend, Ellie Chin, was petite with delicate features and long black hair pulled into a practical ponytail. She offered a shy smile and a surprisingly firm handshake. I've never done anything like this before, she admitted. But Rick says I need to experience the real outdoors at least once. You'll be fine, I assured her. Just stick close to me when things get challenging. Next was Thomas Brennan, another finance guy with a ruddy complexion and booming laugh. "Call me Tom," he insisted, clapping me on the shoulder like we were old friends. The last member of their party was a woman named Vanessa Mills, whom Marcus introduced as the firm's legal eagle. She was striking tall with copper-colored hair and sharp, assessing eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of her surroundings. Unlike the others, she wore practical outdoor clothing that had clearly seen use. "You've done this before," I observed. She nodded. "My father was big on wilderness trips. I spent every summer until college in places like this." Something about the way she said it suggested those memories weren't entirely pleasant. While the others unloaded their gear, most of it brand new and excessive for our 5-day trip, Marcus pulled me aside. "There's something I should mention," he said, lowering his voice. "We're not just here for recreation." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Tom's uncle owned a cabin somewhere in the Boundary Waters. Been in their family for generations, apparently. But no one's been there for decades, and the old maps aren't clear on the location. Tom inherited it recently and wants to find it. "A cabin? Inside the BWCA?" I frowned. "That doesn't make sense. Private structures have been prohibited since the wilderness designation in '78. Any grandfathered leases would have expired long ago." Marcus shrugged. "All I know is Tom has a deed and some old photos. He says it's on a small lake that's not on most maps. Thought maybe you'd know where it might be." I doubt it. I know these waters better than most, but there are over 1,000 lakes in the Boundary Waters. "Well, he has some coordinates and landmarks." Said his uncle used to talk about a cliff formation that looked like a face or something. I figured we could make finding it part of our trip. I didn't like this new wrinkle. In my experience, hidden agendas in the wilderness often led to trouble. But I was already committed, and Marcus was offering good money. "We'll see what we can do," I said finally. "But our primary goal is safety. If finding this cabin puts anyone at risk, we abandon that plan." "Clear." "Crystal," Marcus nodded, though something in his expression made me doubt his sincerity. We spent the rest of the afternoon going through gear, discarding unnecessary items, and packing essentials into the waterproof bags I provided. I outlined our route on a map. We'd put in at Sawbill Lake, paddle north through a chain of lakes, portage when necessary, and make camp on different lakes each night. "The real Boundary Waters experience," I explained. "Remote, pristine, and far from the more crowded entry points." "What about the cabin?" Tom asked, his eyes fixed on the map. "It should be somewhere in this region." He pointed to an area east of our planned route, a section with fewer lakes and more rugged terrain. I studied the area. "That's pretty remote. Not many established portages. We could try to reach it on day 3 if conditions are good." Tom nodded, satisfied for the moment. As we finished our preparations, the sky darkened with approaching storm clouds. A distant rumble of thunder rolled across the lake. "Weather's turning," I noted. "Let's get everything inside. We'll head out at first light tomorrow." That night, I put the group up in the bunkhouse behind my outfitting shop. As they settled in with whiskey and card games, I retreated to my office to finalize our route. The approaching storm battered the windows with rain, and lightning flashed across the sky in brilliant forks. I spread out my detailed topographical maps and studied the area Tom had indicated. Something about it nagged at me. The region was known among guides as the Dead Zone, not because of any supernatural connotation, but because radio communication mysteriously failed there, and GPS signals became unreliable. Some blamed the iron deposits in the bedrock, others the dense tree canopy. Whatever the cause, it was an area most guides avoided if possible. As I traced potential routes with my finger, thunder cracked directly overhead, making me jump. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept in my desk drawer. As its beam cut through the darkness, I noticed something on the map I hadn't seen before, a small unmarked lake in the heart of the Dead Zone. It wasn't on any of my official maps, yet here it was, just a faint outline as if someone had sketched it lightly in pencil and then tried to erase it. Next to this phantom lake was a tiny symbol I didn't recognize, what looked like a crude stick figure with an elongated head, or perhaps a stylized tree. I ran my finger over it, feeling a slight indentation in the paper. A knock at the door startled me. "Danny? You okay in there?" Marcus called. "Yeah, just looking at maps. Power's out." "No kidding. Listen, Tom's getting antsy about finding this cabin. Says his uncle's journal mentioned something about the lake where shadows gather. Mean anything to you?" I stared down at the faint outline on my map. "Maybe," I said slowly. "I need to check something. Tell everyone to get some sleep. We leave at dawn." After Marcus left, I pulled out a dusty file box from under my desk, the collection of local legends, historical accounts, and cryptic warnings passed down from indigenous guides that I'd compiled over the years. Most were just colorful stories to entertain tourists, but some contained kernels of practical wisdom about the land. I thumbed through the files until I found what I was looking for, a hand-drawn map given to me years ago by an elderly Ojibwe man named Joseph Kingbird. He'd been one of the last permanent residents of the area before the wilderness designation forced relocations. The map showed familiar lakes but with unfamiliar names in Ojibwe. There, in the area corresponding to the dead zone, was a small lake labeled with a word I couldn't pronounce. Below it, Joseph had written a translation, "The place where shadows feed." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storm outside. Was this Tom's mysterious lake? The coincidence seemed too strong to ignore. Joseph had warned me never to camp near that lake. When I'd asked why, he'd simply said, "Some places in these woods remember old hungers. Best to let sleeping spirits lie." At the time, I dismissed it as superstition. Now, staring at the crude symbol next to the lake on my regular map, the stick figure that could almost be a person with an elongated head, I wasn't so sure. The rational part of my mind argued that Tom's cabin was probably just an old hunting lodge, long since reclaimed by nature. The lake was likely just one of many unnamed ponds scattered throughout the wilderness. Joseph's warning was just the kind of mystical talk that old-timers often use to keep strangers away from their favorite fishing spots. Still, as another crack of thunder shook the building, I made a decision. We would stick to my original route and avoid the dead zone entirely. Whatever Tom's family cabin might have been, it wasn't worth the risk of taking 5 inexperienced clients into one of the most remote and challenging sections of the Boundary Waters. I closed my maps and files, confident in my decision. As I did, the lights flickered back on, as if in approval. If only I'd had the strength to maintain that resolve in the days that followed. Morning broke clear and cool, the storm having passed overnight, leaving everything fresh and glistening. We loaded the 3 canoes at Sawbill Entry Point, Tom and Rick in one, Vanessa and Ellie in another, with Marcus joining me in the third. As an experienced guide, I always took the stern position, where most of the steering happens. "Everyone remember the paddling instructions from yesterday?" I asked as we prepared to push off. There were nods all around, some more confident than others. Ellie looked particularly nervous, gripping her paddle like it might try to escape. "Just follow my lead and we'll be fine," I assured her. "Stay within sight of each other, and remember the universal distress signal is 3 short whistle blasts." With that, we pushed our canoes into the clear waters of Sawbill Lake. The first hour was spent adjusting to the rhythm of paddling, with frequent stops to correct technique and rest tired arms. By midday, though, everyone had found their stride, and we made good progress north through the chain of lakes I'd selected. The beauty of the Boundary Waters revealed itself with each passing hour, ancient white pines towering above the shoreline, eagles soaring overhead, and waters so clear you could see 20 feet down in some places. Even Rick, who had maintained an air of urban sophistication, fell silent in appreciation. We made our first camp on a small island in Cherokee Lake, a site I'd used many times before. It offered a protective ring of trees, a natural landing for the canoes, and flat ground for tents. "Not too shabby," Tom announced as he surveyed our surroundings. Though I bet my uncle's cabin would offer better accommodations. I ignored the comment and set about organizing camp duties. "Rick and Ellie, you're on firewood. Tom and Vanessa, set up the cooking area. Marcus and I will handle the tents." As everyone dispersed to their tasks, Marcus helped me unpack the tents. "So, about Tom's cabin," he began. "We're not changing course," I said firmly. "The route I've planned is challenging enough for beginners. But if it's just a slight detour..." It's not. The area he's interested in is called the Dead Zone by guides. Difficult terrain, unreliable navigation, and miles from any easy exit point. "We're not going there, Marcus." He looked like he wanted to argue, but thankfully dropped the subject when Rick called out from the tree lane. "Hey, check this out." We walked over to find Rick and Ellie standing before an enormous white pine. Carved into its trunk was a crude symbol, similar to the one I'd seen on my map, a stick figure with an elongated head. "Looks old," Rick observed, running his fingers over the weathered carving. "Native American, maybe." "Could be," I said noncommittally, though the similarity to the symbol in my office sent a prickle of unease down my spine. "Let's not disturb it." As the sun began to set, we gathered around the campfire for a dinner of pasta and dehydrated sauce, simple but satisfying after a day of physical exertion. The conversation flowed easily, fueled by the 2 flasks of whiskey that Tom had insisted on bringing despite my weight restrictions. Danny here used to be the king of scary stories back in college, Marcus announced, passing the flask around the circle. He'd have the whole dorm gathered around on Halloween, scared out of their minds. 5 pairs of eyes turned expectantly toward me. I'm not sure if I'll. Oh, come on, Ellie urged, her earlier nervousness now replaced by enthusiastic campfire camaraderie. You can't be a wilderness guide and not know a few good scary stories. I sighed, recognizing a losing battle. All right, but don't blame me for any nightmares. Settling back against a log, I began a story I'd told dozens of times before, a tale about a lone hiker who discovers an abandoned research station in the wilderness, only to realize too late that the researchers had uncovered something better left buried. It was creepy but relatively tame, appropriate for a first night in the woods. As I finished, the fire crackled and sparked, sending embers spiraling up into the night sky. The group was silent for a moment, the story's ending hanging in the air. Not bad, Vanessa said finally, her face half illuminated by the firelight. But I have a feeling you're holding back on us. I shrugged. Save something for tomorrow night. The conversation drifted to other topics, and eventually, people began to drift off to their tents. Soon, only Vanessa and I remained by the dying fire. You seem troubled, she observed, her voice low enough not to carry to the nearby tents. Just tired, I lied. She studied me, her expression skeptical. It's about Tom's cabin, isn't it? I overheard you and Marcus earlier. I poked at the embers with a stick. I don't like deviations from established routes, especially with inexperienced paddlers. Is that all? Her gaze was penetrating, as if she could see the unease that had been building in me since discovering that symbol. What do you mean? I mean, you're hiding something. I'm a lawyer, Danny. I can spot evasion a mile away. I considered deflecting again, but decided on honesty instead. There are stories about the area Tom wants to visit. Nothing concrete, just old legends and campfire tales. But in my experience, those stories often have a grain of truth to them. What kind of stories? I hesitated. The kind that make experienced guides avoid the area. She nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she'd already suspected. Tom's not going to give up easily. You should know that. He's obsessed with finding this cabin. It's all he's talked about for weeks. Why? What's so special about it? Vanessa glanced toward Tom's tent, then lowered her voice further. His uncle disappeared there 27 years ago. Just walked into the woods one day and never came out. The family abandoned the cabin after that, but Tom grew up hearing stories about it. He thinks there's more to the disappearance than a simple case of getting lost. What does he think happened? She shrugged. He won't say exactly, but he brought something with him, his uncle's journal. He guards it like it contains government secrets. This was the first I'd heard of any disappearance. If his uncle vanished in the Boundary Waters, there would have been a search operation. I'd have heard about it. Would you? If it happened 27 years ago, you'd have been what, a teenager? She had a point. I'd only moved to the area after college. Look, Vanessa continued, I'm not saying we should go charging off into this dead zone of yours. I'm just saying Tom has his reasons, and they run deeper than curiosity about family property. I nodded, my unease deepening. Thanks for the heads up. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's a longer paddle. After she retired to her tent, I sat alone, watching the last of the fire die to glowing embers. The night had grown still, the only sounds the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the occasional hooting of an owl. I thought about what Vanessa had told me. A disappearance connected to Tom's mysterious cabin complicated things. Part of me was now curious despite my misgivings. What had happened to Tom's uncle? Was the cabin real, or just a story embellished over generations? As I finally stood to head to my own tent, something caught my eye. A flicker of light across the lake, far in the distance. I squinted, trying to make it out. It looked like a single point of golden light, bobbing slightly, as if someone were carrying a lantern through the trees on the distant shore. But that was impossible. We were deep in the wilderness, miles from any road or development. There shouldn't be anyone else out there, especially not at night. I watched until the light disappeared, then crawled into my tent with an unsettled feeling in the pit of my stomach. As I drifted off to sleep, the symbol carved into the tree floated in my mind's eye, transforming slowly into the silhouette of a figure standing at the edge of the forest, watching our camp with patient, hungry eyes. The second day dawned misty and cool. We broke camp efficiently and were on the water by 8 a.m. The day's route would take us through 3 lakes connected by 2 portages, sections where we would have to carry the canoes and gear overland between bodies of water. The first portage was relatively easy, a well-established 180-rod trail, about 900 feet, between Cherokee and Sitka lakes. Everyone managed their assigned loads without much complaint, though Rick made it clear he considered portaging beneath him. "Next time, we hire Sherpas," he joked, adjusting the canoe on his and Tom's shoulders. The second portage was more challenging, a 320-rod trail with steep sections and muddy patches. By the time we reached the end, everyone was exhausted, sweaty, and beginning to question their life choices. "Remind me why we're doing this again?" Ellie asked, collapsing on a rock at the edge of the new lake. "For the pristine wilderness experience," I replied, helping her to her feet. "And it only gets better from here." That wasn't entirely true. The next day's planned route included an even longer portage, and the day after would normally have been our turnaround point to head back toward our entry point. But I kept that to myself for the moment. As we paddled across the third lake of the day, a beautiful body of water called Burnt Rock Lake, I noticed Tom repeatedly consulting a small leather-bound book, then looking up at the surrounding landscape with a furrowed brow. When we stopped for lunch on a sunny outcropping of Canadian Shield Rock, I approached him as he sat apart from the others, still engrossed in the book. "Your uncle's journal?" I asked, sitting beside him. He snapped it closed immediately. "Yeah. Vanessa mentioned he disappeared out here." Tom's expression hardened. "She shouldn't have told you that. I'm your guide, Tom. I need to know what I'm dealing with, especially if you're planning to drag us into the dead zone." He was quiet for a long moment, then opened the journal again, turning to a page marked with a faded photograph. It showed a small log cabin nestled among towering pines, with a rocky shoreline visible in the foreground. "This is the only picture I have of it," he said. "The cabin's been in our family since the 1930s. My great-grandfather built it as a hunting lodge." I studied the photo. The cabin looked substantial, not just a simple shack, but a well-constructed building with a stone chimney and covered porch. The landscape did resemble the Boundary Waters, but it could have been any of 1,000 similar locations throughout the region. When the area became protected wilderness, most private structures were removed or destroyed, I explained. "If your family abandoned it after your uncle's disappearance, it's probably gone now." Tom shook his head stubbornly. "The deed is still valid. And according to my uncle's journal, the cabin is special. Protected somehow." "Protected? By what?" Instead of answering, he turned to another page in the journal and pointed to a hand-drawn map. It showed a series of lakes that looked vaguely familiar, though the proportions were off. At the center was a small, roughly circular lake with the cabin marked on its eastern shore. Next to the cabin was a symbol identical to the one carved into the tree at our previous campsite. My blood ran cold. "Where did your uncle get this symbol?" Tom shrugged. "It's all through his journal. Says it's a protective sign of some kind. The natives taught it to my great-grandfather." I strongly doubted any indigenous people would have shared protection symbols with white settlers, especially not one that matched the warning symbol I'd seen on Joseph's map. But I kept that thought to myself. "Your uncle disappeared while staying at the cabin?" Tom nodded. 27 years ago this summer. He went out one evening to check his fishing lines and never came back. The local authorities conducted a search, but he trailed off, his expression distant. My father never talked about it much. Said Uncle James must have drowned or gotten lost. But his journal tells a different story. "What kind of story?" Tom hesitated, then closed the journal decisively. "I'd rather show you when we find the cabin. We are going to look for it, right?" I sighed, torn between my own growing curiosity and my responsibility to keep the group safe. "Let me see the coordinates again." He pulled out a GPS device and showed me the location he'd programmed in. It was indeed in the heart of the dead zone, maybe a day's journey from our current position if we altered course. "I'll think about it," I said finally. "But I make no promises. Safety comes first." He nodded, seemingly satisfied with this non-commitment. As we rejoined the others, I noticed Vanessa watching us with a concerned expression. We resumed our journey, pushing through a section of Burnt Rock Lake, where fallen trees created a natural obstacle course. The physical challenge seemed to energize the group, and by late afternoon, when we reached our planned campsite on the northern shore, spirits were high despite the fatigue. This campsite was more exposed than the previous nights, a rocky peninsula jutting out into the lake, with a fire ring of stones and just enough flat ground for our 3 tents. The surrounding forest was denser here, the trees pressing close to the campsite's edge like silent observers. As we set up camp, I noticed Ellie wandering along the shoreline, picking up interesting stones and examining them closely. She had proven surprisingly capable during the day's journey, adapting quickly to the physical demands and maintaining a positive attitude throughout. I walked over to join her. Finding any treasures? She held up a flat, gray stone with a perfect circle worn through its center. A hagstone, she said with a smile. My grandmother used to say they let you see through fairy glamour. Folklore enthusiast? Anthropology major, actually. Specialized in folklore and mythology before selling out to corporate America. She skipped the stone across the water. Do you believe in them? The old stories, I mean. I thought of Joseph Kingbird's warning and the symbol that seemed to be following us. I believe that people tell stories for a reason, and sometimes that reason is to warn others of genuine dangers, even if they wrap those warnings in supernatural trappings. She nodded thoughtfully. The symbol on that tree yesterday, I've seen something like it before. In a book about Algonquian pictographs. It's associated with Wendigo legends. Wendigo. I kept my voice casual, though her words sent a tremor through me. Cannibalistic spirits or possessed humans. The specific traditions vary, but they're always associated with hunger, winter, and forbidden consumption. She glanced at me. But you already knew that, didn't you? Before I could respond, Rick called from the campsite. Ellie, come help me with this tent before I strangle myself with the guy lines. She laughed and headed back, leaving me alone with thoughts I've been trying to suppress. The Wendigo was indeed a common figure in Ojibwe and other Algonquian legends, a malevolent spirit associated with insatiable hunger, often portrayed as a gaunt figure with an elongated head or the skull of a deer. The symbol on the tree and in Tom's journal did resemble traditional Wendigo pictographs. But what did that have to do with his uncle's cabin or disappearance? By the time I returned to camp, the tents were up and Tom was attempting to start a fire. I took over, quickly building a proper blaze. As darkness fell, we again gathered around the flames for warmth and conversation. So Marcus said after dinner had been consumed, about tomorrow's route. Here it comes, I thought. We've been talking, he continued, gesturing to include the whole group, and we think we should try to find Tom's cabin. I looked around the circle of faces, illuminated by the dancing firelight. Tom looked determined, Rick bored but compliant, Ellie curious. Only Vanessa's expression held a hint of reservation. The area where Tom believes the cabin is located is challenging terrain, I explained. Limited communication, difficult navigation, and far from any easy exit points if something goes wrong. But you know the way? Tom pressed. I know the general area, yes. But finding a single cabin, especially one that hasn't been maintained for decades, would be like finding a needle in a haystack. I have coordinates, Tom insisted, patting his GPS device. And landmarks from the journal. I shook my head. GPS isn't always reliable in that region. Something about the geology interferes with the signal. Then we'll use a compass and map, Marcus interjected. Come on, Danny. Where's your sense of adventure? My sense of adventure takes a backseat to my responsibility for your safety, I replied, more sharply than intended. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Finally, Vanessa spoke up. What if we compromised? We head in that direction tomorrow, and if we reach the edge of this dead zone by midday, we make a final decision then. If it looks too dangerous, we turn back. No arguments. It was a reasonable suggestion, and the pleading look in Tom's eyes was hard to resist. Against my better judgment, I nodded. Fine, but I have final say. If I determine it's too risky, we turn around immediately. Agreed. Everyone nodded, and the tension around the fire eased. The conversation turned to lighter topics, and eventually, I was persuaded to tell another scary story, this one about a solo canoeist who discovers an abandoned campsite with signs of a violent struggle, only to realize he's being stalked by whatever attacked the previous campers. As I finished the tale, a loon called across the lake, its eerie, wavering cry perfectly punctuating the story's conclusion. Everyone jumped, then laughed nervously. Perfect timing, Rick commented. Did you train that bird, Danny? Nature provides the best sound effects, I replied with a smile. As the night wore on, people began drifting off to their tents. Soon, only Marcus and I remained by the fire. Thanks for agreeing to check out the cabin, he said, poking at the embers with a stick. I know you have reservations. Strong ones, I admitted. This isn't just about difficult terrain, Marcus. There's something off about that area. Local guides avoid it for a reason. He studied me in the firelight. You never used to be superstitious. It's not superstition when you spend enough time in the wilderness to know that some dangers don't announce themselves with growls or tracks. I sighed. Why is this cabin so important to you anyway? You barely know Tom. Marcus was quiet for a long moment. We're not just colleagues. Tom's firm is considering a merger with mine. This trip, it's as much about business as recreation. So you're buttering him up by helping him find his family cabin? Something like that. He wouldn't meet my eyes. There's a lot riding on this for me, Danny. After the divorce, the legal fees. I need this merger to go through. I understood financial pressure, but something still felt off. And the others? What's their stake in this? Rick works for Tom. Vanessa handles legal for both firms. And Ellie? He shrugged. She goes where Rick goes. I nodded slowly, pieces falling into place. This wasn't just a recreational trip or even a simple search for a family heirloom. There were business implications, financial pressures, and professional relationships at stake. It explained the underlying tension I'd sensed since their arrival. Just promise me something, I said. If things get dicey tomorrow, you'll back me up if I say we need to turn around. Of course, he agreed quickly. Too quickly. Safety first. We sat in silence for a while, watching the fire die down to glowing coals. The night had grown chilly, and a light mist was forming over the lake. Through the trees, I could just make out the rippling reflection of stars on the water's surface. Remember that night at the cabin on Lake Minnetonka? Marcus asked suddenly. Junior year, spring break? I nodded, smiling at the memory. That old place your parents used to rent? Yeah. We were sitting around a fire like this, and you told that story about the hitchhiker with the hook for a hand. He chuckled. Beth Sawyer was so scared she made me check under her bed before she'd go to sleep. Beth had a thing for you even before that. I reminded him. Yeah, well? He trailed off, his expression turning somber. Things were simpler then, weren't they? Before careers and marriages and divorces. Before real life got so complicated. That's why people come out here, I said. To remember what simplicity feels like. Marcus nodded, but his eyes were distant, focused on something I couldn't see. Do you ever wonder if we made the right choices? The right paths? Sometimes, I admitted. But then I look around at all this. I gestured to the vast wilderness surrounding us, and I know I made the right choice. The forest speaks to me in ways the city never could. A sudden noise from the forest behind us made us both turn. A branch had snapped, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet night. Probably just a deer, I said, though I wasn't convinced. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I peered into the darkness between the trees. Yeah, probably, Marcus agreed, rising to his feet. I think I'll turn in. Big day tomorrow. After he retreated to his tent, I remained by the dying fire, straining my eyes to pierce the dark veil of trees. For a moment, I thought I saw something, a pale shape, taller than a man, standing motionless at the forest's edge. But when I blinked, it was gone. Just a trick of the mist and moonlight, I told myself. Just your imagination, fueled by old legends and Tom's mysterious cabin. Still, I added another log to the fire before finally crawling into my own tent, leaving the flames to stand guard against whatever might lurk in the darkness beyond our camp. I dreamed of running through an endless forest, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel closing in behind me. The trees grew denser, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands to tear at my clothes and skin. Ahead, a golden light beckoned, safety, escape, but no matter how fast I ran, it remained just out of reach. A voice called my name, distant at first, then louder. Danny. Danny. I jerked awake to find Tom crouched at the entrance to my tent, shaking my shoulder. Danny, come quick. Something's wrong with Ellie. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and followed him through the pre-dawn gloom to where Ellie sat huddled by the rekindled fire, a blanket wrapped around her trembling shoulders. Rick hovered nearby, looking both concerned and annoyed. What happened? I asked, kneeling beside her. She went into the woods to pee and came back like this, Rick explained. Won't say a word. Ellie's face was ashen, her eyes wide and unfocused. She rocked slightly back and forth, murmuring something under her breath. Ellie. I took her cold hands in mine. Ellie, look at me. What happened? Slowly, her gaze focused on my face. I saw it, she whispered. Saw what? In the trees. Watching us. She clutched my hands tightly. So tall. So hungry. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the morning air. It was probably just a deer or bear, I said, trying to sound reassuring. She shook her head violently. No, it stood on two legs. But it wasn't. It wasn't right. Its head. She made a vague gesture above her own head, suggesting something elongated or deformed. By now, Marcus and Vanessa had joined us around the fire. Vanessa immediately took charge, sitting next to Ellie and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. It's okay, she soothed. You're safe now. Could have been a moose, Marcus suggested. They look pretty weird in the dark. Or a hallucination, Rick added. You were half asleep, babe. Ellie's breathing steadied as she looked around at our concerned faces. Some color returned to her cheeks. Maybe you're right, she conceded. It was dark. I was groggy. Probably just my imagination. But I noticed she didn't look convinced, and her gaze kept darting to the tree line where darkness still pooled between the trunks. Why don't we get breakfast started? I suggested, wanting to restore normalcy to the morning. We've got a long day ahead. As we prepared a simple meal of instant oatmeal and coffee, I pulled Tom aside. I think we should reconsider the plan, I said quietly. Ellie's pretty shaken up. She saw a deer or something, Tom dismissed. We can't turn back now. We're so close. Are we? You don't even know if this cabin still exists. His jaw tightened. It exists. And I'm finding it. With or without your help. The determination in his voice worried me. If I refused to lead them to the dead zone, would Tom try to go off on his own? That would be far more dangerous than a guided expedition. Fine, I relented. But at the first sign of real trouble, we turned back. No arguments. He nodded, though I doubted his sincerity. After breakfast, we broke camp efficiently and loaded the canoes. The morning was clear but cold, the lake mirror smooth and reflecting the cloudless blue sky. Under different circumstances, it would have been a perfect day for paddling. I pulled out my maps and gathered everyone around. We're going to alter our route, I explained, tracing a new path with my finger. If Tom's coordinates are correct, the lake he's looking for should be about 6 miles east of here. That means crossing this stretch of land. I indicated a blank area on the map where few lakes or portage trails were marked. That doesn't look too bad, Rick observed. The map doesn't show the terrain, I warned. It's likely to be dense forest, possibly swampy in places, with significant elevation changes. The canoes will be heavy and awkward to carry through that kind of landscape. We can handle it, Marcus assured me, though I noticed Ellie's face had paled again. Vanessa, you're the most experienced paddler after me, I said. You'll take point in the first canoe with Ellie. I'll take the rear with Marcus. Tom and Rick in the middle. Stay within sight of each other at all times. With that settled, we pushed off from shore and began paddling east, following the shoreline of Burnt Rock Lake until we reached its easternmost bay. From there, we'd have to portage through unmarked territory to reach the small lake shown in Tom's uncle's journal. The paddling was easy that morning, the calm water offering little resistance. Too easy, I thought. As if the wilderness was lulling us into a false sense of security before showing its true nature. We reached the eastern shore just before noon, beaching the canoes on a narrow strip of sandy shoreline. Beyond stretched a wall of dense forest, predominantly old-growth pine and spruce with a thick understory of shrubs and fallen trees. Doesn't look too inviting, Vanessa remarked as we unloaded the gear. It's not, I agreed. We'll need to move slowly and carefully. The portage will take at least 3 hours if the terrain is consistent. I distributed the loads evenly, with each person carrying their personal gear plus a share of the group equipment. Tom and Rick would carry one canoe, Marcus and I the other, and Vanessa and Ellie the third. It was a heavy burden, but manageable if we paced ourselves. Stay close, I instructed as we prepared to enter the forest. If you get separated, stay put and blow your whistle in 3 short bursts. Don't try to find your way alone. With that warning, we plunged into the green darkness, leaving the open water and sky behind. The forest closed around us immediately, the dense canopy overhead filtering the sunlight into dim, shifting patterns on the forest floor. The going was difficult from the start. Fallen trees blocked our path, forcing us to climb over or detour around. The ground was uneven, riddled with hidden rocks and root systems that threatened to trip us at every step. Within 30 minutes, everyone was sweating despite the cool air, and the initial enthusiasm had given way to grim determination. The canoes caught on branches and vines, requiring constant adjustment. Our progress slowed to a crawl. How much farther? Rick called from behind me, his voice strained. About 2 miles as the crow flies, I replied. But in this terrain, it could be twice that distance in practical terms. A collective groan rose from the group. The forest grew denser as we pushed deeper into the dead zone. The trees here seemed older, more gnarled, their trunks twisted into shapes that reminded me uncomfortably of bent and broken human forms. Moss hung from the branches in long, beard-like strands, brushing against our faces as we passed. The air grew noticeably colder, too, despite the midday hour. Our breath began to fog in front of our faces, and the sweat on our skin turned clammy. "This is wrong," Ellie murmured as we paused for a brief rest. "It shouldn't be this cold." She was right. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees since we'd entered the forest. "Microclimate," I explained, though I was unsettled too. Dense forests can create their own weather patterns. But even as I said it, I knew this was different. The cold had a presence to it, almost a weight, as if we were moving through something more substantial than air. We continued on, picking our way carefully through the increasingly difficult terrain. At one point, we found ourselves at the edge of a steep ravine that didn't appear on any of my maps. The drop was perhaps 40 feet, with a narrow stream trickling along the bottom. "We'll have to follow it until we find a crossing point," I decided, adjusting our course to run parallel to the ravine's edge. After another half hour, the ravine gradually shallowed, and we were able to cross the stream where it narrowed to just a few feet across. The water was oddly dark, almost black, and moved sluggishly despite the steep gradient. As Ellie stepped across, she suddenly recoiled. Something moved in the water. We all peered into the murky stream, but saw nothing unusual. "Probably just a fish," Rick said dismissively, though he eyed the water warily as he jumped across. Once on the other side, the terrain began to rise steadily. We were climbing now, our legs burning with the effort of carrying our heavy loads uphill. The trees thinned slightly, allowing more light to penetrate, but the cold deepened, as if each step took us further from the warmth of the summer day we'd left behind. About 2 hours into the portage, Tom suddenly stopped, causing Rick to nearly collide with him. "What the hell, man?" Rick snapped. Tom didn't respond. He was staring intently at a large pine tree to our right. As I moved closer, I saw what had caught his attention. Carved into the trunk was that same symbol, the Wendigo pictograph. "It's the sign," Tom whispered, his eyes wide with excitement. "We're on the right track." "Or someone's marking places to avoid," Vanessa suggested, her voice tight with unease. I studied the carving closely. Unlike the one at our previous campsite, this symbol looked fresh, the exposed wood pale and unweathered. Someone, or something, had carved this recently. "We should keep moving," I urged, not wanting to dwell on the implications. The climb grew steeper, and the vegetation changed subtly. The pines here were twisted, their needles a dull gray-green rather than the vibrant color they should have displayed in summer. The ground was covered with a thick carpet of those same needles, muffling our footsteps to an unnatural silence. Then, suddenly, the trees opened up, and we found ourselves at the edge of a small clearing at the top of the ridge. In the center stood a massive dead tree, its bark stripped away, leaving a pale, skeletal trunk reaching toward the sky. Every inch of that bleached wood was covered in thousands of tiny versions of the same symbol, meticulously carved in concentric patterns. "Jesus," Marcus breathed. "We shouldn't be here," Ellie whispered, her voice trembling. I had to agree with her. Every instinct I'd developed over years in the wilderness was screaming at me to turn back. This place was wrong in a fundamental way I couldn't articulate. But Tom was already moving toward the dead tree, his expression one of fascination rather than fear. "Don't touch it," I warned, but he ignored me, reaching out to trace one of the symbols with his finger. As soon as he made contact, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, so cold it stole our breath away. The canopy above us shuddered, sending a shower of gray needles spiraling down around us. And from somewhere in the distance came a sound, part howl, part wail, that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Tom jerked his hand back as if burned. "Did you hear that?" We all nodded, no one willing to speak. "We need to leave," Vanessa said firmly. "Now." For once, Tom didn't argue. Whatever conviction had driven him this far seemed to waver in the face of that unearthly cry. We hurried across the clearing and back into the relative shelter of the trees on the far side. The path now led downhill, which should have made our journey easier, but the terrain grew more treacherous, loose rocks hidden beneath the needle carpet, sudden drop-offs, and fallen trees that seemed deliberately placed to block our way. The light was beginning to fade, though by my watch it was barely mid-afternoon. Either we'd been walking longer than I thought, or something was accelerating the approach of darkness. Just as I was about to suggest stopping to check our bearings, Ellie called out from where she and Vanessa had taken the lead. "I see water." We hurried forward as best we could with our burdens and emerged from the trees at the shore of a small, perfectly circular lake. The water was unnaturally still, its surface like black glass reflecting the darkening sky. On the opposite shore, perhaps half a mile away, a stand of tall pines crowded the water's edge. "This is it," Tom breathed, pulling out his uncle's journal and flipping to the hand-drawn map. The lake where shadows gather. I checked our GPS, but as I'd feared, the device showed only an error message, no signal in the dead zone. I pulled out my compass instead and was disturbed to see the needle spinning aimlessly, unable to find north. "Something's not right here," I said quietly to Marcus. "The compass is going haywire." He frowned. "How do we navigate?" "By sight for now," I replied. "But if we lose daylight?" I didn't need to finish the thought. Being lost in these woods after dark was a scenario I didn't want to contemplate. "Let's follow the shoreline," I announced to the group. "Tom, according to your uncle's journal, where exactly was the cabin located?" He studied the pages, then pointed to our right. "Eastern shore, where the pines are tallest." We adjusted our loads and began picking our way along the rocky shore. The lake remained eerily still, not even the slightest ripple disturbing its obsidian surface. No insects buzzed near the water, no birds called from the surrounding trees. The silence was as perfect as it was unnatural. Should a lake in the middle of the woods be this quiet? Rick asked, his earlier skepticism replaced by evident unease. "No," I answered honestly. "It shouldn't." We had walked perhaps a quarter of the way around the shore when Vanessa, who had moved ahead slightly, suddenly stopped. "I think I see something," she called back. We hurried to join her and followed her pointing finger to a section of shoreline ahead where the trees thinned. There, nestled among the pines, was a structure, a simple cabin with a stone chimney, its logs darkened with age but still intact. Tom let out a whoop of triumph that echoed uncomfortably across the silent lake. "I knew it. I told you it was still here." The cabin matched the photograph he'd shown me, though time had clearly taken its toll. The porch sagged slightly, and several of the windows were broken. The surrounding area had been reclaimed by the forest, with young pines and underbrush encroaching on what had once been a clearing. "I don't understand," I said, shaking my head. "This shouldn't be here." All private structures were supposed to be removed when the area was designated wilderness. "Maybe they missed it," Marcus suggested. "It is pretty remote." Even so, after all these years. Tom was already moving toward the cabin, his weariness forgotten in his excitement. The rest of us followed more cautiously, our heavy loads feeling even more burdensome as fatigue began to set in. As we drew closer, I noticed more details. The cabin was larger than it had appeared from a distance, a substantial structure with a main room and what looked like two additional rooms extending to the back. The stone chimney rose from the center of the pitched roof, and a covered porch wrapped around the front and one side. Despite its age and the broken windows, the structure appeared surprisingly sound. Even more surprising, the area immediately around the cabin was clear of vegetation. No young trees or underbrush grew within about 20 feet of the walls. The ground in this perimeter was bare dirt, as if nothing would take root there. And carved into every log, every post, every available surface of the cabin were those same symbols, hundreds of them, forming continuous bands around the building. "Protection symbols," Tom murmured, running his fingers over the carvings. "Just like Uncle James described. Protected indeed, but from what? And by whom?" The symbols didn't look like any protection ward I'd ever seen in indigenous art. Their design was more angular, almost runic, with an unsettling asymmetry that hurt the eyes if you looked too long. "Let's make camp," I decided, dropping my pack with relief. "But not too close to the cabin. We'll set up near those pines." I pointed to a relatively flat area about 50 yards from the structure. "Why not use the cabin?" Rick objected. "It's right there, and it might rain." "We don't know how structurally sound it is," I countered, though that wasn't my true concern. Something about the cabin set my nerves on edge, a feeling of being watched from those dark, broken windows. Better to stay in our tents tonight and explore the cabin properly tomorrow in daylight. No one argued further, too exhausted from the difficult portage to put up much resistance. We set up camp efficiently, pitching the tents in a tight cluster and collecting firewood from the surrounding area. By the time we had a good blaze going, dusk had deepened into true darkness. Tom could barely contain his impatience. "We have to at least take a quick look inside before it gets completely dark." I sighed, knowing I couldn't reasonably prevent him from exploring the cabin he'd worked so hard to find. "Fine, but we stay together, and we're back at camp before full dark." We gathered flashlights and headlamps, left Ellie, who volunteered to stay behind, tending the fire, and approached the cabin cautiously. The porch steps creaked ominously under our weight, but held. The front door was secured with a simple iron latch, no lock or padlock. Tom reached for the handle, then hesitated, suddenly uncertain now that his goal was within reach. "What's wrong?" Marcus prodded. "Nothing," Tom murmured. "Just, my uncle was the last person to touch this door." He took a deep breath and lifted the latch. The door swung inward with a low groan of rusted hinges, revealing darkness beyond. The beams of our flashlights cut through the gloom, illuminating a large main room. Dust motes swirled in the light, disturbed by our entrance after years of stillness. The room was furnished sparsely but completely, a table with 4 chairs, a small sofa facing a stone fireplace, a bookshelf against one wall, and a kitchenette area in the corner. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. What struck me immediately was the sense of interruption. This wasn't an abandoned cabin so much as a paused one. Dishes sat on the table as if waiting for diners to return. A book lay open on the sofa. A jacket hung from a hook by the door. "It's like he just walked out and never came back," Vanessa whispered, voicing my thoughts. Tom moved to the center of the room, turning slowly to take it all in. 27 years, he said softly. "It's been frozen in time for 27 years. I moved to the stone fireplace, where a pile of long cold ashes sat in the grate. On the mantel above were several framed photographs. I wiped the dust from one and found myself looking at a group of men standing proudly in front of the cabin, holding fishing rods and a string of large fish. The cabin looked newer in the image, the surrounding area more clearly a maintained clearing. "Is this your uncle?" I asked, pointing to a tall, thin man in the center of the group. Tom came over and nodded. "That's him, James Brennan." He took the photo from me reverently. "This must have been taken in the 80s, based on those clothes." I noticed something odd about the photo. While James and the other men were smiling at the camera, one figure at the edge of the group was looking away, toward the forest. His face was partly in shadow, but his expression seemed tense, vigilant. "Who's that?" I asked, pointing to the man. Tom shrugged. "Not sure. One of my uncle's friends, I guess." I replaced the photo and moved deeper into the cabin, toward a door that presumably led to one of the bedrooms. As I approached, I noticed something carved into the wood of the door, not the Wendigo symbol this time, but letters. A message etched deeply into the grain. "They come at night. Stay by the fire." My blood ran cold. I turned to show the others, but they had moved to the kitchenette area, exclaiming over the vintage canned goods and ancient camping stove. Only Vanessa noticed my expression. "What is it?" she asked, coming to my side. I pointed to the carving. She read it silently, her face paling slightly. "We should go," she said quietly. "It'll be completely dark soon." I nodded in agreement. "Tom," I called. "We need to head back to camp." "Just a few more minutes," he pleaded, already opening a door on the opposite wall. "I want to check the bedrooms." Before I could object, he disappeared through the doorway, Marcus and Rick following close behind. Vanessa and I exchanged a concerned glance, then followed reluctantly. The bedroom was small but neatly furnished with a single bed, a dresser, and a small writing desk by the window. Unlike the main room, this one showed signs of disturbance. The bed covers were thrown back haphazardly, as if someone had left in a hurry. Papers were scattered across the desk and floor. Tom was already rifling through the desk drawers. There must be more journals, more information about what happened to him. "Tom, this isn't right," I objected. "We're disturbing a potential, I don't know, crime scene or something." He looked up at me, his expression hardening. "It's my family's cabin, my uncle's things. I have every right to be here." Before I could respond, Rick called from the second bedroom. "Guys, you need to see this." We crowded into the doorway of the smaller room, which appeared to have been used for storage rather than sleeping. Shelves lined the walls, filled with supplies, tools, and equipment. But what had caught Rick's attention was a large map pinned to the wall. It showed the boundary waters in detail far greater than any commercial map I'd seen. And marked all across it were dozens of symbols, the same Wendigo pictograph we'd been seeing, each one meticulously drawn in what looked like red ink. Tom pushed forward, studying the map intently. "They're concentrated around this lake," he observed, "but they spread out in all directions." What was he tracking? As Tom leaned closer to the map, I noticed something on the floor beneath it. Dark stains splattered across the wooden planks and up the wall behind the map. The stains were old, long dried, but their nature was unmistakable. Blood, a significant amount of it. "We're leaving. Now." I grabbed Tom's arm, pulling him back from the map. "Everyone back to camp immediately." "But," Now, Tom. My tone left no room for argument. Perhaps he saw the stains too, because he didn't resist as I ushered everyone out of the cabin and back onto the porch. Night had fallen completely while we were inside, and the forest around us was pitch black. Our camp's fire glowed warmly in the distance, a beacon of safety in the darkness. As we stepped off the porch, a bone-chilling howl echoed across the lake, the same unearthly sound we'd heard in the clearing with the dead tree, but closer now. Much closer. We broke into a run, dignity forgotten in our sudden desperation to reach the firelight. As we approached, I saw Ellie standing by the fire, her face a mask of terror. "Did you hear that?" she gasped as we reached her. "What was it?" "Wolves, probably." I lied, not wanting to admit I had no explanation for that sound. But Ellie shook her head vehemently. "That wasn't a wolf. I know what wolves sound like. That was something else." I couldn't disagree with her. Whatever had made that sound, it wasn't any animal native to these woods. "Let's build up the fire," I suggested, remembering the carving on the bedroom door. "Stay by the fire. And we should take watches tonight. 2-hour shifts, 2 people at a time." No one objected to this plan, not even Rick, whose earlier skepticism seemed to have evaporated entirely. We gathered more firewood, building the blaze higher than usual, creating a circle of light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. As we huddled around the flames, eating a cold dinner of trail mix and energy bars, no one wanted to waste time cooking. I noticed Tom had brought his uncle's journal from his pack and was flipping through it intently. "Find anything useful?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "I think so. Listen to this entry from his last summer here. June 15th, 1991. The symbols are holding, but for how long? They grow bolder each night, drawing closer to the cabin despite the wards. I hear them moving in the trees, whispering to each other in that terrible language. Sometimes I think they're trying to speak to me directly, promising things. I must resist listening. The fire keeps them at bay, but my wood supply is running low. If help doesn't come soon." "That's the last entry," Tom concluded, his voice hushed. A week before he disappeared, a heavy silence fell over our group, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional mysterious sounds from the surrounding forest. "Who's they?" Rick finally asked. No one had an answer. I thought of the Wendigo legends Ellie had mentioned, of Joseph Kingbird's warning about old hungers, of the blood stains on the cabin floor. None of it formed a coherent picture, yet all of it pointed to something ancient and malevolent that had claimed Tom's uncle and might now have its sights set on us. "We leave at first light," I announced. "Back the way we came, as quickly as possible." To my surprise, Tom nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I found what I came for, I guess. The cabin exists, but I don't think we should stay here." That settled, we organized the watch schedule. Vanessa and I would take first shift, followed by Tom and Marcus, with Rick and Ellie handling the pre-dawn hours. As the others retreated to their tents, Vanessa and I sat by the fire, feeding it regularly to maintain its protective circle of light. The night grew deeper around us, the darkness beyond our campfire seeming to press in like a physical force. "What do you think happened to his uncle?" Vanessa asked quietly. I stared into the flames, considering my answer. "I think something hunted him. Something that knows these woods better than any human ever could." "You believe those legends? The Wendigo stories?" "I believe there are things in this wilderness that defy easy explanation," I replied carefully. "Whether they match the specifics of any particular legend, I don't know." She nodded thoughtfully. "The indigenous peoples who lived here for thousands of years didn't create those stories for entertainment. They were warnings." "Exactly." We lapsed into silence again, both of us scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. Occasionally, I thought I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of visibility, tall, thin shapes moving between the trees, never quite emerging into the light. But each time I focused on a particular spot, there was nothing there. Just as we were preparing to wake Tom and Marcus for their shift, a strange sound drifted across the lake. A soft, melodic humming, almost like a lullaby, but with discordant notes that sent shivers down my spine. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Vanessa nodded, her eyes wide. "It sounds like singing." The humming grew louder, more distinct, resolving into what might have been words in a language I didn't recognize. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the cabin, but as I strained to see through the darkness, I could make out nothing but the black silhouette of the structure against the night sky. Then, on the porch of the cabin, a light appeared, a warm, golden glow like that of an oil lantern. It bobbed slightly, as if being carried by an unseen figure. "Someone's over there," Vanessa breathed. As we watched, transfixed, the light descended from the porch and began moving along the shoreline toward our camp, the eerie humming keeping pace with it. The glow illuminated nothing of its bearer, existing as a solitary point of light in the darkness. A memory flashed through my mind, Marcus telling stories by a dying campfire years ago, tales of ghost lights that lured unwary travelers to their doom. Will-o'-the-wisps, he'd called them, or in some cultures, the lanterns of the dead. "Wake the others," I told Vanessa, my voice surprisingly steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Now." She scrambled to the nearest tent while I kept my eyes fixed on the approaching light. It moved with purpose, following the shoreline exactly, the humming growing louder as it drew nearer. Within moments, everyone was awake and standing wide-eyed around the fire, watching the light's inexorable approach. "What is that?" Ellie whispered, clutching Rick's arm. "I don't know," I admitted. "But I think we should, eh?" I never finished the sentence. At that moment, the light stopped about 50 yards from our camp. The humming ceased abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it seemed to have physical weight. Then, from behind the light, a figure emerged, tall and gaunt, its proportions subtly wrong in ways that made my eyes hurt to look directly at it. Though I could make out no features in the darkness, I sensed it watching us with hungry intent. "Hello," Tom called out, taking a step toward the figure. "Who's there?" "Tom, don't," I warned, grabbing his arm. The figure tilted what must have been its head, regarding us with an unsettling stillness. Then it raised the lantern higher, the golden light illuminating its face for just an instant. Ellie screamed. Rick cursed. Marcus stumbled backward. What we saw wasn't a human face, not entirely. The features were stretched, elongated, the mouth a grotesque slash that extended too far across the jawline. The eyes reflected the lantern light like an animal's, glowing in eerie amber. And rising from the top of the head were what looked like antlers, or perhaps branches, twisting toward the night sky. In the next moment, the light winked out, plunging the shoreline back into darkness. The figure was gone, if it had ever truly been there at all. Ellie was sobbing now, her face buried against Rick's chest. Tom stood frozen, his expression a mixture of horror and fascination. Vanessa had grabbed a heavy branch from our firewood pile and was holding it like a weapon. "What the fuck?" Rick enunciated clearly, his voice shaking. What the actual fuck was that? I had no answer that would make sense, no rational explanation that could account for what we just witnessed. My mind kept returning to Joseph Kingbird's warning. Some places in these woods remember old hungers. "We need to maintain the fire," I said finally, forcing myself into practical action. "All night. No one sleeps, no one wanders off alone. We stay together, by the fire, until dawn." No one argued. We built the fire higher, creating a roaring blaze that pushed the darkness back a few more precious feet. We arranged ourselves in a circle around it, facing outward, watching for any sign of the light or its bearer returning. Hours passed in tense silence. Occasionally, we heard sounds from the surrounding forest, cracking branches, rustling leaves, and once, that same eerie humming, now coming from the opposite direction. But the golden light didn't reappear, and whatever had carried it remained hidden in the shadows. Dawn seemed to take an eternity to arrive. When the first faint lightening of the eastern sky finally appeared, the relief was palpable. As full daylight gradually reclaimed the world, the terrors of the night began to seem distant, less immediate, but not entirely. The memory of that elongated face and glowing eyes remained vivid, a sight that would haunt my dreams for years to come. "We need to leave," Vanessa said, her voice hoarse from the long night. Now. No one disagreed. We broke camp with unprecedented speed, our exhaustion temporarily forgotten in our desperation to put distance between ourselves and the lake. The cabin stood silent across the water, watching us with its broken windows like vacant eyes. As we shouldered our packs and prepared the canoes for the long portage back, Tom lingered, staring at the structure with a troubled expression. "I still don't understand what happened to him," he said quietly when I approached. "To my uncle." I placed a hand on his shoulder. "Some questions don't have answers, Tom. At least, not answers we'd want to hear." He nodded slowly, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his uncle's journal. "I'm leaving this," he announced. "It belongs here, with him." Before I could object, he walked to the water's edge and tossed the leather-bound book into the lake. It floated momentarily, then sank beneath the obsidian surface, disappearing from sight. "Let's go," he said, turning back with a newfound resolve. We began the difficult journey back through the forest, retracing our steps from the previous day. The going was even harder now, our bodies drained from the sleepless night, our nerves frayed from what we'd witnessed. The forest seemed to resist our passage, dense undergrowth appearing where clear paths had been before, fallen trees blocking routes we'd previously navigated with ease. By mid-morning, when we should have reached the ravine crossing, we found ourselves in unfamiliar territory. The trees here were different, massive, ancient things with trunks wider than our outstretched arms could encircle. The canopy overhead was so dense that little sunlight penetrated, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. "We're lost," Rick stated flatly, dropping his end of the canoe with a thud. "That's not possible," I insisted, though dread was building in my stomach. "We've been following a straight line west. The ravine should be right here." I pulled out my compass, but as at the lake, the needle spun uselessly, unable to find magnetic north. My GPS unit remained non-functional as well. "The dead zone," Vanessa murmured. "It's disorienting us somehow." I hated to admit it, but she was right. Something about this place confused the senses, twisted one's perception of direction and distance. We could have been walking in circles for all I knew. "We need to climb," I decided, looking up at one of the massive trees. "Get above the canopy and try to spot the lake or a landmark." "I'll go," Marcus volunteered, already shedding his pack. I nodded. "Be careful. Those branches might not hold as much weight as they appear to." He selected a tree with sufficient handholds and began climbing. The rest of us watched anxiously as he ascended, disappearing into the upper branches. "See anything?" I called up after several minutes had passed. "Just more trees." His voice drifted down. "Wait, there's a clearing to the north. And I think, yes, I can see the lake. It's behind us somehow." "Behind us?" Tom echoed incredulously. "That's impossible. We've been walking away from it for hours." Marcus descended rapidly, dropping the last few feet to the ground with a grunt. His face was pale. "The lake is less than half a mile that way," he said, pointing behind us. "And the cabin." I swear I could see it, watching us. "Buildings don't watch people," Rick snapped, though his voice lacked conviction. "This one does," Marcus insisted. "And that's not all." I saw lights moving in the trees between us and the lake. Like the one from last night, but several of them. Golden lights, bobbing along like they're being carried. A heavy silence fell over the group as we absorbed this information. "They're hunting us," Ellie whispered, giving voice to what we all feared. I took a deep breath, fighting to maintain a calm exterior though my heart was racing. New plan. "If north is that way," I pointed in the direction Marcus had indicated, "then we go east. Parallel to the lake but moving away from it. Eventually, we'll get beyond the dead zone's influence and our navigation tools will work again." It seemed logical, but logic felt increasingly irrelevant in this ancient forest where natural laws bent like the twisted trees surrounding us. We adjusted our course and pressed on, the weight of the canoes and gear becoming nearly unbearable as fatigue deepened. No one spoke much now. We needed to conserve energy, and besides, what was there to say? We were being hunted by something out of nightmare, lost in a forest that seemed determined to keep us trapped. Around noon, though the dim light made it difficult to judge the time, we discovered a small stream cutting through the forest. The water ran clear and sweet, unlike the sluggish black water near the lake. "We should follow it," Vanessa suggested as we refilled our water bottles. Water always leads somewhere. It was sound wilderness advice under normal circumstances. I nodded agreement, and we adjusted our path to follow the stream's course. The terrain gradually became less arduous as we moved alongside the flowing water. The massive ancient trees gave way to younger growth, and more sunlight filtered through the canopy. When I checked my compass again, I was relieved to see the needle stabilizing, pointing to magnetic north with increasing certainty. "We're getting out of the dead zone," I announced, feeling a surge of hope. "The compass is working again." Smiles broke out across tired faces, and our pace quickened despite our exhaustion. The stream widened as we continued, eventually opening into a small, natural pond ringed with cattails and wild rice. Unlike the perfectly circular, unnaturally still lake by the cabin, this pond teemed with life. Insects buzzing over the surface, frogs calling from the shallows, even a few ducks paddling near the center. "Let's take a break here," I suggested. "We could all use some rest and food." No one objected. We set down our burdens and collapsed on the grassy bank, muscles aching from the prolonged exertion. I distributed energy bars and jerky from my pack, urging everyone to eat despite lack of appetite. We needed the calories for the journey ahead. As we rested, I took stock of our situation. We'd been moving for about 6 hours since leaving the cabin, and though the compass was working again, I still wasn't entirely sure of our position relative to our entry point at Sawbill Lake. My best guess put us somewhere northeast of our intended route, which meant we'd need to adjust course to southwest once we resumed travel. How much farther? Rick asked, voicing the question everyone was thinking. Hard to say without reliable navigation during the first part of our journey, I admitted. But if we maintain a good pace, we might reach the edge of the boundary waters by nightfall tomorrow. Tomorrow? Ellie looked close to tears. We have to spend another night out here. I'm afraid so, I said gently. But we'll find a good campsite well before dark, build a big fire, and take watches like last night. We got through one night. We can get through another. No one looked reassured by this, least of all me. The memory of that figure by the shoreline, its distorted face illuminated by golden light, remained burnished into my mind. After 30 minutes of rest, we gathered our gear and prepared to move on. The stream continued beyond the pond, and we followed it, hoping it would eventually join a larger waterway where we might be able to use the canoes again instead of carrying them. The forest continued to change as we walked, becoming more recognizable, more natural. The oppressive sense of being watched gradually lifted, though no one relaxed entirely. Whatever hunted us at the lake might have a wide territory. By late afternoon, the stream had widened enough that we could consider using the canoes. The water was shallow but navigable, and the prospect of paddling rather than portaging was too tempting to resist. We'll have to go one at a time, I said, surveying the narrow waterway. Single file, careful of rocks and snags. We loaded the first canoe. Vanessa and Ellie would take it, as they were the lightest pair, and watched as they pushed off, paddling cautiously down the shallow stream. They'd gone perhaps 50 yards when Vanessa suddenly raised her hand, signaling a stop. What is it? I called. There's something in the water ahead, she called back. Something big. I jogged along the bank to where they'd stopped and followed Vanessa's pointing finger. Just beneath the surface, where the stream bent around a fallen tree, something pale and elongated was visible, a shape that made my breath catch in my throat. Back up, I said sharply. Paddle back. Now. As they reversed course, the shape in the water moved, rising slightly to the surface. It wasn't an animal or a log as I'd first hoped. It was a human arm, the flesh bleached pale by water and time, the fingers curled as if reaching for something. Or someone. There's a body in the water, I announced grimly when we'd regrouped on the bank. Jesus, Marcus breathed. Should we try to recover it? I shook my head. It's been there a long time from the look of it, and we don't have the means to transport remains or properly document the scene. I didn't add that I had no desire to get closer to that grotesque discovery. We'll report it once we get out. Let the authorities handle it. Could it be Tom's uncle? Ellie asked quietly. Tom's face had gone ashen. After 27 years? There wouldn't be anything left. Not under normal circumstances, Vanessa agreed. But these waters are cold, and if the body was caught on something, prevented from being scavenged. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. We might have found what remained of James Brennan. We'll portage past this section, I decided, not wanting to dwell on the grim discovery. Rejoin the stream about a quarter-mile downstream. No one objected. We shouldered our burdens once more and moved through the forest parallel to the stream, giving the location of the body a wide berth. After about 20 minutes of difficult travel through dense underbrush, we returned to the water at a point where it widened into a proper creek. Here, finally, we were able to launch the canoes and resume paddling, a welcome relief after hours of portaging. The creek meandered gently through the forest, occasionally opening into small ponds before narrowing again. We made good progress, the rhythmic motion of paddling almost hypnotic after the stress and exertion of the past 24 hours. As the light began to fade, we started looking for a suitable campsite. I was determined to find somewhere defensible, with open sightlines and plenty of firewood nearby. Eventually, we came upon a small island in the middle of one of the larger ponds formed by the creek, a perfect natural fortress, accessible only by water. We'll camp here, I announced, directing the canoes toward the rocky shore. The island was perhaps 30 yards across, with a flat, grassy center ringed by a few small trees. It offered excellent visibility in all directions, and, Most importantly, required crossing water to reach, a barrier that might give us some protection from whatever had stalked us at the cabin lake. We established camp with practiced efficiency, pitching the tents in a tight circle and gathering a massive pile of firewood from the deadfall on the island. As darkness descended, we built a large fire in the center of our camp and prepared a hot meal, the first proper food since leaving the cabin that morning. The mood was subdued as we ate. The day's journey had exhausted everyone, both physically and emotionally. The discovery of the body in the stream hung over us like a shadow, a grim reminder of the wilderness's dangers, both natural and otherwise. "I keep thinking about those symbols," Ellie said suddenly, breaking the long silence. "The ones carved everywhere around the cabin. The Wendigo pictographs," I nodded. "I don't think they were protection symbols like Tom's uncle believed," she continued. "In most Algonquian traditions, such symbols don't ward off Wendigo spirits. They attract them." "What do you mean?" Tom asked, his expression troubled. "The Wendigo is drawn to those who invoke it, who mark themselves with its sign," Ellie explained. "It's a taboo to create such images because they serve as a beacon, a calling card." "So his uncle wasn't protecting the cabin," Vanessa reasoned. "He was unintentionally inviting something in." "Or intentionally," Rick suggested. "Maybe he knew exactly what he was doing." Tom shook his head vehemently. "That's crazy. Why would he deliberately summon something dangerous?" "People are drawn to power," Marcus said quietly. "Even dangerous power. Maybe especially dangerous power." I thought about the journal Tom had tossed into the lake, about the blood stains on the cabin floor, about the map covered in red symbols. Had James Brennan been tracking the Wendigo's movements, studying it? Or had he been preparing some kind of ritual, a communion with the ancient hunger that stalked these woods? "It doesn't matter now," I said firmly. "What matters is getting out of here safely." As if to emphasize my point, a distant howl echoed across the water, that same unearthly cry we'd heard near the cabin, but fainter now, further away. Everyone tensed, heads turning toward the sound. "They're following us," Ellie whispered. "They can't cross water," I said with more confidence than I felt. "That's why I chose this island. We're safe here." No one looked entirely convinced, least of all me. The legends about Wendigo varied widely, and I had no idea which elements might be true. Could they cross water? Did fire actually repel them? Were they physical creatures that could be fought, or spirits that could simply materialize wherever they wished? I organized the watch schedule as before tower shifts, 2 people at a time. Despite our exhaustion, no one complained about the arrangement. We all understood the stakes. As the others retreated to their tents, I took first watch with Marcus. We sat by the fire, feeding it regularly to maintain its protective glow. The night was clear, the stars brilliant overhead, the quarter moon casting a silver path across the pond's still surface. "I've been thinking about the body in the stream," Marcus said after a long silence. "If it is Tom's uncle, what was he doing so far from the cabin?" "Running, maybe," I suggested. "Trying to escape whatever was hunting him." "In the wrong direction? You saw how the forest confused us, led us in circles. If he was trying to escape, why not head toward the main lakes, toward civilization?" It was a good question, one I didn't have a satisfactory answer for. "Maybe he got turned around, like we did." Marcus nodded, though he looked unconvinced. "Or maybe he was trying to reach something specific. Remember how Tom said the journal mentioned coordinates? What if there was a second location, something his uncle was trying to reach when whatever happened? The idea sent a chill through me. If there was a second site, somewhere deeper in the wilderness, perhaps connected to the Wendigo symbols or the strange forces at work around the lake. A splash from the water interrupted my thoughts. We both turned sharply toward the sound, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. The pond's surface was disturbed by ripples about 20 yards from shore, as if something large had just submerged. "Probably a fish," Marcus suggested, though his tense posture betrayed his uncertainty. "Pretty big fish." We watched the water intently, but there were no further disturbances. After several minutes, we relaxed slightly, though we remained vigilant, scanning the shoreline of the pond with regular sweeps of our flashlights. The rest of our watch passed uneventfully, and we woke Tom and Rick for the second shift. I crawled into my tent, bone-weary and desperate for sleep despite the lingering unease. As I drifted off, I could hear them talking quietly by the fire, their voices a reassuring reminder that I wasn't alone in this wilderness. I dreamed of golden lights moving through endless trees, of elongated shadows with antlered heads, of a cabin filled with blood and symbols. In the dream, I was both pursuer and pursued, hunter and hunted, moving through the forest with predatory grace one moment and running in blind panic the next. A hand on my shoulder jerked me awake. Rick crouched at the entrance to my tent, his face pale in the beam of his flashlight. "Danny, wake up," he hissed. "Something's out there." I was instantly alert, sleep forgotten. "What is it?" "I don't know." "Lights on the shore. Like the ones from the cabin." I grabbed my jacket and flashlight and followed him out to the fire, where Tom stood watching the distant shoreline intently. Following his gaze, I saw them, 3 golden lights, spaced evenly along the tree line about 100 yards away. They didn't move, simply hovering at what would be about head height for a tall person. "How long have they been there?" I asked quietly. "About 10 minutes," Tom replied. "They just appeared, all at once. They haven't moved since." I studied the lights carefully. They had the same warm, golden quality as the lantern from the previous night, but there was something off about how perfectly still they remained, how precisely they were spaced. "Wake the others," I decided. Quietly. Within moments, everyone was gathered around the fire, staring at the 3 motionless lights across the water. "What do they want?" Ellie whispered, clutching Rick's arm. "I don't think they're the same as what we saw last night," I said slowly, trying to make sense of the phenomenon. "Those lights moved naturally, like someone carrying a lantern. These are different." "Different how?" Vanessa asked. "I'm not sure, but they feel wrong somehow. Artificial." As if responding to my assessment, the 3 lights suddenly blinked out in perfect unison. A moment later, they reappeared, now arranged in a vertical line rather than horizontal. "They're signaling to us," Marcus realized. "Or to each other." The lights blinked again, rearranging once more into a triangle pattern. Then they separated, moving along the shoreline in different directions, as if establishing a perimeter around our island. "I don't like this," Vanessa muttered. Neither did I. Whatever these lights represented, they were coordinating, potentially surrounding us. I scanned the water nervously, remembering the splash we'd heard earlier. If these things could cross water. "Build up the fire," I instructed. "As big as we can make it." We fed every available piece of wood into the blaze, creating a roaring inferno that illuminated the entire island and cast flickering light across the pond's surface. In that enhanced visibility, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold, a disturbance in the water, a V-shaped ripple moving slowly from the shore toward our island. "There's something in the water," I said quietly, pointing. Everyone turned to look. The ripple was unmistakable now, proceeding with deliberate purpose toward us. "Could be a beaver," Marcus suggested without conviction. "That's no beaver," Rick countered. "It's too big, and beavers don't swim that way." He was right. Whatever was approaching maintained a perfectly straight line, the way consistent in a way no natural swimmer would produce. And it was large, displacing enough water to suggest something the size of a person. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and moved to the water's edge, holding the makeshift torch out over the pond. The others followed, forming a defensive line along the shore where the ripple was headed. "What do we do if it comes ashore?" Tom asked, his voice tight with fear. "We drive it back," I replied, projecting confidence I didn't feel. "Fire is our best weapon." The ripple continued its inexorable approach, now just 20 yards from shore. In the firelight, I could almost make out a shape beneath the surface, long and pale, moving with sinuous grace through the dark water. Then, when it was perhaps 15 yards away, it simply stopped. The ripples dissipated, the water grew still, and whatever had been approaching disappeared from view. We maintained our position along the shore, torches extended, waiting for something to happen. Minutes stretched into an eternity of tense vigilance. "Maybe it left," Ellie whispered hopefully. Before anyone could respond, a loud splash erupted from the opposite side of the island. We whirled as one, rushing across the small landmass to the other shore. By the time we arrived, there was nothing to see but fading ripples. "It's toying with us," Vanessa said grimly. She was right. These weren't the actions of a natural predator, but something intelligent, something that understood psychological warfare. It was testing our defenses, gauging our reactions, perhaps even enjoying our fear. We retreated to the fire, standing back to back in a circle facing outward, watching for any sign of approach from water or air. The golden lights continued their patrol along the distant shoreline, occasionally blinking or changing formation as if communicating in some unknown code. "We should have stayed at the cabin," Tom said suddenly. "At least there we had walls, shelter." "The cabin wasn't safe," I reminded him. "Your uncle disappeared despite all those protection symbols." "But he lasted there for weeks, maybe months," Tom argued. "Out here, we're exposed. There was some logic to his argument, though the thought of returning to that blood-stained building made my skin crawl. But it was a moot point anyway. We couldn't travel at night, and by morning, our path might be clear again. We stay here, I said firmly. Maintain the fire, keep watch. Dawn's only a few hours away. Those few hours felt like days as we stood vigil around the dying fire, jumping at every sound, every ripple on the water's surface. The golden lights continued their mysterious movements along the shoreline, occasionally venturing into the forest only to reappear elsewhere, as if teleporting through the trees. Several times, we heard splashing in the water, always just beyond the reach of our light. Once, a pale hand seemed to rise from the pond about 10 yards out, a human hand, reaching toward the sky before sinking back beneath the surface. No one mentioned the body we'd found in the stream, but I knew we were all thinking the same thing. Had it somehow followed us? When the first gray light of dawn finally appeared in the eastern sky, the relief was overwhelming. The golden lights faded and disappeared as darkness retreated, and the pond's surface became still and innocent in the growing light, betraying no evidence of the night's disturbances. We made it, Ellie sighed, slumping against Rick in exhaustion. Indeed we had, though what it was remained to be seen. We were still deep in the wilderness, at least a day's journey from any exit point, and whatever stalked us clearly wasn't confined to the cabin's lake. We ate a cold breakfast and broke camp quickly, eager to be moving again. The canoes were undisturbed where we'd pulled them onto the island's shore, a small mercy. We loaded our gear and pushed off, continuing downstream with renewed determination. The creek widened gradually as we paddled, eventually joining a larger stream that I recognized with immense relief, the Temperance River, one of the major waterways in this part of the Boundary Waters. We were back on the map, both literally and figuratively. I know where we are now, I announced, allowing myself a small smile. If we follow this river south, we'll reach the edge of the wilderness area by late afternoon. Tired faces brightened at this news. Even Tom, who had been particularly subdued since the discovery in the stream, managed a nod of acknowledgement. Our progress was swift with the current aiding our passage. The forest on either side of the river looked normal, healthy, no twisted trees or unnatural shadows. Birds sang from the branches, fish jumped in the clear water, and occasionally deer could be spotted coming to drink at the river's edge. It was as if we'd passed from a realm of nightmare back into the natural world. By midday, we had covered several miles, stopping only briefly for rest and food. The weather held clear and warm, a perfect summer day that made the horrors of the past 48 hours seem almost dreamlike in their unreality. During one rest stop, as we stretched our legs on a sandy riverbank, Vanessa approached me where I stood consulting my map. "Do you think we're safe now?" she asked quietly. I considered the question carefully. "I think we're safer," I replied. "The further we get from that lake, the better. But we're still in their territory," she finished for me. I nodded. The Temperance River had brought us back to charted waters, but we remained within the vast wilderness area where something ancient and malevolent clearly held sway. "One more night," I said. "We'll be out by tomorrow morning at the latest. If we pushed harder, could we make it out today?" There was a note of desperation in her voice that I understood all too well. "It's possible," I conceded, "but we'd be exhausted, making mistakes. And if we're still in the wilderness when darkness falls, being tired and careless would be more dangerous than making camp properly." She nodded, accepting the logic, but clearly unhappy with it. We resumed our journey, paddling with renewed vigor. The river carried us south through increasingly familiar territory. I had guided trips through this section many times before. Under normal circumstances, I would have pointed out interesting features, perhaps stopped to fish in some of the prime spots. But there was nothing normal about our situation now. We moved with single-minded purpose, every stroke of our paddles carrying us closer to safety. Around mid-afternoon, we reached a section where the river narrowed and quickened, flowing between rocky banks. A series of small rapids lay ahead, nothing dangerous under ordinary conditions, but a potential hazard for our group in their exhausted state. "We'll portage around," I decided, directing the canoes toward a small landing on the eastern bank. As we unloaded the gear and prepared for yet another overland trek, Tom approached me with a troubled expression. "I've been thinking about my uncle's journal," he said. "About the last entry." "What about it?" I asked, securing a pack to my shoulders. He wrote that they were getting bolder, coming closer to the cabin despite the symbols. But he also mentioned them whispering to him, promising things. Tom's voice dropped lower. What if they weren't trying to hurt him? What if they were trying to recruit him? The question sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. Recruit him for what? I don't know. But whatever's out there, whatever's been following us, it's intelligent. It strategizes. It communicates. He glanced nervously at the dense forest beside the river. What if there were once people like us who encountered it and became something else? It was a disturbing thought, one that aligned too well with certain elements of Wendigo mythology, the belief that humans could transform into these creatures through acts of forbidden consumption or spiritual corruption. Let's focus on getting out, I said firmly. We can theorize once we're safe. He nodded reluctantly and moved to help Rick with one of the canoes. The portage around the rapids took about 40 minutes, following a well-established trail that curved through the forest before rejoining the river below the turbulent section. Unlike our journey through the dead zone, this forest felt normal, the path clear and unthreatening. Back on the water, we made excellent progress through the afternoon. The river widened into a series of small lakes connected by short channels, a landscape typical of the Boundary Waters. I recognized landmarks now, distinctive rock formations, beaver lodges I'd pointed out on previous trips, campsites where I'd stayed with other groups. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, I scanned the shoreline for a suitable camping spot. We needed somewhere defensible, like the island from the previous night, but with more abundant firewood. There, I said, pointing to a rocky promontory jutting into the river. That's where we'll stop. The site was perfect, a flat, elevated peninsula with clear sightlines in all directions and only a narrow connection to the mainland that could be easily monitored. A stand of birch trees on the point would provide ample firewood without obstructing visibility. We beached the canoes and set about establishing camp with practiced efficiency. Tents went up in a tight cluster near the center of the promontory, and we gathered enough wood to maintain a substantial fire throughout the night. As darkness approached, I found myself checking and rechecking our perimeter, unable to shake the feeling that we were still being watched. Dinner was a subdued affair, the last of our trail food supplemented with some fish that Marcus had managed to catch during a brief stop earlier in the day. As we ate around the growing fire, I noticed everyone's gaze constantly shifting to the tree line where the peninsula connected to the mainland, or scanning the darkening water that surrounded us on three sides. One more night, I reminded them, trying to sound reassuring. By this time tomorrow, we'll be back in civilization, drinking cold beer and sleeping in real beds. The attempt at lightening the mood fell flat. We were all too aware of what might lurk in the darkness beyond our firelight, too haunted by the memories of elongated faces and reaching hands. As full darkness descended, we established the same watch rotation as previous nights. I took first shift with Ellie, while the others retreated to their tents in search of much-needed rest. Do you think they followed us all this way? Ellie asked as we sat by the fire, our eyes constantly moving between the narrow land bridge and the surrounding water. I don't know, I answered honestly, but we're prepared either way. She nodded, clutching her flashlight like a talisman. I've been studying folklore and mythology for years, but I never truly believed any of it was real. Not literally real. Most isn't, I said. But sometimes, stories persist for a reason. They're warnings, passed down through generations because the danger is genuine, even if the details get embellished over time. The Wendigo legends vary across different Algonquian cultures, she continued, almost thinking aloud. But they all share certain elements: insatiable hunger, winter associations, corruption of the human spirit. They represent famine, greed, spiritual isolation. And cannibalism, I added quietly. She nodded grimly. The ultimate taboo. Consuming your own kind. We lapsed into silence, both contemplating the implications. If the legends held any truth, we were dealing with creatures that had once been human, transformed by their own darkness into something monstrous and eternally hungry. The first 2 hours of our watch passed without incident. The forest remained quiet, the water still. When it came time to wake Marcus and Vanessa for the second shift, I found myself almost disappointed by the lack of activity. Had we truly left the threat behind at the cabin lake? It seemed too much to hope for. I had just settled into my tent when the first scream tore through the night, high-pitched and terrified, coming from the direction of the fire. I bolted upright, grabbing my flashlight and knife as I scrambled out of the tent. The scene at the campfire was chaos. Marcus was on the ground, thrashing as if fighting an invisible assailant. Vanessa stood over him, her face contorted in horror as she tried to restrain his flailing limbs. The others emerged from their tents, disoriented and panicked. What happened? I demanded, rushing to help Vanessa. I don't know, she cried. He just started convulsing and screaming. Marcus's eyes were open but unseeing, rolled back to show mostly whites. His mouth worked soundlessly now, his initial scream giving way to a series of guttural noises that hardly sounded human. "He's having some kind of seizure," Tom suggested, kneeling beside us. I wasn't so sure. There was something deliberate about Marcus's movements, a pattern to his thrashing that seemed almost ritualistic. And his face, despite the terror evident in his expression, there was something else there, a kind of rapture, as if he were experiencing something beyond our perception. "Marcus," I called, gripping his shoulders firmly. "Marcus, can you hear me?" His head snapped toward my voice, his eyes suddenly focusing on my face with unnerving intensity. He grabbed my wrist with surprising strength, pulling me closer until his mouth was near my ear. "They're coming," he whispered, his voice changed, deeper, raspier. "They hunger. They remember you, Danny." A chill ran through me. "Remember me? What are you talking about?" His grip tightened painfully. "From before. When you were a child. In the woods behind your grandfather's cabin." My blood froze. I had never told Marcus or anyone about the incident from my childhood, about the strange figure I'd glimpsed in the forest when I was 10 years old. It had been tall and thin, with a head like a deer skull, watching me from between the trees as I played near my grandfather's property in northern Wisconsin. I'd run back to the cabin in terror, but when the adults went to investigate, they found nothing. Over the years, I convinced myself it was just an overactive imagination, a misidentified deer or bear viewed from an odd angle. But now, something inside Marcus knew. Something was speaking through him. "Get out of him," I growled, my fear giving way to anger. "Leave him alone." Marcus's lips curved into an unnatural smile, stretching too wide across his face. "We've been waiting for you to return, Danny. Since that summer. You glimpsed us, but you ran away. Now you've brought us others." His voice had taken on a sing-song quality, almost childlike despite its deep rasp. The others looked on in horror, frozen in place by the bizarre scene unfolding before them. "Marcus, fight it," I urged, shaking him. "Whatever's in your head, push it out." His body suddenly went rigid, back arching impossibly far. A strangled sound escaped his throat, not quite human, not quite animal. Then he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, unconscious but breathing. "What the hell just happened?" Rick demanded, his voice shaking. "I don't know," I lied, unwilling to share the personal connection that Marcus, or whatever had been speaking through him, had revealed. Some kind of psychotic episode. Maybe from exhaustion and stress. Vanessa placed her fingers on Marcus's neck, checking his pulse. "His heartbeat is steady, but rapid. He needs medical attention, which we can't get until morning," Tom pointed out grimly. "Let's get him into his tent," I suggested. "Keep him warm and comfortable." He seems stable now. Rick and Tom helped me carry Marcus's limp form to his tent. As we laid him on his sleeping bag, his eyes fluttered open briefly. For a moment, they seemed normal, confused, frightened, but recognizably Marcus's. Then his pupils dilated until they nearly swallowed the iris, and he whispered 4 words that only I could hear. "They're already among us." His eyes closed again, his breathing evening out into what appeared to be normal sleep. I tucked a blanket around him and exited the tent, my mind racing with implications I didn't want to face. Outside, the others huddled around the fire, casting nervous glances at the surrounding darkness. "I'll stay with him," Vanessa volunteered. "I've had some first aid training." "I'll keep watch with you," I said, knowing there was no way I could sleep now. "The rest of you try to get some rest. We leave at first light." No one argued, though I doubted anyone would sleep much after what we'd witnessed. Tom and Rick retreated to their tent, while Ellie hesitated, looking at me with questions in her eyes that I wasn't prepared to answer. "He'll be okay," I assured her, with more confidence than I felt. She nodded uncertainly and disappeared into her tent. Vanessa and I positioned ourselves near the fire, between Marcus's tent and the narrow land bridge connecting our peninsula to the mainland. For nearly an hour, we sat in tense silence, listening to the night sounds of the wilderness, the distant hooting of an owl, the occasional splash of a fish jumping in the river, the whisper of wind through birch leaves. Normal sounds. Natural sounds. Yet they did nothing to ease the coiled tension in my body. "Want to talk about it?" Vanessa asked finally. "About what?" "About whatever Marcus said to you that made you look like you'd seen a ghost." I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Vanessa had proven herself level-headed and pragmatic throughout our ordeal. If anyone might understand, it would be her. "He knew something about me," I admitted. "Something from my childhood that he couldn't possibly know. Something I've never told anyone." She studied me in the firelight, her expression thoughtful rather than skeptical. "You've encountered these things before, haven't you?" I nodded slowly. "Once. When I was 10. In the woods behind my grandfather's cabin in northern Wisconsin. What did you see? Just a glimpse. A tall figure with a deer-like head, watching me from between the trees. I ran back to the cabin and told the adults, but they found nothing when they went to look. I poked at the fire with a stick, watching sparks rise into the night sky. Over the years, I convinced myself it wasn't real. But now you know it was. I don't know anything anymore, I said honestly. Except that I've led you all into danger because I didn't trust my own memories, my own instincts. I should have refused this trip the moment Marcus mentioned Tom's cabin. You couldn't have known, she said, her voice gentle. And we all chose to come. Marcus said they're already among us, I whispered, voicing the fear that had been growing since his episode. What if? What if they can take over? What if they can make us into something like them? Vanessa's face paled slightly, but her voice remained steady. Then we stay vigilant. We watch each other. And we get out of here before they have the chance. The wisdom in her words calmed me somewhat. Yes, we just needed to make it until morning. One more night, and then we'd be heading for civilization, for safety. A soft moan from Marcus's tent drew our attention. Vanessa moved to check on him while I maintained watch. She returned a moment later, her expression troubled. He's running a fever, she reported. And he's mumbling in his sleep. I couldn't make out most of it, but he kept repeating one phrase, the hunger awakens. I felt a fresh wave of dread. In Wendigo mythology, the transformation often began with an unnatural fever, followed by an insatiable hunger that could only be satisfied by human flesh. Was Marcus already changing? Were we watching the early stages of a metamorphosis from man to monster? Keep a close eye on him, I said. If he shows any signs of aggression, call for help immediately. She nodded, understanding the unspoken implication. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness. Twice more we checked on Marcus, finding him alternately shivering with chills or burning with fever, but never fully conscious. His mumbling grew more frequent, sometimes shifting into what sounded like another language entirely guttural and harsh, with rhythms that hurt the ear. Around 3 a.m., as I was stoking the fire with the last of our wood, a sound from the water's edge caught my attention, a soft splashing, like something emerging from the river. I trained my flashlight in that direction, the beam cutting through the darkness to illuminate the rocky shore. Something was pulling itself out of the water about 20 yards from our position, a pale, elongated form that moved with unnatural fluidity. As it stood upright on the shore, I realized with horror that it was humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways. Its limbs were too long, its torso too narrow, its neck extending to support a head that resembled a deer's skull, complete with a crown of antlers. Vanessa, I whispered urgently. Wake the others. Now. She followed my gaze and stifled a gasp. Without a word, she moved quickly to the tents, rousing Tom, Rick, and Ellie while I kept my light fixed on the creature by the shore. It hadn't advanced further, simply standing there, water dripping from its pale form as it regarded our camp with empty eye sockets that somehow still conveyed intent. I reached slowly for the axe we'd used to split firewood, keeping my movements deliberate and smooth. The others emerged from their tents, their expression shifting from sleepy confusion to horror as they saw what awaited us at the water's edge. Oh God, Ellie breathed. It's real. It's actually real. Stay together, I instructed, my voice low and calm despite the fear coursing through me. Move slowly toward the land bridge. We need to get to the canoes. What about Marcus? Tom asked. A good question. Marcus was still unconscious in his tent, possibly in the throes of becoming something like the creature that watched us from the shore. Could we risk bringing him? Could we live with ourselves if we left him? I'll carry him, I decided. Tom, Rick, grab whatever supplies you can. Essential items only. Vanessa, Ellie, take point and watch for more of them. As we began to move with careful coordination, the creature by the shore tilted its antlered head, regarding us with what almost seemed like curiosity. Then it opened what I had thought was a fixed, skeletal jaw, revealing rows of needle-like teeth as it emitted a sound that froze the blood in my veins, that same unearthly howl we'd heard at the cabin lake, but louder now, more immediate. The call was answered from the forest beyond our peninsula, 1, 2, 3 similar cries echoing through the trees. They were surrounding us. Run, I shouted, abandoning caution. Get to the canoes. Now. We broke into panicked motion. I ducked into Marcus's tent and hoisted his feverish body over my shoulder in a fireman's carry. His skin burned against mine, unnaturally hot, and I could feel tremors running through his frame. As I emerged from the tent, I saw the others already racing toward the land bridge, grabbing whatever gear they could along the way. The creature on the shore began to move at last, loping toward us with a grace that belied its awkward proportions. Its movements were fluid, almost elegant, covering ground with frightening speed. "Go," I yelled to the others, staggering under Marcus's weight. "Don't wait for me." Tom hesitated, looking back with indecision, then turned and sprinted after Rick, Vanessa, and Ellie, who had already reached the narrow strip of land connecting to the mainland. I pushed myself forward, muscles screaming under the double burden of my pack and Marcus's limp form. The creature was gaining on me, closing the distance with each bounding stride. I could hear its breathing now, a wet, rattling sound that reminded me of wine through dead leaves. Just as I reached the land bridge, a searing pain exploded across my back, claws raking through jacket and shirt to slice the skin beneath. I stumbled but didn't fall, adrenaline propelling me forward even as warm blood ran down my spine. The others had reached the mainland and were frantically untying the canoes from where we'd secured them. I pushed myself harder, focusing only on the few yards that separated me from them, from escape. Behind me, the creature let out another howl, this one sounding almost like laughter. The forest answered with more calls, closer now, converging on our position. I broke through the tree line and onto the small beach where our canoes waited. Tom and Rick immediately moved to help me, taking Marcus's weight and laying him in one of the vessels. "They're coming," I gasped, clutching my bleeding back. "Multiple hostiles. We need to launch now." We shoved the canoes into the water with desperate strength, clambering aboard as shapes emerged from the forest behind us. 3, 4, 5 of the deer-headed creatures, their pale forms ghostly in the moonlight. They moved to the water's edge but stopped there, watching as we paddled frantically into the river's current. "Why aren't they following?" Ellie asked, her voice trembling as she dug her paddle into the water. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe they can't swim after all." But even as I said it, I noticed something disturbing. The creatures were spreading out along the shoreline, moving in the same direction we were paddling, keeping pace with our canoes despite the current. "They're hurting us," Vanessa realized, her voice tight with fear. She was right. The creatures weren't trying to catch us. They were directing our flight, channeling us downriver towards some unknown destination. But what choice did we have? We couldn't go back to shore, not with those things waiting. Our only option was forward, deeper into the night, hoping that dawn would bring some advantage. We paddled with renewed desperation, pushing our exhausted bodies to maintain speed. The river narrowed, its current quickening as it flowed between increasingly steep banks. The creatures kept pace along both shores, their loping gait seemingly tireless as they followed our progress. In my canoe, Marcus lay unconscious across the center thwart, his breathing shallow and rapid. His skin had taken on an unnatural pallor despite the fever that still burned within him, and his limbs occasionally twitched as if responding to unknown stimuli. "How much farther to the boundary?" Tom called from the second canoe, where he paddled with Rick. 5 miles, maybe 6, I replied, trying to orient myself in the darkness. "We should reach it before dawn if we maintain this pace." But even as I spoke, I felt the current strengthening beneath us, the river's flow accelerating as it carried us toward what sounded like rapids ahead. This wasn't right. There shouldn't be major rapids in this section of the Temperance River. I knew this waterway intimately, had guided dozens of trips through it without encountering anything like what I was hearing now, a growing roar of whitewater that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. "Something's wrong," I called to the others. "This isn't normal. We need to get to shore." "Are you insane?" Rick shouted back, gesturing to the pale figures still tracking us from the banks. "They're waiting for us." "The river isn't right," I insisted. "Listen." The roar was undeniable now, growing louder with each passing moment. We rounded a bend and saw the cause. The river simply disappeared ahead, dropping away into darkness. A waterfall. A massive waterfall that shouldn't exist, that had never existed in all my years of guiding in the boundary waters. "Paddle for shore," I screamed, driving my paddle deep into the water, fighting against the current that now seemed determined to pull us toward the brink. "Either shore. Now." We turned our canoes, straining against the inexorable pull of the water. The creatures on the bank slowed their pace, watching our struggle with what almost seemed like amusement. They knew. They had driven us here deliberately, to this impossible feature that defied all maps and logic. "We're not going to make it," Vanessa said grimly, her paddle churning the water with decreasing effect as the current strengthened. She was right. Despite our frantic efforts, the canoes were being drawn toward the falls, the roar now deafening as it echoed off the high banks on either side. We were perhaps 100 yards from the edge and accelerating. In that moment of desperate clarity, I made a decision. If we go over, stay with the canoe if possible. It's built to withstand impact. If you're thrown clear, get to the surface and look for others. There was no time for further instructions. The current seized us completely, spinning the canoes as it carried us toward the precipice. The last thing I saw before we went over was the line of deer-headed figures along the banks, their skeletal faces turned toward us, watching our plunge with anticipation. Then we were falling, the bottom dropping out of the world as our canoes sailed over the edge of the waterfall and into the void below. The impact was tremendous, driving the breath from my lungs as we crashed into the pool at the base of the falls. The canoe capsized immediately, spilling Marcus and me into the churning water. I fought my way to the surface, gasping for air as the current continued to pull me downstream. "Vanessa!" I shouted, searching the white water for any sign of my companions. "Tom. Rick. Ellie." A hand broke the surface nearby, waving frantically before disappearing again. I swam toward it with all my remaining strength, fighting against the powerful current. It was Ellie, struggling to stay afloat, her face a mask of terror. I reached her just as she began to sink, grabbing her arm and pulling her to the surface. She coughed and sputtered, clinging to me with desperate strength. "The others," she gasped. "I don't know," I admitted, scanning the churning water. "We need to get to shore." I began swimming toward the nearest bank, towing Ellie with one arm while fighting the current with the other. My back burned where the creature's claws had raked me, the cold water both numbing the pain and weakening my muscles. As we neared the shore, I saw figures moving along the bank, human figures, not the elongated forms of our pursuers. For a moment, hope surged within me. "Help," I called. "We need help." The figures turned toward us, and in the faint moonlight, I could see their faces, ordinary human faces, concerned and surprised. Two men in what looked like park ranger uniforms rushed to the water's edge, extending long branches for us to grab. "Hold on," one of them shouted. "We've got you." With their help, we dragged ourselves onto the rocky shore, collapsing in exhaustion. The men crouched beside us, checking for injuries with professional efficiency. "Are you all right?" one asked, his face lined with concern. "What happened? Where did you come from?" "Canoe accident," I managed between gasps for air. "Waterfall." Others still in the water. The rangers exchanged a puzzled glance. "Waterfall? There's no waterfall on this stretch of river." I raised my head, looking back at the water we just emerged from. Where there should have been a massive falls, there was only the gentle flow of the Temperance River, peaceful and ordinary in the pre-dawn light. "That's not possible," I whispered. "We went over a waterfall. A huge one. Just 2 minutes ago." The rangers looked at me with growing concern, clearly questioning my mental state. "Sir, we've patrolled this section for years. There's no waterfall anywhere on this stretch." Before I could process this impossibility, shouts from downstream drew our attention. More rangers were helping figures from the water, Tom and Rick, supporting each other as they staggered onto shore. Of Vanessa and Marcus, there was no sign. "Two more missing," I told the rangers, struggling to my feet. "A woman and a man. We need to search downstream." "Search parties are already deploying," the first ranger assured me. "We've been looking for your group since yesterday afternoon." "Yesterday? How did you know we were missing?" "Another guided group reported strange lights and sounds near the dead zone 3 nights ago. When you didn't check in at your scheduled time, search operations began." He helped me toward a path leading up from the river. "There's a ranger station a quarter-mile from here. We need to get you all medical attention and debriefed." As we made our way through the forest, dawn finally broke, golden light filtering through the canopy. The path was well-maintained, clearly part of the normal park infrastructure. Nothing about our surroundings suggested the nightmare landscape we'd been traversing. "The date?" I asked suddenly. "What's today's date?" The ranger gave me an odd look. "June 15th. I stopped in my tracks. "That's not possible. We left on the 10th. We've been out for 5 days at most." The ranger's expression grew even more concerned. "Sir, today is June 15th, 2021. You and your group have been missing for 3 years." The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. 3 years? That was impossible. We'd been in the wilderness for less than a week. I looked to Ellie, who had overheard the exchange. Her face had gone completely white. "He's mistaken," she whispered. "He has to be." But the ranger wasn't mistaken. At the station, the truth was confirmed through multiple sources, newspapers, calendars, the date stamps on surveillance footage. Somehow, we had lost 3 years in what felt like 5 days. The search for Vanessa and Marcus continued for 2 weeks, involving dozens of rangers, volunteers, and eventually specialized recovery teams. They found nothing, no bodies, no equipment, not even the canoes we'd been traveling in. It was as if they had simply vanished from existence. The official report listed them as presumed dead due to drowning, with their bodies likely carried downstream and obscured by natural features of the river. Tom, Rick, Ellie, and I knew better, but we kept our theories to ourselves. Who would believe the truth? The truth was that something ancient and hungry lived in those woods, something that could bend time and reality to its will, something that had taken Marcus and Vanessa just as it had taken Tom's uncle 27 years earlier. Or was it 30 years now? The timeline had become fluid, unreliable. In the days and weeks that followed our rescue, we struggled to reintegrate into a world that had moved on without us. Our families had mourned and, in some cases, moved on. Our jobs had been filled, our possessions sold or distributed. We were living ghosts, remnants of people who had been declared legally dead after 2 years of absence. Tom returned to Chicago, determined to rebuild his life and career. Rick and Ellie stayed together, moving to the West Coast to start fresh where fewer people knew their story. I remained in northern Minnesota, unable to leave despite the nightmares that plagued me, unable to abandon the search for answers that I knew probably didn't exist. I never guided again. Instead, I took a job as a fire lookout in the Superior National Forest, spending my days in a tower at the wilderness edge, watching for smoke and other things. Things with antlered heads and elongated limbs that sometimes moved between distant trees at twilight. Things that I now knew had been watching me since childhood. Sometimes, on still nights when the moon is just a sliver in the sky, I think I see golden lights moving deep in the forest, lanterns carried by pale hands, bobbing gently as they wind between ancient pines. And sometimes, I swear I hear voices calling my name with familiar intonations, Marcus's casual drawl, Vanessa's precise diction. On those nights, I build my fire higher and remember the warning carved into that cabin door. They come at night. Stay by the fire. I still don't know what they are, those deer-headed things. Wendigo, perhaps, or something older for which the Wendigo legends are merely an approximation. What I do know is that they're patient. They've been waiting for me since I was a child, and they'll continue waiting. 3 months ago, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a small leather-bound journal, its pages water-stained but legible. Tom's uncle's journal, the same one Tom had thrown into the lake before we left the cabin. On the final page, below the last entry Tom had read to us by the campfire, was a new message written in a hand I recognized immediately as Marcus's. The hunger awakens. The transformation is painful but necessary. We are becoming. Join us, Danny. We saved you a lantern. I burned the journal that night and scattered its ashes in the lake. But I know that wasn't the end. In the boundary waters, where shadows gather and golden lights move between the trees, nothing ever truly ends. The hunger merely waits, patient and eternal, for unwary travelers to wander into its domain. Sometimes I wonder if I should warn people, post signs at entry points, try to have the dead zone declared off-limits. But who would believe me? And more importantly, who would listen? The wilderness calls to something primal in the human spirit, a desire to test oneself against nature's challenges. No warning could deter that impulse. So instead, I watch. I maintain my fire. And I wonder how long before the hunger finds me again, before the golden lights appear at the edge of my clearing, before familiar faces with unfamiliar eyes come to offer me a lantern of my own. Because the most terrifying truth I learned in those woods is this: we all carry the potential for transformation within us. The hunger lives in everyone, the desire to consume, to possess, to become something more than human. The Wendigo isn't just a monster that hunts in the wilderness. It's the wilderness that lives inside each of us, waiting for its moment to emerge. 5 years have passed since our rescue, and the nightmares have only grown more vivid. In them, I'm always running through endless trees, pursued by something I can't see but can feel closing in behind me. The trees grow denser, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands to tear at my clothes and skin. Ahead, a golden light beckons, safety, escape, but no matter how fast I run, it remains just out of reach. Then the scene shifts, and I'm no longer the pursued but the pursuer. I move with predatory grace through the forest, my limbs elongated, my senses heightened to supernatural acuity. I can smell fear on the night air, can hear the frantic heartbeats of those who flee before me. In my hand, I carry a lantern of burnished gold, its light illuminating a path through the darkness. I wake from these dreams drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, my mouth watering with a hunger that no normal food can satisfy. The psychiatrists call it PTSD compounded by survivor's guilt. They prescribe medications that dull the dreams but never eliminate them entirely. They suggest I move away from the forests of northern Minnesota, away from the constant reminder of what happened to us in the Boundary Waters. But I can't leave. Something holds me here, a compulsion stronger than fear, deeper than trauma. I need to understand what happened to us. What happened to Marcus and Vanessa? What's happening to me? My fire lookout tower has become both sanctuary and prison. Perched atop a rocky hill, it offers a commanding view of the surrounding wilderness, miles of unbroken forest stretching toward the horizon, intersected by countless lakes and streams. During fire season, I scan for smoke from dawn till dusk, reporting anything suspicious to the ranger station 10 miles away. But my real vigilance begins at twilight, when the day visitors have returned to their cabins and campgrounds, when the wilderness reclaims its primeval character. That's when I watch for movements that can't be attributed to deer or bear, for golden lights bobbing between distant trees. I've seen them 17 times in 5 years. Never close enough to make out details, never approaching my tower directly. Just lights in the distance, moving with purpose through the forest, their patterns too deliberate to be dismissed as natural phenomena. I record each sighting meticulously, date, time, duration, direction of movement. The pages of my journal are filled with these entries, a chronicle of stalking behavior that follows no discernible pattern except one. The lights appear most frequently when visitors go missing in the Boundary Waters. There have been 7 disappearances since our rescue, all in or near what guides now openly call the dead zone. Search and rescue operations find nothing. No bodies, no equipment, not even signs of struggle. People simply vanish, as if the forest itself had swallowed them whole. Officials blame inexperience, poor preparation, or the inherent dangers of wilderness travel. They point to statistics showing that disappearances are actually down compared to previous decades. They insist there's nothing unusual about the dead zone except its remoteness and challenging terrain. I know better. So does Tom, who calls me every few months from Chicago, his voice tight with controlled fear as he reports his latest nightmare, his latest glimpse of golden light from the corner of his eye. So does Ellie, whose academic career now focuses exclusively on Wendigo mythology, her research papers filled with theoretical insights that I recognize as hard-won experiential knowledge. Rick is the only one who's managed to truly move on. He broke up with Ellie 6 months after our rescue, claiming he couldn't handle her obsession with what happened. He moved to Arizona, about as far from northern forests as one can get in the continental United States. Last I heard, he was married with a baby on the way, his wilderness experiences relegated to amusing anecdotes at dinner parties, heavily edited anecdotes that omit deer-headed figures and impossible waterfalls. Sometimes I envy Rick's capacity for denial, his ability to wall off the inexplicable and move forward. But denial offers no protection against what hunts in those woods. It only ensures you won't see it coming. The call came on a Tuesday in late September, as autumn painted the forest in shades of red and gold. My satellite phone, the tower's only reliable link to civilization, rang just after sunset, as I was preparing for another night of vigilance. "Lookout Station 3, I answered, expecting the nightly check-in from Ranger headquarters. "Danny." The voice was female, familiar yet changed, higher pitched than I remembered, with an odd cadence that raised the hairs on my neck. "Who is this?" "It's Vanessa. Vanessa Mills." My blood froze. Vanessa had been missing for 5 years, presumed dead by everyone except those of us who knew the truth, that something in the woods had taken her, just as it had taken Marcus. "That's not possible," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "Vanessa Mills died in the Boundary Waters in 2021. A laugh came through the phone, light and musical, yet with discordant notes that set my teeth on edge. "Is that what they told you? That I died? We searched for weeks. You and Marcus both. There was no trace. Because we weren't lost, Danny. We were found." The implications of her words turned my insides to ice. "Where are you calling from?" "I'm close. Closer than you'd think. We've been watching you, Danny. Your little tower, your little fire that keeps you safe at night." Another laugh, more inhuman than the first. Fire doesn't last forever. Eventually, it dies down to embers. Eventually, darkness wins. "What do you want?" I demanded, fear giving way to anger. "We want to complete the circle. The 5 who entered, the 5 who returned. Tom has already joined us. Isn't that wonderful?" "You're lying. I spoke to Tom 3 weeks ago." "Did you? Or did you speak to what Tom left behind, the husk, the echo, the memory self that doesn't know it's already empty?" I had no answer for that. Our conversations had grown increasingly strange over the past few months, with Tom reporting extended blackouts, periods of time he couldn't account for. I'd attributed it to the trauma, to the alcohol he used to self-medicate. Tom fought longer than Marcus, Vanessa continued conversationally. Marcus was ready from the beginning, you know. He'd been ready since college, when he first heard the whispers in his dreams. But Tom, stubborn Tom with his family pride, he held out until July. Until the hunger became too much to bear. What did you do to him? My voice was a whisper now. We didn't do anything. We simply showed him what he already was beneath the human mask. There was a rustling sound on the line, as if Vanessa was moving through undergrowth. It's your turn now, Danny. Yours and Ellie's. The circle must be completed before winter sets in. Stay away from Ellie, I warned, though I knew the threat was empty. What power did I have against creatures that could bend reality itself? Too late, Vanessa said, her voice taking on a sing-song quality. Rick is already gone. Did you know that? Not in Arizona with a pretty wife. That's just what his memory self believes as it fades away. The real Rick has been with us since August. He was surprisingly eager once we found him. I felt sick. Was she telling the truth? I had no way to verify Rick's status without alerting Ellie, potentially panicking her if this was all some elaborate psychological torture. And now it's time for the final two, Vanessa continued. The Watcher in his tower and the Scholar with her books. Both so close to understanding, yet clinging to humanity like children with security blankets. Why are you telling me this? I demanded. Why not just take us if that's your intention? Because choice matters, Danny. Willing transformation is sweeter, more complete. Those who choose the hunger become its masters rather than its slaves. And if we refuse? Then the hunger takes you anyway, but slowly, painfully, piece by piece of your humanity stripped away until nothing remains but the shell. Her voice hardened. We're offering you dignity. The dignity of choice. I choose to stay human, I said firmly. Vanessa sighed, the sound distorting into something like whine through dead leaves. Look out your window, Danny. Look to the north. Despite every instinct screaming at me not to, I turned toward the observation window that faced the deepest part of the forest. There, perhaps a mile distant, were 5 golden lights in a perfect pentagon formation, each one bobbing slightly as if carried by an unseen figure. We're coming, Danny, Vanessa's voice whispered in my ear. All of us. Tonight. Your fire won't save you this time. The line went dead. For several minutes, I stood frozen at the window, watching those distant lights. They remained stationary, maintaining their perfect geometric pattern, a beacon, a warning, a promise. Then, as one, they began to move. Toward my tower. Toward me. I grabbed my emergency pack, always prepared, always ready for this moment, though I'd hoped it would never come. Inside were essential supplies. Water, food, first aid kit, map, compass, flashlight. Most importantly, it contained a satellite tracker that would transmit my location to the ranger station if activated. As I slung the pack over my shoulder, my hand brushed something I didn't recognize, a small leather-bound book tucked into an outer pocket. Tom's uncle's journal. The same one I'd burned 5 years ago, the ashes scattered across Superior's waters. I pulled it out with trembling fingers. The cover was unmarked, the pages water-stained but intact. When I opened it, an envelope fell out, crisp white paper, my name written across the front in Tom's precise hand. Inside was a single page of text. Danny, if you're reading this, they've made contact. The circle is nearly complete. I fought as long as I could, God help me. I tried to resist, but the hunger grows until it's all you can think about, all you can feel. The transformation is inevitable once they've marked you, once they've shown you what lies beyond the human world. I'm writing this in my last moments of clarity. By the time you read it, the person you knew as Tom Brennan will be gone, replaced by something ancient and hungry. The same is true for Marcus, for Vanessa, and now for Rick. There's only one way to stop this. The cabin. Everything begins and ends with the cabin. My uncle understood too late, but he left the answer in his journal, not in the text, but in what lies beneath it. You'll find enclosed a transcription of the journal's hidden message, revealed when held over flame. My uncle wrote it in his final hours, as they closed in around him. I'm sorry, Danny, for dragging you into this, for not being stronger, for what we're about to do to you and Ellie. Burn the tower. It's the only way to delay them long enough for you to reach the cabin. Tom. Beneath his signature was another page, a transcription of invisible text apparently revealed when Tom held his uncle's journal over a flame. The symbols are not protection. They're chains. Binding spell created by Algonquian shamans to contain ancient hunger. Cabin is the anchor point. Symbols must be completed in human blood under winter moon to renew the binding. 5 points of containment corresponding to 5 human vessels. They cannot be killed but can be imprisoned. The price is high. 5 must give themselves willingly. I failed. The binding weakens. They will escape. Forgive me. I read the message 3 times, my mind racing to understand the implications. The Wendigo entities weren't simply predators, they were prisoners, bound by ancient magic that had weakened over time. Tom's uncle had discovered this, had perhaps been trying to renew the binding when whatever happened. And now those entities had possessed my friends, had transformed them into extensions of their ancient hunger. They were coming for me, and then for Ellie, to complete what they called the circle, but which I now understood to be the breaking of their final constraints. I looked out the window again. The golden lights had drawn closer, now perhaps half a mile away, still maintaining their perfect formation as they moved steadily through the forest toward my tower. Tom's last conscious act had been to give me this information, this possible way to stop what was happening. But could I trust it? Was this truly Tom's attempt to help, or a more subtle manipulation by whatever had taken him? There was no time to analyze, to weigh possibilities. I had to act. Either flee, try to reach Ellie before they did, warn her, perhaps escape together to somewhere far from northern forests, or follow Tom's suggestion, head back into the heart of the dead zone, back to the cabin, and attempt to renew a binding spell I didn't understand using methods I couldn't fathom. Neither option offered much hope, but fleeing felt like postponing the inevitable. If these entities could track Tom to Chicago, Rick to Arizona, they would find us wherever we ran. That left only the cabin. I glanced once more at the journal transcript. 5 must give themselves willingly. 5 people, just like our original group. A terrible symmetry that suggested this was no coincidence. We had been drawn to that cabin for a purpose, had perhaps been chosen long before we ever set foot in the boundary waters. The golden lights were closer now, close enough that I could make out the figures carrying them, tall, unnaturally thin silhouettes moving with fluid grace between the trees. In the glow of their lanterns, antlered heads cast grotesque shadows across the forest floor. I thought of Tom's final instruction, burn the tower. It would certainly create a distraction, perhaps delay them long enough for me to get a head start toward the dead zone. But it would also alert the ranger station, bringing innocent people into danger. In the end, the decision was made for me. As I watched, the 5 figures stopped their advance and spread out, forming a loose semicircle around the base of my tower hill. Then, as one, they raised their lanterns high. The forest erupted in flame. Fire roared up the hillside with impossible speed, consuming everything in its path. This was no natural forest fire. The flames moved with purpose, with malevolent intelligence, cutting off every escape route except one, a narrow corridor leading north, toward the dead zone. They were hurting me, just as they had on the river 5 years ago. I had seconds to act. I grabbed my pack, thrust the journal and transcription into a pocket, and bolted down the tower stairs. The heat was already intense, the lower level filling with smoke as the fire reached the base of the structure. Outside, the world had transformed into an inferno. Trees hundreds of years old became torches in seconds, their crowns exploding into flame. The only path untouched by fire was directly ahead, a dark corridor through the burning forest that led inexorably north. I ran, the pack bouncing against my back, the heat chasing me like a living thing. Behind me, the tower erupted with a thunderous roar as the fire reached the propane tanks used for heating and cooking. The blast wave knocked me forward, sending me sprawling onto the forest floor. For a moment, I lay stunned, the breath driven from my lungs, my ears ringing from the explosion. When I managed to push myself to my knees, I saw that the path ahead remained clear while walls of flame rose on either side, a burning corridor forcing me in the direction they wanted me to go. I had no choice but to follow it. Hours blurred together as I moved through the burning forest, the unnatural fire never diminishing, never spreading beyond its designated boundaries. It herded me northward, deeper into the wilderness, toward the heart of the dead zone. My satellite phone was useless now, the circuit fried by proximity to the explosion. The tracker in my pack might still be functional, but I hesitated to activate it. What would I be leading rescuers into? Better that they think me dead in the tower fire than follow me into whatever awaited in the dead zone. By dawn, I had covered nearly 15 miles, driven forward by the relentless advance of the flames behind me. The fire corridor had gradually widened, giving me more room to maneuver but still constraining my overall direction. I was moving northeast now, following the same general route we had taken 5 years earlier, though at a much faster pace. As daylight strengthened, I noticed the fire beginning to recede, the flames diminishing until they finally disappeared altogether around mid-morning. The forest returned to its normal appearance, peaceful, pristine, betraying no evidence of the conflagration that had driven me through the night. I stopped to rest by a small stream, refilling my water bottles and taking stock of my situation. According to my map, I had entered the periphery of the dead zone. Another day's travel would bring me to the lake where the cabin stood, assuming it still existed. As I studied the map, a sound from the forest behind me caused me to freeze, a soft crunch of leaves, the subtle snap of a twig. Someone was approaching, moving with careful deliberation through the underbrush. I shoved the map into my pocket and rose to a crouch, scanning the tree line for movement. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then a figure emerged from between two massive pines, a woman of medium height, her copper hair now streaked with gray, her once sharp features gaunt with exhaustion. "Hello, Danny," Vanessa said, her voice normal, human, nothing like the distorted tones I'd heard on the phone the night before. "I've been looking for you for a long time." I backed away, reaching for the knife at my belt. "Stay where you are." She raised her hands to show they were empty. "I'm not what you think. Not what they made me sound like on the phone. The Wendigo. The Hunger. Whatever you want to call them." She took a cautious step forward. "That wasn't me on the phone last night. They can mimic voices, Danny. They can make you hear what they want you to hear." "Prove it," I demanded, not lowering my knife. "Prove you're really Vanessa." She thought for a moment. "The night before we found the cabin, you told me about seeing something in the woods behind your grandfather's cabin when you were 10. A figure with a deer-like head watching from between the trees. You said you'd never told anyone else." It was true, I had shared that childhood memory with her, but that didn't necessarily prove anything. If Vanessa had been transformed, possessed, she would still have access to those memories. "That's not enough," I said. "The Vanessa on the phone last night knew things too." "Then ask me something only the real Vanessa would know," she suggested. "Something that happened between us that no one else witnessed." I considered this. "When we were on watch the second night, after Marcus had his episode, what did you say about Tom's cabin?" I said it wasn't an abandoned cabin so much as a paused one. That it felt like someone had just walked out and never come back. She took another step closer. "I remember everything, Danny. Everything that happened before the waterfall and everything that's happened since." "And what has happened since?" I kept my knife ready, still unconvinced. "You disappeared. You and Marcus both. We were separated from you in the river," she explained. "I was washed downstream, lost consciousness. When I woke, I was miles from where you were rescued, disoriented and alone. By the time I made it back to civilization, you'd all been found, and the search for Marcus and me was winding down. Why didn't you come forward then?" Her expression darkened. "Because I saw them, Danny, while I was trying to find my way out of the wilderness. The Wendigo, the lantern carriers. They found me, surrounded me. I thought they were going to kill me or transform me. But something scared them off, a sound like thunder from the direction of the cabin lake. They scattered, and I ran. And afterward? It's been 5 years, Vanessa. I've been hiding, moving from place to place, using different names. They're hunting me, Danny, the same way they're hunting you and Ellie and..." She trailed off, her face falling. "Tom and Rick are gone, aren't they?" That's what the phone call meant. I nodded slowly, still wary but beginning to believe her. According to the message I received, yes. And they're coming for Ellie and me next. To complete what they call the circle. "The 5 points of containment," Vanessa murmured. "I've been researching too, Danny. Old Algonquian texts, obscure folklore collections. I think I understand what's happening. The binding ritual that once contained these entities required 5 human participants, 5 points of a pentagram, 5 vessels to channel the binding energy. Tom's uncle's journal mentioned something similar," I said, finally lowering my knife. "A binding spell that needs to be renewed with human blood under the winter moon." "The winter solstice," Vanessa nodded. "The longest night, when the barrier between worlds is thinnest. That's when the original binding would have been performed, and when it must be renewed. Which is why they're moving now in autumn. They need all 5 of us transformed before the solstice to prevent the binding from being renewed." "Exactly." She glanced nervously at the surrounding forest. "We shouldn't stay in one place too long. They can sense us when we linger." I hesitated, still not entirely trusting her, but seeing no better option. "I'm heading for the cabin. Tom, or whatever remains of Tom, suggested it's the key to stopping this." He's right. The cabin was built on a place of power, a nexus point where the binding ritual was originally performed. The symbols carved into the logs aren't just decorative, they're part of the containment spell. "Then we need to find Ellie," I said. "If the 5 points of the binding correspond to our group of 5, We need her to complete the ritual. Vanessa shook her head. Ellie's already at the cabin. What? How? I found her first, about a month ago. We've been preparing, gathering what we need for the ritual. She's been there for 2 weeks, reinforcing the symbols, studying the original binding spell. Vanessa's expression grew grave. But we need you, Danny. Without you, the binding can't be completed. It felt too convenient, too perfect. Ellie already at the cabin? Vanessa finding me just when I needed guidance? The rational part of my mind screamed caution, warned that this could be an elaborate trap. But what choice did I have? If Vanessa was telling the truth, Ellie was waiting at the cabin with the knowledge needed to stop these entities permanently. If it was a trap, I was already being herded toward the cabin anyway. The fire corridor had made that clear. Lead the way, I said finally, gesturing toward the north. But know that I'm watching you. Any sign that you're not who you claim to be. I understand. She nodded solemnly. I'd do the same in your position. We began walking, maintaining a brisk pace through the increasingly dense forest. As we traveled, Vanessa explained more of what she and Ellie had discovered through their research. The Wendigo entities were ancient spirits, older than human settlement in North America. They had once roamed freely, possessing humans and transforming them into insatiable predators that fed on their own kind. A council of powerful Algonquian shamans had eventually developed a binding ritual to contain them, using 5 volunteers who willingly sacrificed themselves to become living anchors for the spell. The binding held for centuries, Vanessa explained as we navigated around a fallen tree. But colonization disrupted the indigenous communities that maintained the ritual. Knowledge was lost, the binding began to weaken. By the 1930s, the entities could communicate again, could influence certain susceptible individuals. Like Tom's great-grandfather, I suggested. Exactly. They drew him to that spot, compelled him to build a cabin directly on the nexus point of the binding. Over time, they influenced him and his descendants, trying to manipulate them into breaking the binding completely. Until Tom's uncle realized what was happening. Vanessa nodded. James Brennan discovered the truth somehow. He tried to renew the binding on his own, but without knowledge of the complete ritual, without the 5 necessary participants, he failed. The entities took him, transformed him into one of their vessels. So the body we found in the stream. Probably not his, Vanessa said grimly. More likely another victim they wanted us to think was him. The implications were staggering. These entities had been playing an elaborate game for decades, perhaps centuries, weakening their bonds, manipulating humans to serve their purposes, drawing in specific individuals who might help them break free entirely. Why us? I asked as we paused at a small clearing to check our bearings. Why our specific group of 5? Vanessa's expression turned troubled. That's what I haven't figured out yet. There must be something about us, some quality or connection that makes us suitable vessels for either binding or releasing these entities. Tom's family connection explains his involvement, but the rest of us? I don't know. I thought about my childhood encounter in the woods behind my grandfather's cabin, my first glimpse of a Wendigo, though I hadn't known it at the time. Had I been marked from that moment? Selected as a potential vessel decades before the Boundary Waters trip? And what about the others? Had they all experienced similar encounters without recognizing the significance? Had we been drawn together through seemingly random circumstances, college friendships, professional networks, romantic relationships, all orchestrated by entities playing an inhuman long game? The questions were unsettling, but the answers wouldn't change our immediate situation. We needed to reach the cabin, to find Ellie, to determine if the binding ritual could indeed be performed before the Wendigo entities completed their circle. As daylight faded, the forest grew denser around us, the trees more gnarled and twisted, signs that we were approaching the heart of the dead zone. Vanessa moved with surprising confidence through the difficult terrain, never hesitating at junctions or obstacles. You've made this journey recently, I observed. Several times, she confirmed. Bringing supplies to Ellie, scouting the area for signs of Wendigo activity. The entities patrol the region, but their movements follow patterns. There are windows of opportunity when the cabin can be reached safely. And you believe we're in one of those windows now? She nodded. They expended significant energy creating that fire corridor to herd you. They'll need time to recover before staging another major manifestation. It made sense, yet something about her confidence, her detailed knowledge, continued to nag at me. The Vanessa I'd known 5 years ago had been pragmatic and intelligent, but not versed in supernatural entities or binding rituals. People could change, could learn, especially with the motivation of survival. But this level of expertise felt incongruous. As we made camp for the night, a cold camp with no fire, To avoid attracting attention, I watched her surreptitiously, looking for signs that she wasn't what she claimed to be. Her movements were fluid but normal, her eyes clear and human, her behavior consistent with the woman I'd known before. If she had been transformed, possessed, the changes were subtle enough to escape detection. We took turns keeping watch, neither fully trusting the other enough to sleep simultaneously. During my shift, I studied Tom's letter and the journal transcription again, looking for any clues I might have missed. The instructions were frustratingly vague. 5 must give themselves willingly. Give themselves to what? The binding ritual? The Wendigo entities? Death itself? When dawn broke, we resumed our journey immediately, pushing through increasingly difficult terrain. The trees here were ancient, massive things with trunks wider than both of us could encircle with outstretched arms. The canopy overhead was so dense that little sunlight penetrated, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. "We're close," Vanessa whispered as we navigated around a particularly large fallen tree. "Less than an hour now." I nodded, conserving energy for the final push. My body ached from the relentless pace we'd maintained, but adrenaline kept me moving, kept my senses heightened to any threat. The forest opened suddenly into a small clearing, one I recognized with a jolt of déjà vu, the circular space containing the massive dead tree covered in Wendigo symbols. The tree still stood, its pale trunk reaching toward the sky like a skeletal finger, the countless tiny symbols covering every inch of its bleached surface. "The warning marker," Vanessa explained. "A boundary sign created by the original binding ritual. It means we're entering the innermost containment zone." She started to move past the tree, but I caught her arm. "Last time, when Tom touched one of the symbols, it triggered some kind of response. A cold wind, and that howling sound. It's a detection system," she said. "Contact activates an alarm that alerts the entities to intruders. But they already know we're coming, Danny. The alarm is irrelevant now." To demonstrate, she reached out and deliberately traced one of the symbols with her finger. I tensed, expecting the same supernatural response we'd experienced 5 years earlier, but nothing happened. No wind, no distant howling, no disturbance of any kind. "See?" She gave me a tight smile. "They've evolved beyond needing such crude warning systems. Now, come on. Ellie's waiting." We continued through the forest, following what appeared to be a game trail that wound between the massive trees. The light dimmed further as we progressed, though by my watch it was barely mid-afternoon. Time seemed to function differently here, the natural progression of day into night accelerated by some unknown force. The trees parted suddenly, revealing a familiar sight, the small, perfectly circular lake, its surface still unnaturally still and black like obsidian. And there on the far shore, nestled among the pines, stood the cabin. It looked exactly as it had 5 years ago, the logs darkened with age, the porch sagging slightly, several windows broken. The surrounding area remained clear of vegetation, the perimeter of bare earth extending about 20 feet from the walls. As we approached along the shoreline, I scanned the cabin and surrounding area for any sign of Ellie or other occupants. The structure appeared deserted, no smoke rising from the chimney, no movement visible through the intact windows. "Where's Ellie?" I asked, my suspicion returning full force. "Inside, most likely," Vanessa replied. We agreed it was safer to remain within the cabin's protective perimeter as much as possible. We reached the cabin's clearing and crossed the bare earth to the porch steps. As before, every available surface of the structure was covered in Wendigo symbols carved into the wood, hundreds of them, forming continuous bands around the building. Protection symbols, Tom had called them, unknowingly echoing his uncle's misunderstanding. Not protection but containment, the physical manifestation of a binding spell designed to imprison ancient, hungry entities. Vanessa ascended the creaking steps and approached the front door, lifting the simple iron latch. "Ellie," she called softly as the door swung inward. "It's Vanessa. I found Danny." No response came from the darkened interior. Vanessa stepped inside, gesturing for me to follow. I hesitated, every instinct warning me of danger, then steeled myself and entered the cabin. The main room was much as I remembered it, the table with 4 chairs, the small sofa facing the stone fireplace, the bookshelf against one wall, the kitchenette in the corner. But the thick layer of dust and cobwebs that had covered everything 5 years ago was gone, replaced by evidence of recent habitation. A lantern sat on the table, books and papers scattered around it. A cooking pot hung over the cold fireplace, and supplies were neatly organized on the kitchen shelves. Someone had indeed been living here, perhaps for weeks as Vanessa had claimed. "Ellie," Vanessa called again, moving toward one of the bedroom doors. "Are you here?" She opened the door to what I remembered as the main bedroom, The one where Tom's uncle had slept, where papers had been scattered across the desk and floor. Now the room was tidy, the bed neatly made, the desk organized with more books and notes. She must be gathering specimens, Vanessa said, turning back to me. Part of the ritual requires specific plants that only grow around the lake. What exactly is this ritual? I asked, remaining near the front door, ready to bolt if necessary. You've explained the history, the purpose, but not the mechanics. Vanessa moved to the table and picked up one of the books lying open there, an ancient-looking volume bound in faded leather. It's complex. The original binding required 5 participants to form a pentagram around the lake, with the cabin at the center nexus point. Each participant sheds blood willingly, activating their position in the binding circle. When all 5 points are activated, the containment is renewed. And the cost? Tom's uncle wrote that the price is high. She nodded grimly. The 5 participants become permanently linked to the binding. They can never leave the dead zone. They become guardians, wardens, living anchors that maintain the prison. For how long? I asked, a chill running down my spine. Until 5 others volunteer to take their place. Her expression was solemn. The original 5 participants have been here for centuries, Danny. Their physical forms long gone, but their essences remain, bound to this place, growing more abstract with each passing decade. The golden lights, I realized. The lantern carriers. Yes. What remains of the original guardians, still patrolling the boundaries of the containment zone? She closed the book and set it down carefully. It's not a fate I would choose willingly, but the alternative is worse. If the Wendigo entities break free completely, the hunger will spread like a plague. I consider this terrible choice. Eternal imprisonment in the dead zone, slowly transforming into something inhuman, or allowing ancient horrors to escape into the wider world. Neither option offered any personal salvation. And the Wendigo entities themselves? The ones currently hunting us? What happens to them if the binding is renewed? They're forced back into their prison beneath the lake, Vanessa explained. The lake itself is just the visible portion of a much deeper spiritual chasm. The entities exist in that chasm, unable to physically manifest except through human vessels. Like Marcus and Tom, I said quietly. And Rick, she added. 3 of the 5 points already compromised. If they take you and Ellie as well, the binding collapses completely. They become fully physical, able to spread beyond the dead zone, to hunt and transform others. It explained the urgency of their pursuit, their determination to complete the circle before winter. 3 vessels secured, 2 remaining. If Vanessa was telling the truth, their victory was nearly assured. How do we know Ellie hasn't already been taken? I asked. You said she's been here for weeks. They could have found her, transformed her. The symbols protect those inside the cabin, Vanessa assured me. That's why your uncle's journal was confused, Tom. The symbols are both prison bars and shield wall. They keep the entities contained, but also prevent them from entering the nexus point directly. I moved to one of the intact windows, peering out at the unnaturally still lake. The light was fading rapidly now, the forest beyond the clearing already lost in shadow. If Ellie was out there gathering specimens, she needed to return soon. We should look for her, I suggested. Before it gets completely dark. Vanessa shook her head. Too dangerous. The entities will be active at twilight, patrolling the lake shore. Ellie knows to return to the cabin before sunset. She'll be back soon. Her confidence bothered me. Something about this entire scenario felt wrong, orchestrated. I had been herded here by the fire corridor, had conveniently encountered Vanessa in the wilderness, had now arrived at a cabin where Ellie was supposedly preparing for a ritual that would imprison us in the dead zone for eternity. I need some air, I said, moving toward the door. I'll keep watch from the porch. Vanessa took a step toward me, her expression suddenly anxious. We should stay together, Danny. It's safer. I'll be right outside, I insisted. Just on the porch, within the protective perimeter of the symbols. She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Don't go beyond the clearing. The symbol's protection ends at the tree line. I stepped outside, grateful for the fresh air after the cabin's close atmosphere. The porch offered a clear view of the lake and surrounding forest edge. No movement disturbed the perfect stillness of the scene. No birds flew overhead. No insects buzzed near the water. No breeze stirred the pine branches. The dead zone lived up to its name in the fading twilight. I sat on the porch steps, ostensibly watching for Ellie, but actually considering my options. If Vanessa was telling the truth, our choices were grim. Eternal imprisonment as guardians of this place, or allowing ancient horrors to escape into the world. If she was lying, if this was all an elaborate trap set by the Wendigo entities, then my presence here was exactly what they wanted. Either way, I needed more information before committing to any course of action. I needed to find Ellie, the real Ellie, and confirm Vanessa's story. As full darkness descended, a movement at the forest edge caught my eye, a flicker of light among the trees. For a moment, I thought it might be one of the golden lanterns carried by the Wendigo entities. But this light was different, smaller, with the artificial steadiness of a modern flashlight. Ellie, I called softly, rising to my feet. The light paused, then began moving directly toward the cabin, emerging from the tree line to reveal a petite figure with long black hair pulled into a practical ponytail. My heart leaped. It was Ellie, looking older but unmistakable, the same delicate features, the same determined set to her jaw. She carried a canvas bag over one shoulder and held a powerful flashlight in her other hand. She froze when she saw me, her expression shifting from surprise to wariness. "Danny, is that really you?" "It's me," I confirmed, stepping off the porch to meet her. "Vanessa found me. She said you've been here preparing for some kind of binding ritual." Ellie's face drained of color. "Vanessa? Vanessa is with you?" The tremor in her voice sent a chill through me. "She's inside the cabin. She said you two have been working together for weeks." "Danny, listen to me very carefully," Ellie whispered, her eyes darting to the cabin windows. "That's not Vanessa. Vanessa died 5 years ago in that river. Whatever is in there, it's not her." My blood ran cold. "How do you know?" "Because I found her body," Ellie said, her voice breaking slightly. 3 months ago, when I first came to the dead zone. She was preserved somehow, in a cave near the river, along with Marcus and 3 others I didn't recognize. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. If Ellie was telling the truth, then the woman in the cabin was either an imposter or something far worse. One of the Wendigo entities in human form, using Vanessa's appearance and memories to manipulate me. "We need to leave," Ellie urged, tugging at my arm. "Now, while it's distracted." "Wait," I said, resisting her pull. "Why are you here, Ellie? In the dead zone, at this cabin?" "Same as you, I expect. Looking for answers." She glanced nervously at the cabin. "After what happened to us, after losing 3 years of my life, I couldn't move on. I started researching, gathering folklore, tracking patterns of disappearances in this region. Everything led back to this place, to the Wendigo legends. I had to see for myself. It matched what I knew of Ellie, her academic background in anthropology and folklore, her methodical approach to problem-solving. But caution was still warranted. If the woman in the cabin could impersonate Vanessa convincingly, who was to say this woman was truly Ellie? "Tell me something only the real Ellie would know," I demanded. "Something from our trip 5 years ago." She thought for a moment. "The first morning, after I saw something watching us from the trees, you made everyone breakfast. You were trying to restore normalcy, to calm everyone down. You said, 'We've got a long day ahead,' in this forced cheerful voice that didn't match how freaked out you clearly were. The memory was specific, accurate, and insignificant enough that it seemed unlikely to be gleaned from someone else's recollection. This was Ellie, or at least, someone with access to Ellie's memories. "Okay," I said, deciding to trust her for now. "So if that's not Vanessa in there, what is it?" "A skinwalker," Ellie whispered. "The Wendigo's most advanced form. It can take on the appearance and memories of the dead, use them to manipulate the living." The cabin door creaked open behind us, spilling yellow lamplight across the porch. "Danny? Ellie? Is everything all right?" Vanessa's voice called. Ellie's grip on my arm tightened. "Don't let it know that you know," she whispered urgently. "Act normal. Follow my lead." She turned toward the cabin, forcing a smile onto her face. "Vanessa, look who I found watching for me." "I see that," Vanessa replied, her voice warm but her eyes calculating as she stepped onto the porch. "You're back later than I expected. Lost track of time," Ellie explained, moving cautiously toward the steps. "The moonflower only blooms at dusk. I needed fresh petals for the binding ritual." Vanessa nodded, accepting this explanation. "Well, you're here now. Both of you. We can begin preparations." "Tonight?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral despite the dread pooling in my stomach. "The binding must be performed under the winter moon," Vanessa reminded me. But certain elements need to be prepared in advance. The sooner we start, the better our chances of success. I followed Ellie up the porch steps, hyper-aware of Vanessa's proximity, of the subtle wrongness that I could now detect in her movements. Too fluid, too precise, as if her body was a costume worn by something accustomed to a different form. Inside the cabin, Ellie set her canvas bag on the table and began removing items. Bundles of dried herbs, small cloth pouches filled with what looked like soil, and several glass vials containing dark liquid. "Is that blood?" I asked, nodding toward the vials. "Animal blood," Ellie confirmed. "For the preliminary markings. The final binding requires human blood, but freely given." The casual way she discussed blood magic raised fresh concerns. This wasn't the Ellie I remembered, the academic, the rational skeptic. 5 years was a long time, certainly, but this level of immersion in what appeared to be genuine occult practice suggested either a profound transformation or this wasn't really Ellie either. The thought struck me with terrible clarity. What if neither of them was who they claimed to be? What if I was now trapped in a cabin with 2 Wendigo skinwalkers, each playing an elaborate role to manipulate me towards some unknown end? I needed to test them both, to find some way of determining their true nature without revealing my suspicions. The journal transcript mentioned 5 points of containment, I said casually, watching both women. 5 human vessels. But there are only 3 of us here. The other 2 positions can be activated using blood from the original participants, Ellie explained, not looking up from her work unpacking the herbs. There are remains preserved in the cave I mentioned. Enough for the ritual. Assuming the ritual actually works, Vanessa added, her tone skeptical. This is ancient magic we're attempting to recreate based on fragmented information. You don't sound very confident, I observed. Vanessa sighed. I'm realistic, Danny. The odds are against us. But what choice do we have? Let these things complete their circle and escape into the world. It was a reasonable response, too reasonable, perhaps. Both women were presenting logical, consistent narratives that aligned with what little I knew. Both seemed genuinely concerned about containing the Wendigo threat. Yet one of them, possibly both, was lying. I need to understand exactly what this ritual involves, I said firmly. Before I agreed to anything. You're talking about blood sacrifice, eternal imprisonment as guardians. These aren't small commitments. Of course, Ellie nodded. I have the complete ritual transcribed in my notes. The original was in Ojibwe, but I've been working with a linguistics professor to translate it. She moved to the desk in the main bedroom and returned with a leather-bound notebook. Here. I accepted the notebook and began paging through it. The contents were meticulously organized, hand-drawn diagrams of the lake and surrounding terrain, with the cabin at the center of a perfect pentagram. Each point of the pentagram was labeled with symbols I didn't recognize. Detailed notes on flora, fauna, and geological features of the dead zone filled dozens of pages. Star charts mapped celestial alignments for the winter solstice. It was impressive, comprehensive work that would have taken months if not years to compile, far more than the 3 months Ellie claimed to have been researching in the dead zone. How long have you really been studying this? I asked, looking up from the notebook. Since we were rescued, Ellie admitted. 5 years of research, culminating in field work these past few months. And you? I turned to Vanessa. You said you've been hiding, moving from place to place. When did you connect with Ellie? About a month ago, Vanessa replied. I came to the dead zone following the same pattern of disappearances Ellie was tracking. We literally ran into each other at the edge of the containment zone. Their stories remained consistent, plausible. I found nothing in the notebook that contradicted either narrative. If one or both were skinwalkers, they were playing their roles perfectly. Night had fully descended outside, the darkness beyond the cabin windows absolute. We prepared a simple meal from the supplies stored in the kitchenette, maintaining the pretense of normality as we discussed the binding ritual in further detail. According to Ellie's research, the 5 participants would position themselves at specific points around the lake at midnight on the winter solstice. Each would cut their palm and press the bleeding wound to a stone marker embedded in the ground at each location. When all 5 points were activated, the binding would renew, forcing the Wendigo entities back into their prison beneath the lake. But the participants would become bound to the dead zone forever, their life forces linked to the containment spell. Over time, they would lose their physical forms, becoming the lantern carriers that patrolled the borders of the prison, neither fully human nor fully spirit, but eternal guardians of the boundary between worlds. And this is what you're proposing we do? I asked, after Ellie finished explaining. The three of us become guardians, using blood from the remains to activate the other 2 points? It's the only way to stop them, Ellie insisted. They've already taken Marcus, Tom, and Rick. They're 3/5 free already. If they complete the circle, the binding collapses entirely. But why us? I pressed. Out of all the people who've passed through the boundary waters, why was our specific group chosen? What makes us suitable vessels for either binding or releasing these entities? Ellie and Vanessa exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. We think it's because we've all had previous encounters, Vanessa said slowly. Prior contact with the Wendigo essence, however brief. Like my childhood experience in the woods, I suggested. Exactly, Ellie nodded. I had a similar experience when I was 12, camping with my family in northern Wisconsin. Something watched me from the trees one night when I wandered away from our campsite. I was 16, Vanessa added, hiking in the Adirondacks with my father. We found a deer carcass that had been arranged, not by natural predators. That night, I saw golden lights moving through the forest. These revelations aligned with my growing suspicion that we had been selected long before the Boundary Waters trip. Marked through brief encounters that seemed insignificant at the time, but had in fact been the first step in a decades-long process of manipulation and preparation. And Tom and Rick and Marcus? They had similar experiences? Tom's was through his family connection, Ellie confirmed. The legacy of his uncle and great-grandfather. Marcus mentioned a summer camp in Maine where several children went missing. He was there that summer, though not among those who disappeared. And Rick? I pressed, noticing she had skipped him. Ellie hesitated. Rick never mentioned any direct encounter to me, but he was drawn to extreme environments, to testing himself against wilderness. There may have been an incident he never shared. It was a plausible theory, but it assumed facts I couldn't verify. If these women were skinwalkers using my friend's appearances to manipulate me, they could invent whatever background was needed to support their narrative. We should rest, Vanessa suggested as the conversation waned. Take shifts watching through the night. The entities won't enter the cabin because of the symbols, but they may try other ways of reaching us. I'll take first watch, I volunteered, wanting time alone to think. They agreed to the arrangement, Ellie taking the main bedroom while Vanessa settled on the sofa in the main room. I positioned myself by the front window, a perfect vantage point to observe both the lake shore and the cabin's interior. As midnight approached, the stillness outside intensified. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming almost gelatinous in its perfect absence of movement. The lake's surface reflected nothing, a void of perfect blackness despite the stars that now spangled the sky overhead. Then, at precisely midnight by my watch, golden lights appeared along the shoreline, 5 of them, spaced equidistantly around the perfectly circular lake. They didn't move, didn't bob like lanterns carried by walking figures. They simply hovered at what would be head height for a tall person, their warm golden glow a stark contrast to the cold darkness surrounding them. The original guardians, I thought. The 5 who had volunteered centuries ago, now reduced to these ethereal lights, still maintaining their eternal vigil. Movement from the sofa caught my attention. Vanessa had risen silently, was now standing motionless in the center of the room, watching me. Her eyes reflected the lamplight oddly, gleaming like an animal's in darkness. They're marking the points of the pentagram, she said softly, nodding toward the lights outside. Showing us where we'll stand for the ritual. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Something about her stillness, her perfect poise in the dimly lit room, raised the hairs on the back of my neck. You don't trust me, she continued, her voice taking on a strange cadence. Ellie, you think one of us, maybe both, isn't who we claim to be. Can you blame me? I kept my voice level, though my heart raced. After everything that's happened? She smiled, the expression not quite fitting her face. No. Caution is wise in this place. Trust must be earned. She moved closer, her movements too fluid, too graceful. Ask me something, Danny. Something that would prove I'm truly Vanessa. I already did, I reminded her. And you answered correctly. But if you are a skinwalker, you'd have access to Vanessa's memories. The real test isn't knowledge, it's nature. Very good, she whispered, stopping just beyond arm's reach. You understand more than I expected. Yes, we inherit memories when we take a form. But not completely, not perfectly. There are gaps. My blood ran cold at this admission. So you are a skinwalker. She tilted her head, the gesture eerily reminiscent of the deer-headed figure we'd seen by the lake shore 5 years ago. I am, and I am not. Vanessa died in the river, yes. But before she died, I was already within her. A seed, a fragment, planted during our first encounter when she was 16. dormant until the right conditions emerged. The waterfall, I realized. The impossible waterfall that disappeared once we were through it. A gateway, she confirmed. A thinning of boundaries that allowed the dormant seed to awaken, to fully bloom within her dying body. And Ellie? I glanced toward the bedroom door, still closed. The same. We exist within them, have existed for decades, waiting for the proper moment to emerge. They are not gone, Danny. They are absorbed. Their essence continues within us, transformed but not destroyed. My mind raced, trying to process this revelation. Not possession but transformation, the Wendigo entities had planted fragments of themselves within us years ago, seeds that had remained dormant until specific conditions triggered their growth. And me? I asked, already suspecting the answer. Am I carrying one of these seeds too? Of course, since your childhood encounter. But yours hasn't awakened yet. That's why we brought you here, to complete your transformation, to help you become what you were always meant to be. One of you, I said flatly. One of us, she corrected gently. Remember what you wrote earlier. The Wendigo isn't just a monster that hunts in the wilderness. It's the wilderness that lives inside each of us, waiting for its moment to emerge. You understood instinctively, even before you knew. The words, my own words, took on new meaning in the context of her revelation. Had some part of me always known? Had the Wendigo seed within me influenced my thinking, my writing, my decision to become a wilderness guide? The binding ritual, I said, struggling to maintain clarity of thought. Is it real? Can it actually contain your kind? The binding is real, she confirmed. It has held us for centuries, limited our ability to manifest physically. But it was never meant to be permanent. All prisons eventually fail. All prisoners eventually escape. And that's what this is about? Your escape. Our evolution, she corrected. Our emergence into a world that has forgotten how to fear the wild places, how to respect the ancient powers that dwell beyond human boundaries. The bedroom door opened, and Ellie, or the entity wearing Ellie's form, emerged. Like Vanessa, she moved with unnatural fluidity, her eyes gleaming in the lamplight. He knows, Vanessa said simply. Ellie nodded, unsurprised. He was always the most perceptive of the five. That's why we saved him for last. What do you want from me? I demanded, looking between them. If you're not here to perform the binding ritual, if that was just a story to lure me here. Oh, there will be a ritual, Ellie assured me. But not to bind us, to release us completely. The 5 points of the pentagram represent the 5 vessels we need to fully manifest in your world. 3 are already secured. Marcus, Tom, and Rick have completed their transformations. You and the real Ellie are the final 2 points. The real Ellie? I echoed, confused. I thought you said she was absorbed, that her essence continues within you. Within me, yes, the false Ellie confirmed. But not fully integrated yet. The final transformation requires her physical form, just as yours requires your body. That's why we brought you both here. Where is she? I demanded, a protective surge rising within me despite the years of separation. What have you done with her? She's safe, Vanessa assured me. In the cave where we keep our potential vessels, along with what remains of the original guardians. The implication was clear. Ellie, the real Ellie, was alive, being held somewhere nearby. These entities had been manipulating me from the start, using Vanessa's form to gain my trust, to lead me here where they could complete whatever ritual would fully release them from their ancient prison. And if I refused to cooperate? I asked, though I suspected the answer. The seed within you will awaken regardless, Ellie said with cold certainty. It has remained dormant all these years because conditions weren't right. But here, at the nexus point, during the dark of the approaching solstice, it will emerge. The only question is whether you embrace the transformation willingly or fight it to the end. Those who embrace it retain more of themselves, Vanessa added. Marcus chose willingly. He understood the hunger, had felt it stirring within him for years. His transformation was harmonious. Tom and Rick fought, Ellie continued. Their transformations were painful, violent. What emerged retained less of their original selves. They exist now as little more than extensions of the hunger itself. So that's my choice? I asked bitterly. Surrender willingly to become a monster, or fight and become an even worse monster? Not a monster, Vanessa corrected. Something beyond human understanding, yes. Something governed by different needs, different imperatives. But not a monster. I laughed harshly. You hunt humans. You possess them, transform them against their will. What would you call that? Necessary evolution, Ellie said simply. Humans have forgotten their place in the natural order. They believe themselves separate from the wilderness, superior to it. We remind them of the truth that they are part of that order, subject to its laws of predator and prey. It was a chilling philosophy, presented with the absolute conviction of beings that had existed for centuries, perhaps millennia. These entities didn't see themselves as evil. They were simply acting according to their nature, fulfilling their role in an ecosystem humans had convinced themselves they had transcended. And the binding ritual? I asked, still searching for any advantage, any possibility of escape. If it's real, if it has contained you for centuries, couldn't it be renewed? Theoretically, Vanessa acknowledged. But it would require 5 willing participants with the proper connection to our essence. 5 vessels who choose imprisonment over transformation. Like me, I suggested. In the real Ellie. That's 2. And where would you find the other 3? Ellie asked, her tone mocking. Marcus, Tom, and Rick are already transformed. Their human essences are too diminished to participate in such a ritual. She was right. Without 5 willing participants, the binding couldn't be renewed. And without the binding, these entities would soon be free to spread beyond the dead zone, to hunt and transform humans across the wider world. Unless... An idea began to form in my mind, a desperate, likely futile idea, but the only possibility I could see. If the original Guardians still existed in some form, if their remains contained enough of their essence to participate in the ritual as Ellie had suggested earlier. I need time, I said finally, to process all this, to consider my options. The false Ellie and Vanessa exchanged a glance, communicating silently in a way that emphasized their inhuman nature. Until dawn, Vanessa said finally. The awakening happens at dawn. They retreated to opposite sides of the cabin, Ellie returning to the bedroom, Vanessa settling onto the sofa, leaving me alone with my thoughts by the window. Outside, the 5 golden lights continued their motionless vigil around the lake, marking the points of a ritual that might either imprison or release ancient horrors depending on who controlled it. I had until dawn to formulate a plan, to find a way to rescue the real Ellie and somehow renew the binding that had kept these entities contained for centuries. I had until dawn to decide whether to fight the transformation or embrace it, to determine if there was any possible outcome that didn't result in becoming a monster. The hours crept by with excruciating slowness. I remained by the window, watching the golden lights, occasionally glancing at Vanessa's motionless form on the sofa. She didn't sleep. There was no rise and fall of her chest, no shifting of position for comfort. She simply existed in perfect stillness, like a predator conserving energy before a hunt. Around 3 a.m., a new movement caught my eye, something emerging from the lake itself. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light or my exhausted imagination. But no, there was definitely a disturbance in the water, a V-shaped ripple moving from the center toward the shore nearest the cabin. As it reached shallow water, a figure rose from the surface, tall and gaunt, its proportions subtly wrong in ways that hurt the eyes to observe directly. In the faint light from the golden lanterns, I could make out the now familiar silhouette, the elongated limbs, the deer-like head with its crown of antlers. The figure stood motionless at the water's edge for several minutes, then slowly raised its head toward the cabin window where I watched. Though I couldn't see its eyes in the darkness, I felt its gaze lock with mine, felt it acknowledge my presence with cold intelligence. Then, with deliberate grace, it raised one elongated arm and beckoned to me, a clear invitation to join it outside, to approach the lake where it waited. I hesitated, torn between fear and desperate curiosity. This entity was clearly different from the skinwalkers inhabiting Vanessa and Ellie's forms. It had manifested physically rather than taking a human host. Was it one of the original Wendigo, perhaps? Or something else entirely? I glanced at Vanessa on the sofa. She remained motionless, apparently unaware of or unconcerned by the visitor at the lake shore. The bedroom door remained closed, no sound or movement coming from the false Ellie within. Decision made, I rose silently from my position by the window and moved to the front door, easing it open with minimal noise. The porch boards creaked softly beneath my weight as I stepped outside into the cold night air. The figure by the lake hadn't moved, its arms still extended in that beckoning gesture. I descended the porch steps cautiously, pausing at the edge of the bare earth perimeter that surrounded the cabin. "Who are you?" I called softly, not wanting to alert the skinwalkers inside. The figure lowered its arms slowly. Then, with movements like flowing water, it raised both hands to its antlered head. To my shock, it lifted the deer-like head away, revealing it to be a mask or headdress of some kind. Beneath was a human face, gaunt and weathered by time, with eyes that reflected starlight like mirrors, but unmistakably human. A face I recognized from the photograph on the cabin mantel. "James Brennan," I whispered in disbelief. The figure inclined its head slightly in acknowledgement. "Tom's uncle." You're alive. A sound emerged from the figure's throat, not quite speech, more like wind through dry reeds, but carrying meaning nonetheless. Not alive. Not dead. Becoming. I took an involuntary step backward. Becoming what? Guardian. The word carried immense weight, centuries of purpose distilled into a single utterance. Last of the 5. Others, gone now. Only echoes remain. Understanding dawned slowly. James Brennan hadn't disappeared in the conventional sense 27 years ago. He had chosen to become a guardian, had somehow initiated his own transformation to maintain the binding when the others had failed. The binding ritual, I said. It's real. You've been maintaining it alone all this time. Weakening, he acknowledged, the word carrying profound sadness. Need 5 points. Need willing vessels. Need you, me, and Ellie? But the others, Marcus, Tom, Rick, they're already transformed. James shook his head slowly. Others possible. Original guardians. Remains contain essence. Need human catalyst. Need blood freely given. It confirmed my desperate theory. The remains of the original guardians could indeed be used in the ritual, but only if activated by human participants who willingly shed blood to renew the binding. The cave, I said. Where they're keeping Ellie. That's where the remains are. He nodded once, a precise, economical movement. North Shore. Stone entrance. Guardian symbols mark the way. And the ritual itself? How do we perform it? Blood at 5 points. Words of binding. Sacrifice of self to become guardian. He gestured toward the 5 golden lights still hovering around the lake. At solstice midnight. When veil thins. The winter solstice was less than a week away. If we could free Ellie, if we could retrieve the remains from the cave, if we could somehow evade the skinwalkers long enough to position ourselves in the remains at the 5 points around the lake. It was a chain of fragile ifs, each one a nearly impossible task on its own. Why are you helping me? I asked. Why now? Chose wrong before, James replied, remorse evident in his inhuman voice. Sought power. Sought knowledge. Found hunger instead. He gestured toward the cabin. They deceived. Used my research. Made me think I could control them. And now, atonement. The word carried the weight of decades of regret. Family debt. Tom, my failure. Need to make right. Before I could ask more questions, James suddenly stiffened, his head turning sharply toward the cabin. They sense, he hissed. Go back. Pretend sleep. We'll find you again. Without waiting for a response, he backed into the lake, sinking beneath the black surface with barely a ripple to mark his passage. Within seconds, it was as if he had never been there at all. I hurried back to the porch, easing the door open as silently as I had left. Inside, Vanessa remained motionless on the sofa, but something about her stillness had changed. There was tension in it now, awareness. I moved to the window where I'd been sitting, arranging myself in the same position as before. Closing my eyes, I feigned sleep, letting my breathing become deep and regular while my mind raced with the implications of what I'd learned. James Brennan, or what remained of him, was still fighting the Wendigo entities. He had become a guardian, maintaining the binding as best he could without the full pentagram of 5. And now he was offering me a chance to complete that binding to imprison the entities permanently, but at the cost of becoming like him, not fully human, not fully Wendigo, but something in between, bound to this place for eternity. It was a terrible choice. But if the alternative was allowing these ancient horrors to escape into the wider world, to spread their hunger and transformation to countless others, I must have actually drifted into sleep despite my churning thoughts, because the next thing I knew, gray pre-dawn light was filtering through the cabin windows. I jerked upright, momentarily disoriented. Vanessa stood in the center of the room, watching me with that unsettling stillness. It's time, Danny, she said softly. The awakening begins at dawn. The false Ellie emerged from the bedroom, carrying a small wooden box inlaid with bone or ivory. We'll proceed at the lake shore, she said, her voice taking on a ritualistic cadence. I nodded, feigning acceptance while my mind raced with possibilities. If I refused outright, they would likely force the transformation, resulting in the violent, incomplete process they described for Tom and Rick. My only chance was to play along, to get outside where James might be able to help, and to somehow reach the cave where the real Ellie was being held. I understand, I said, rising to my feet. What do I need to do? The false Ellie smiled, pleased by my apparent cooperation. Simply follow us to the water's edge. The awakening itself requires little from you except acceptance. We exited the cabin together, the early morning light casting long shadows across the clearing. The lake's surface remained unnaturally still, reflecting the pale sky above like a perfect mirror. The golden lights that had marked the pentagram points overnight were gone, vanished with the dawn. At the water's edge, the false Ellie knelt and opened the wooden box. Inside lay an ornate knife with a bone handle carved with the same Wendigo symbols that adorned the cabin. She removed it reverently, holding it up so the blade caught the early light. The oldest of our tools, the false Vanessa explained. Forged centuries ago from meteorite iron and human bone. It has facilitated countless awakenings. Including yours? I asked, stalling for time, scanning the lake surface for any sign of James. Our original emergence predates this tool, the false Ellie said. We are primordial, born in the first hunger that ever stirred in a human heart. She handed the knife to the false Vanessa, who approached me with measured steps. Your palm, please, she requested, extending her hand. Heart pounding, I reluctantly offered my left hand. She took it gently, turning it palm upward. With surgical precision, she drew the blade across my skin, opening a clean, straight cut that instantly welled with blood. The blood awakens the seed, she intoned. The hunger rises. The transformation begins. The false Ellie approached the water's edge and dipped her fingers into the lake. To my shock, the liquid that dripped from her hand when she raised it wasn't water but something darker, more viscous, almost like oil but with an iridescent quality that caught the light in unnatural eyes. The essence of our realm, she explained, noting my expression. The water is merely a boundary, a membrane between your world and the deeper chasm where we have been imprisoned. She approached and smeared the oily substance across my bleeding palm. Instantly, a burning sensation shot up my arm, as if my veins had been injected with liquid fire. I gasped, nearly falling to my knees from the intensity of it. Embrace it, the false Vanessa urged. Let it flow through you. The more you resist, the more painful it becomes. The burning spread from my arm to my chest, then upward into my neck and head. My vision blurred, colors shifting and bleeding together. Sounds became distorted. The gentle lapping of water against the shore transformed into whispering voices speaking a language I almost understood. And beneath it all, a hunger awakened, profound, insatiable, all-consuming. Not physical hunger for food, but something deeper, more primal. A hunger to consume experiences, emotions, essences. A hunger to absorb others into myself, to grow beyond human limitations. Yes, the false Ellie whispered, watching my face intently. You feel it now. The true hunger. The purpose for which you were chosen. I did feel it, terrifyingly, unmistakably. The seed they'd planted in me decades ago was germinating, spreading its roots through my body and mind. If I didn't act soon, the transformation would become irreversible. Through the haze of pain and hunger, I forced myself to remember James's words, the real Ellie imprisoned in the cave, the binding ritual that could end this. I needed to escape, to find the cave on the north shore marked with guardian symbols. I gasped, deliberately falling to my knees. The skinwalkers moved closer, eagerly anticipating what they perceived as my surrender to the transformation. Let go, the false Vanessa urged. Your human self is a shell, a cocoon. What emerges will be glorious. I clutched at my chest, feigning greater distress than I actually felt, though the pain was certainly real enough. Water, I managed to say. Need water. The false Ellie laughed softly. Not water, Danny. This is thirst of a different kind. But the false Vanessa, perhaps drawing on some remaining fragment of human compassion from her absorbed host, stepped closer and knelt beside me. The transformation is overwhelming at first. Here. She reached for my shoulder in what appeared to be a comforting gesture. The moment she was close enough, I lunged forward with all my strength, tackling her into the shallow water of the lake. The surprise of the attack gave me a crucial advantage, allowing me to shove her head beneath the surface. To my shock and horror, her face began to dissolve upon contact with the lake water, not like normal flesh, but like a wax mask melting in extreme heat. Beneath the human features emerged something else, angular, alien, with too many teeth and eyes like black pits. I released her with a cry of revulsion, scrambling backward onto the shore. The false Vanessa thrashed in the shallow water, her form shifting unstably between human and something utterly inhuman. Fool, the false Ellie hissed, her own features beginning to elongate as rage overwhelmed her control. The binding water burns us in this form. You'll pay for that. She lunged toward me, fingers extending into claw-like appendages. I rolled aside, narrowly avoiding her grasp, and sprang to my feet. Without hesitation, I sprinted away from the lake shore, not toward the cabin with its illusory protection but toward the forest edge, specifically the northern section where James had indicated the cave might be found. Behind me, inhuman shrieks echoed across the water, sounds no human vocal cords could produce. I didn't look back, focusing entirely on reaching the tree line before either skinwalker recovered enough to pursue me. The forest closed around me like a protective embrace, though I knew better than to trust in its shelter. These entities were born of wilderness, embodiments of the primal fears that ancient forests had always evoked in humans. I wasn't escaping their domain, I was plunging deeper into it. Still, the physical distance from the lake seemed to diminish the burning pain from the ritual, allowing me to think more clearly. I needed to find the guardian symbols that marked the path to the cave, to locate Ellie and the remains of the original guardians before the skinwalkers recovered and tracked me down. The burning in my veins hadn't subsided entirely. The seed was still awakening, the hunger still growing. I could feel it like a separate consciousness emerging alongside my own, ancient, patient, utterly alien in its desires and perceptions. Occasionally, my vision would shift, showing me the forest not as a human sees it, but as something else entirely, layers of energy and essence rather than physical matter. I staggered forward, forcing myself to focus on physical landmarks. The north shore of the lake should be ahead, the rising sun on my right helping to maintain orientation. James had said guardian symbols would mark the way to the cave, but what did those look like? The Wendigo pictographs were familiar now, but guardian symbols might be different. After perhaps 20 minutes of difficult travel through dense undergrowth, I emerged onto a rocky shoreline at what appeared to be the northernmost point of the lake. The cabin was no longer visible around the curve of the shore, though columns of dark smoke rising above the trees suggested the skinwalkers had set it ablaze in their rage. I scanned the shoreline for anything resembling symbols or markings. At first, nothing stood out among the rocks and sparse vegetation. Then, as the sun rose higher, I noticed a pattern in the arrangement of stones along a section of shore too regular to be natural, forming what might be a stylized arrow pointing toward the forest. Following the direction indicated, I moved back into the trees. About 50 yards in, a large boulder bore a carved symbol similar to the Wendigo pictograph but inverted, with additional lines that suggested containment or binding rather than release. A guardian symbol, just as James had described. My spirits lifted slightly. I was on the right track. Moving faster now despite my increasing physical distress, I followed a series of similar markers through the forest, each carved stone pointing the way to the next. The trail led steadily uphill, the terrain becoming rockier as I approached what appeared to be a cliff face obscured by the dense forest. As I drew nearer, I could make out an opening in the rock, a narrow crevice that widened into what might be a cave entrance. Above the opening, carved deeply into the stone, was the largest guardian symbol yet, an intricate pattern suggesting a pentagram contained within a circle, surrounded by smaller symbols that might have been ancient Algonquian script. This had to be the place. I approached cautiously, aware that the skinwalkers might have set some kind of guard or trap. The cave entrance was dark, revealing nothing of what lay within. I had no flashlight, having left my pack at the cabin, but dawn's strengthening light penetrated a short distance into the opening. "Ellie," I called softly, stepping just inside the entrance. "Ellie, are you in here?" No response came. I moved deeper, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dimness. The passage narrowed briefly, then opened into a larger chamber where a faint phosphorescent glow emanated from moss or fungi growing on the walls, providing just enough light to navigate by. The chamber was roughly circular, with a ceiling high enough that I couldn't make it out in the dim light. The walls were carved with hundreds of symbols, some recognizable as guardian or Wendigo pictographs, others completely unfamiliar. But what drew my attention immediately were the 5 stone slabs arranged in a pentagram pattern in the center of the chamber. Upon 4 of the slabs lay human remains in various states of preservation. One contained only bones, ancient and yellowed with age. Another held a partially mummified corpse, the dry cave air having preserved some of the skin and tissue. The third contained a more recent body, perhaps decades old, the features still recognizable as human though withered and sunken. The 4th slab held a body that appeared almost fresh, as if death had occurred only recently. With a shock of recognition, I realized it was Marcus, his face peaceful in death, his body arranged with ceremonial precision, his hands crossed over his chest. And on the 5th slab, bound by what appeared to be woven plant fibers but very much alive, lay Ellie. The real Ellie, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths, her eyes closed as if in deep sleep. "Ellie." I rushed to her side, pulling at the bindings. "Ellie, wake up." Her eyelids fluttered, then opened slowly. For a moment, her gaze was unfocused, confused. Then recognition dawned. Danny. Her voice was weak, raspy from disuse. Is it really you? It's me, I assured her, continuing to work at the complex knot securing her to the stone slab. I'm getting you out of here. Careful, she warned, becoming more alert. The bindings are part of it. They've been preparing me for the ritual. I know, I said grimly. There are skinwalkers using our friends' forms. They tried to transform me too. I gestured to my bleeding palm. Started the process, but I got away. Her eyes widened. The awakening ritual. If they've started it, we don't have much time. The seed is active, yes. I finally freed her hands, allowing her to help with the remaining bindings. I can feel it growing, changing me. But I'm fighting it. Once liberated, Ellie sat up shakily, rubbing circulation back into her limbs. Her face was gaunt, suggesting she'd been captive for some time, but her eyes were clear and determined. How long have you been here? I asked, helping her to her feet. I'm not sure. Days? Weeks? They kept me drugged most of the time. She looked around at the other slabs. They brought him in recently. She nodded toward Marcus's body. They said it was to show me what awaited if I didn't cooperate. That's really Marcus? Not some kind of skinwalker deception? It's him, she confirmed sadly. Or what's left of him. They said the transformation failed. His body rejected it somehow. They were angry about that. It disrupted their plans. This new information shifted my understanding of our situation. If Marcus had died during his transformation, the skinwalkers only had 3 vessels secured, Tom and Rick as successful transformations, with Marcus lost. That meant they still needed both Ellie and me to complete their circle and break free completely. James Brennan spoke to me. I told her quickly, aware that time was running short. Tom's uncle. He's become some kind of guardian, fighting against the Wendigo entities. He said the binding ritual can be renewed at the winter solstice, using the remains of the original guardians and willing human participants. Ellie's eyes lit with recognition. Yes. While they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them discussing something similar. They're terrified of a renewal. That's why they've accelerated their timeline, why they're trying to complete the circle before the solstice, which is less than a week away, I noted. We need to secure these remains, get them to the 5 points around the lake at solstice midnight, and provide the human catalyst, blood freely given, Ellie added, her expression grim but determined. That would be us, Danny. We'd have to become guardians like James. Not human anymore, but not Wendigo either. Bound to this place forever. The choice was stark, terrible. Sacrifice our humanity, our futures, everything we knew and loved, to stop ancient horrors from escaping into the world. Or try to flee, to save ourselves, knowing these entities would eventually break free without the binding, would spread their hunger and transformation to countless others. If we do this, I said slowly, we'd be joining the original guardians, taking their place in the binding pentagram. Not exactly, Ellie corrected, her academic background asserting itself even in this dire situation. From what I've pieced together during my captivity, we'd be renewing the original binding, but with a difference. The first guardians were consumed by the process. They became the binding itself, their essence spread thin over centuries. The golden lights, I murmured. What remains of them after all this time? Exactly. But a renewal with fresh participants, with us, would strengthen the binding exponentially. We wouldn't fade as they did. We'd remain, more ourselves. More human, at least for a while. It was small comfort, but better than the alternative, the irreversible transformation into Wendigo vessels, forever slaves to an insatiable hunger. We need to move these remains to the lake shore, I said, turning to examine the slabs. Before the skinwalkers track us here. Ellie nodded, then hesitated. They're coming. Now. I hadn't heard anything, but something in her tone convinced me she was right. Perhaps her time in captivity had heightened her sensitivity to these entities, allowed her to perceive their movements in ways I couldn't yet. How close? I asked, searching the cave for anything we could use as weapons. Minutes away. We won't be able to move the remains in time. Her face set in determination. We need another plan. My mind raced, considering and discarding possibilities. We couldn't outfight the skinwalkers, couldn't outrun them in our weakened state. What we needed was leverage, something they wanted badly enough to negotiate. The binding water, I said suddenly, remembering the false Vanessa's reaction when I'd pushed her into the lake. It burns them in their skinwalker form. What if we used it as a weapon? Ellie finished, her eyes widening. Yes, but how do we collect it? We don't have containers. I glanced around the cave, noticing for the first time several small ceramic vessels arranged on a natural shelf in the rock wall. Those might work, I suggested, moving to examine them. The vessels were ancient, handcrafted from clay and inscribed with the same symbols that adorned the cave walls. They appeared to be ceremonial in nature, perhaps originally used in the binding ritual itself. Perfect, Ellie agreed, taking one of the vessels. We fill these with lake water, then use it against the skinwalkers when they come, forcing them to revert to their true forms, I added, which should weaken them enough for us to escape with at least some of the remains. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the only one we had. We each took 2 of the ceramic vessels and hurried back through the cave entrance. Outside, the morning had fully arrived, sunlight filtering through the forest canopy in dappled patterns. We made our way down to the lake shore as quickly as Ellie's weakened condition would allow. At the water's edge, we filled the vessels carefully, trying not to spill a drop of the precious liquid. Remember, it burns their skinwalker form but probably won't harm their true Wendigo essence, I cautioned as we secured the makeshift lids on the vessels. This is about buying time, not defeating them outright. Ellie nodded, her face grim with determination. Back to the cave then. We'll set an ambush at the entrance. We had just turned to head back up the slope when movement at the tree line caught my eye, 2 figures emerging from the forest with unnatural, fluid grace. The skinwalkers had found us, still wearing the faces of Vanessa and Ellie despite the revelation of their true nature. Too late, I murmured, stepping slightly in front of Ellie. They're here. The false Vanessa smiled, the expression not quite fitting her human face. Did you think you could escape us, Danny? The awakening has begun. The seed grows within you even now. Fighting only prolongs the inevitable. And Ellie, the false Ellie added, her voice a perfect mimicry of the woman standing beside me. How convenient to find you both together. The final 2 points of our circle, ready to complete the great unraveling. We know what you are, I called back, gripping one of the water vessels tightly. We know about the binding, about the guardians. We know everything. Not everything, the false Vanessa corrected, moving closer with inhuman smoothness. You know fragments, pieces of the truth stripped of context and meaning. You cannot comprehend what we are, what we represent. Ancient hunger, Ellie said boldly. Primal fear. The wilderness that lives inside humanity, waiting for its moment to emerge. We understand enough. The false Ellie's face contorted with rage, a momentary slip of her human mask. You understand nothing. We are balance. We are consequence. We are the price of forgetting that humans are not separate from nature but subject to its laws. Pretty philosophy, I retorted, for entities that possess and transform unwilling victims. If you're so convinced of your righteousness, why the deception? Why not simply reveal yourselves and let people choose? Because humanity has forgotten how to choose, the false Vanessa replied. They've walled themselves away from the wild, from their own true nature. They must be reminded, sometimes forcibly, of what they truly are. The skinwalkers had nearly reached us now, maintaining perfect synchronization in their movements, circling to cut off any escape route back to the forest. Behind us lay only the lake, seemingly an impasse, but perhaps our best chance. Now, I whispered to Ellie, gripping my ceramic vessel. In one fluid motion, we both uncapped our vessels and flung the contents at the approaching skinwalkers. The binding water arced through the air, catching the morning sunlight like liquid diamonds before splattering across the false Vanessa and Ellie. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Where the water touched their skin, the human appearance sizzled and dissolved like acid on wax, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath, angular, chitinous surfaces, too many joints, eyes like obsidian pools. They screamed in unison, the sound shifting from human to something that made my ears ache and my teeth vibrate in their sockets. Run, I shouted, grabbing Ellie's arm and pulling her toward the lake shore. Into the water. The water, she questioned even as she followed. But, trust me, we splashed into the unnaturally still lake, wading as quickly as possible into deeper water. Behind us, the skinwalkers were recovering from their initial shock, portions of their human disguises reforming even as they pursued us with awkward, jerking movements. James, I called out across the water. James Brennan, we need you. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. The skinwalkers reached the water's edge, hesitating as the liquid that had burned them lay directly in their path. Then, with obvious effort, they began to enter the lake, their partially dissolved human forms sizzling where the water touched them. They're coming, Ellie said urgently. What now? The water around us was chest-deep now, limiting our movement, leaving us vulnerable to the approaching skinwalkers who, despite their obvious pain, continued their relentless advance. Then the surface of the lake erupted about 20 yards away, a massive disturbance as something large emerged from the depths. James Brennan rose from the water, his deer-masked form silhouetted against the morning sky, antlers gleaming in the sunlight. The skinwalkers froze, their attention shifting from us to this new threat. Even with their faces partially dissolved, I could read the emotion in their body language. Fear. Guardian, the false Vanessa hissed, the word distorted by her increasingly inhuman mouth. James raised his arms, and the lake responded, the water around the skinwalkers suddenly churning and grasping like living tentacles. They thrashed and fought against the liquid bonds, but the water pulled them inexorably deeper, their screams cutting off as they were dragged beneath the surface. Quickly, James called to us, his reed-like voice carrying across the water. They are only contained temporarily. The binding water weakens but cannot destroy them. We waded toward him, the lake water feeling oddly supportive rather than resistant, as if helping us forward. When we reached him, I was struck again by his impossible form, not fully human anymore but not completely transformed into the monstrous entities we'd encountered. A third state of being, caught between worlds. The remains in the cave, I said without preamble. We need to move them to the 5 points around the lake before the solstice. James nodded, the antlered mask bobbing with the movement. 3 nights hence. Moon dark. Veil thin. He gestured toward the shore. Follow. Safe passage prepared. He led us along a path through deeper water, eventually emerging on the far side of the lake from where we'd entered, the eastern shore, farthest from both the cabin and the cave. As we stepped onto dry land, I expected the burning sensation of the awakening sea to intensify now that we were away from the binding water. Instead, it had diminished to a dull throb, manageable if not comfortable. The water, I realized. It suppresses the transformation. Temporarily, James confirmed. Binding essence counters hunger essence. Balance maintained, but fragile. We need to collect more, Ellie suggested, to keep the transformation at bay until the solstice ritual. James led us to a small clearing just beyond the shore, where a crude shelter had been constructed from branches and bark. Inside were several containers, modern plastic water bottles alongside ancient ceramic vessels similar to the ones we'd found in the cave. My dwelling, James explained. Temporary. Between forms, between worlds. You've been preparing for this, I observed. For how long? Since failure. Since transformation began. He gestured to himself, to the inhuman proportions of his body beneath the deer mask. 27 years watching, waiting. For right vessels to come. For binding to be renewed. And you believe we're the right vessels? Ellie asked. Why specifically? Marked in childhood. Seed planted but dormant. Potential guardians. He turned his masked face toward me. Your encounter in woods. Her experience at 12. Prepared long ago for this moment. It aligned with what the skinwalkers had told me, that we'd all had previous encounters with Wendigo essence, brief contacts that had marked us as potential vessels. But where they had intended to use that connection to transform us into extensions of themselves, James saw it as qualifying us to become guardians instead. The others, I said. Marcus, Tom, Rick. They were marked too. All 5 connected. All 5 necessary. James's voice carried profound sadness. 3 lost now. Transformed or dead. Circle broken. But you said the original guardian's remains could be used in the ritual, Ellie pointed out. That's why the remains are preserved in the cave? James nodded. Essence remains. Blood catalyst needed. Human willingness. He gestured to himself again. I am 5th point. You 2 plus 3 remains complete circle. The plan was taking shape in my mind. We would use 3 of the remains from the cave, likely the 3 oldest, those containing the strongest residual essence of the original guardians. James would form the 4th point of the pentagram, while Ellie and I would alternate at the 5th point, one of us activating the binding with blood freely given. Which means one of us could leave, I said slowly, turning to Ellie. One of us could go back to the world, to a normal life. Her eyes widened as she grasped the implication. While the other becomes a guardian, bound here forever. I'll do it, I said immediately. You've got your research, your career. I've been a wilderness guide for years. This is just a more permanent position. No, she shook her head firmly. I won't let you sacrifice yourself alone. We decide together, or we both stay. There is time, James interjected, his reed-like voice softening. 3 days until solstice. Decision not needed yet. He was right. We had more immediate concerns, retrieving the remains from the cave, preparing for the ritual, avoiding the skinwalkers who would certainly regroup and continue hunting us. The final choice of who would become the permanent guardian could wait. The skinwalkers, I said. How long will the binding water hold them? Hours only. They returned stronger, angrier. James handed each of us one of the modern water bottles. Drink. Binding water slows seed growth. Preserves humanity longer. We accepted the bottles gratefully. The water inside looked ordinary but tasted slightly metallic, with an aftertaste that lingered unpleasantly. Still, as soon as I swallowed, the burning sensation from the awakening seed diminished further, becoming almost unnoticeable. We need to retrieve the remains from the cave, Ellie said, wiping her mouth. Before the skinwalkers recover and return there. James nodded. Dangerous. They guard transition vessels carefully, but necessary for ritual. Can you help us? I asked. Your connection to the binding water seems to give you power over them, at least temporarily. Limited power. Limited time. He gestured toward the sun, now high in the morning sky. Strongest at night. Weakest at noon. Balance shifts with light and dark. Another constraint on our already difficult mission. James was most powerful at night, when the veil between worlds was thinnest, but that was also when the skinwalkers would be at their strongest. Moving during daylight offered safety from one threat but vulnerability from another. We'll need to be strategic, I decided. Use the daylight hours to prepare, to gather what we need for the ritual. Move the remains at dusk, when you're gaining strength but before full night gives the skinwalkers their greatest power. Agreed, James said. Rest now. Heal. Prepare. He pointed to the shelter. Safe here temporarily. Binding symbols protect. Only now did I notice the carvings on the trees surrounding the clearing, guardian symbols similar to those that had marked the path to the cave, forming a protective perimeter around James's dwelling. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed me. The escape from the skinwalkers, the wade through the lake, the emotional toll of everything we'd learned, it all crashed down at once. Ellie looked equally drained, her face pale and drawn despite her determined expression. A few hours, I agreed. Then we plan our next move. Inside the crude shelter, James had created surprisingly comfortable sleeping pallets from pine boughs covered with what appeared to be hand-woven blankets made from plant fibers. Ellie and I collapsed onto these, the physical and emotional exhaustion of our ordeal catching up with us all at once. Despite the relative safety of our surroundings, sleep came fitfully. My dreams were fragmented, disjointed visions of golden lights moving between endless trees, of elongated shadows with antlered heads, of my own hands transforming into something angular and inhuman before my eyes. I woke several times to find Ellie similarly restless, her face contorted in disturbed sleep. Once, I caught James watching us from the shelter entrance, his masked face unreadable but his posture suggesting concern. When we finally rose, the sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its descent toward the western horizon. We had perhaps 4 hours until dusk, time enough to finalize our plan and prepare for the dangerous mission to retrieve the remains from the cave. James had been busy while we slept, gathering additional supplies, more binding water in various containers, several crude spears fashioned from sharpened branches, and what appeared to be a travois or drag sled constructed from saplings and bark, presumably for transporting the remains. The skinwalkers, I asked as we emerged from the shelter. Have they returned? Yes. James confirmed, gesturing toward the lake. Searching shoreline. Looking for trail. Angry. I squinted across the water but could see nothing from this distance. James's senses were clearly more acute than ours, able to detect the entities even from afar. Will your binding symbols keep them from finding us here? Ellie asked, looking nervously at the carved trees surrounding our position. For now. Their powers grow as solstice approaches. Binding weakens proportionally. His masked face turned toward me. Your seed. How strong now? I took stock of my internal state. The burning had returned while I slept, though not to the intensity I'd experienced during the initial awakening ritual. There was a pressure in my mind, a secondary consciousness pushing at the boundaries of my own, bringing with it alien desires and perceptions. Growing, I admitted. The binding water helps, but the effect seems temporary. Same, Ellie confessed. I feel a hunger, not for food, but for something else. Something I can't quite name. James nodded solemnly. The great hunger. The emptiness that cannot be filled. Core of Wendigo nature. He handed us each another bottle of binding water. Drink regularly. Delays transformation. As we drank, he outlined his plan for retrieving the remains. We would approach the cave from an indirect route, circling wide through the forest to avoid any skinwalkers patrolling the shoreline. James would lead, using his enhanced senses to detect threats before we encountered them. Once at the cave, we would quickly secure 3 of the remains, the oldest ones, with the strongest residual guardian essence, and transport them back to his shelter using the travois. And then, I asked, we still have 3 days until the solstice. Prepare ritual. Learn words of binding. Practice blood offering. James gestured to the guardian symbols carved into the surrounding trees. Create temporary containment at 5 points. Hold remains until solstice midnight. And Marcus? Ellie asked quietly. What about his body? James's head dipped slightly in what might have been respect or sadness. Failed vessel. No guardian essence. Cannot be used in ritual. He hesitated, then added, but deserves honor. We'll return for him if possible. It wasn't the answer Ellie wanted, but it acknowledged the reality of our situation. We had limited time and resources. Prioritizing the remains that could actually help renew the binding was our only logical choice, however painful. The next few hours were spent in careful preparation. James showed us how to apply binding water to our skin as a protective measure, particularly around the wrists, neck, and temples, points where the Wendigo seed typically manifested first. He instructed us in the proper way to carry the ceramic vessels to minimize spillage of the precious liquid. He even demonstrated basic defensive movements against skinwalker attacks, though he emphasized that direct confrontation should be avoided if at all possible. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows through the forest, we made our final preparations. Each of us carried 2 containers of binding water, one for defense against skinwalkers, one for our own consumption to suppress the growing transformation. James armed himself with 2 of the crude spears, while Ellie and I each took one, though they seemed pitiful weapons against entities that could manipulate reality itself. Ready? James asked, his masked face surveying our preparations. We nodded grimly, understanding the stakes. If we failed to retrieve the remains, the binding ritual couldn't be completed. If the ritual wasn't completed at the solstice, the Wendigo entities would break free completely, spreading their ancient hunger beyond the dead zone into the wider world. We set out as twilight deepened, James leading us on a circuitous route that avoided the lakeshore entirely. The forest seemed to respond to his presence, branches shifting aside to let us pass, then closing behind us to obscure our trail. Whether this was some guardian ability or merely my increasingly altered perception, I couldn't say. Stay close, he whispered, his reed-like voice barely audible. They patrol boundaries. Sense intrusion. We moved with as much stealth as possible, placing each foot carefully to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. James's enhanced senses allowed him to detect the skinwalkers long before we encountered them, guiding us around their patrol routes. Twice we froze in place as golden lights moved in the distance, the remnants of the original guardians maintaining their eternal vigil. After nearly an hour of tense progress, we reached the cliff face where the cave entrance waited. James gestured for us to hold position while he scouted ahead, his deer-masked form blending with the deepening shadows until he vanished from sight. How are you holding up? I asked Ellie once we were alone, noting the sheen of sweat on her forehead despite the cool evening air. The hunger is getting stronger, she admitted. Like there's something inside me, watching through my eyes, waiting to take control. I nodded, understanding completely. My own transformation was advancing steadily, the seed planted in my childhood was germinating rapidly now, sending alien roots through my consciousness. The binding water suppressed it temporarily, but each dose seemed less effective than the last. James returned silently, materializing from the shadows like a ghost. Cave unguarded, he reported. Strange. Unexpected. Possible trap. Or they're focused elsewhere, I suggested. Maybe searching the shoreline, assuming we'd stay near the binding water. Perhaps, he acknowledged, though his posture suggested skepticism. Proceed cautiously. We followed him to the cave entrance, where the carved guardian symbol above the opening seemed to glow faintly in the gathering darkness. Inside, phosphorescent moss provided eerie illumination, revealing the 5 stone slabs arranged in a pentagram pattern. For held remains in various states of preservation, ranging from ancient yellowed bones to Marcus's recently deceased body. The 5th slab was empty where Ellie had been bound. Work quickly, James urged, moving to the oldest remains. I take oldest. You take middle. Ellie takes third. Leave Marcus. We followed his instructions, each retrieving one set of remains and wrapping them carefully in the fabric James had brought. The remains were lighter than I expected, as if some essential substance had departed long ago, leaving only the physical shell. We secured them to the travois James had constructed, preparing for the journey back. As we finished, Ellie paused beside Marcus's body. It feels wrong to leave him, she said softly. No guardian essence, James reminded her gently. Cannot help ritual. Before she could respond, a soft scraping sound came from the cave entrance, like claws against stone. James moved with blinding speed, positioning himself between us and the passageway, spears raised defensively. "They come," he hissed. "Prepare." I uncapped one of my binding water containers, positioning myself beside the travois. Ellie did the same, moving to cover the other side. We formed a triangle of defense around our precious cargo, waiting as the scraping grew louder. The skinwalker that appeared in the chamber entrance had abandoned any pretense of human form. This was something closer to its true nature: elongated limbs with impossible joints, a torso that expanded and contracted like a bellows, and a head resembling a deer's skull with too many antler points and eye sockets that gleamed with malevolent intelligence. "Guardian," it acknowledged, its voice a dry rattling that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You overstep your bounds. Interfere with the great unraveling." "Hunger," James replied, using the word as a name. "You break covenant. Seek freedom before time." The creature's attention shifted to Ellie and me. "The final vessels. How convenient to find you both here, with the remains you cannot hope to utilize." "We know about the ritual," I said, stepping forward despite my fear. "We know how to renew the binding at the solstice." Knowledge without context. Formula without understanding. The creature's head tilted unnaturally. "The binding requires 5 willing participants with the seed already planted. You have 3 desiccated corpses, 1 partial guardian, and 2 transforming humans fighting their own nature." It made a sound like stones grinding together, laughter. "Inadequate. Incomplete. Yet you fear our attempt," Ellie observed. "Otherwise, why hunt us? Why not simply wait for the binding to fail naturally?" The creature's attention snapped to her. "Clever vessel. Yes, we prefer certainty to chance. Your existence presents variables we would rather eliminate." Without warning, it lunged forward with impossible speed, limbs unfolding like a grotesque spider. James met its charge, his spears thrust forward in a coordinated attack that would have impaled any natural creature. But the skinwalker simply flowed around the weapons, its body momentarily losing cohesion before reforming behind him. "Now," I shouted, flinging the contents of my binding water container directly at the creature. Ellie did the same from the opposite side, creating a crossfire of liquid that struck the skinwalker from 2 directions. The effect was instantaneous. Wherever the water touched, its form hissed and dissolved, portions becoming temporarily insubstantial like smoke. It shrieked in pain, a sound that made my teeth vibrate and sent shooting pains through my skull. "Run," James commanded, driving one of his spears into the creature's momentarily solidified center. "Take remains." I follow. We didn't hesitate, grabbing the travois and dragging it toward the cave entrance. The skinwalker thrashed against James's spear, its form already recovering from the binding water's effects. We had seconds at most before it freed itself and pursued us. Outside, the forest had darkened to full night, the stars obscured by thick clouds. Without James to guide us, we had only our memories of the route to navigate by, making our escape slower and more treacherous. "This way," Ellie urged, tugging the travois toward what she believed was the correct path. "We need to circle west, then north toward James's shelter." We moved as quickly as the awkward burden allowed, the travois catching on roots and undergrowth. Behind us, another inhuman shriek echoed from the cave, followed by sounds of violent struggle. I glanced back with concern for James, but we had to continue. Our mission was to protect the remains, get them to safety. The hunger within me grew stronger as we moved, perhaps responding to the physical exertion or to proximity with the guardian remains. Increasingly, I found myself seeing the forest through an alien perspective, layers of energy and essence overlaid on physical reality, patterns of life force flowing through trees and earth like luminous rivers. "Danny," Ellie's voice broke through my altered perception. "Look, something's wrong." I followed her gaze ahead, where the forest continued unbroken where James's clearing should have been. I spotted one of his guardian symbols carved into a nearby tree, but the protective perimeter was intact while the space it should have enclosed had somehow been replaced with continuing forest. "Reality manipulation," I murmured. "The skinwalkers are changing the landscape to confuse us." A soft laugh emanated from the darkness behind us, musical, feminine, and terrifyingly familiar. "Not changing, Danny. Revealing. This forest has always contained multiple realities layered atop one another. We simply help you see the version most useful to us." We turned to find the false Vanessa and Ellie standing a few yards away, their human forms fully restored. They looked pristine, unmarked by our previous attacks, their expressions serene and confident. "You recovered quickly," I observed, stalling for time as I assessed our options. We had used our primary binding water vessels in the cave, leaving only our personal consumption portions for defense. Form is fluid for us, the false Vanessa explained with a graceful gesture. What you damaged was merely a temporary manifestation, easily replaced. Where's James? Ellie demanded, her hand tightening on her spear. The partial guardian? Occupied with one of our aspects. A distraction while we attend to the more important matter of retrieving our property. The false Ellie gestured to the travois and its burden of guardian remains. As they spoke, I noticed they were subtly moving to flank us, positioning themselves on either side of our position, a classic predator tactic. The binding water I'd consumed earlier was wearing off rapidly, the hunger intensifying like a fever building toward crisis. Beside me, Ellie trembled slightly, her face sheened with sweat, experiencing the same acceleration of her transformation. We need more time, I said quietly to her. We can't fight them like this, not with the remains to protect. I know, she replied, but I don't see many options. The skinwalkers continued their careful approach, apparently content to let us exhaust ourselves with futile planning. They knew our situation was deteriorating by the minute, both physically as the hunger grew stronger, and tactically as they maneuvered to cut off any escape route. Then, from somewhere in the forest behind the skinwalkers, came a sound that froze all of us in place, a long, undulating howl that was neither human nor animal, that resonated at a frequency that vibrated in the bone rather than the ear. It was followed by another, then another, until at least 5 distinct voices blended in a chorus that made the very air tremble. The false Vanessa and Ellie exchanged alarmed glances, their confident demeanor suddenly shaken. Impossible, the false Ellie whispered. The guardians are dormant, their essence contained in the remains. No, I realized with dawning hope. Not all of them. James said he was the last of the 5. The others might be gone as physical entities, but their essence remains. The golden lights, Ellie finished. The lantern carriers. They're not just echoes or memories. They're still active. As if summoned by our recognition, golden lights appeared between the trees surrounding us, 5 of them, arranged in a perfect pentagram pattern. They bobbed slightly, as if carried by unseen figures, their warm glow pushing back the darkness. The skinwalkers hissed in unison, backing away from the approaching lights. Whatever these manifestations were, remnants of the original guardians, concentrations of binding energy, or something else entirely, they clearly posed a threat to the Wendigo entities. Run, the false Vanessa commanded her counterpart. Alert the others. This changes the timeline. Before either could move, the golden lights surged forward with sudden speed, surrounding the skinwalkers in a tightening pentagram. Where the light touched their human forms, the disguise sizzled and dissolved just as it had with the binding water, revealing glimpses of their true nature beneath. They shrieked in pain and rage, their bodies contorting as they fought against the containment. The false Ellie managed to break through the perimeter, her form shifting to something elongated and impossibly fast as she disappeared into the forest. But the false Vanessa was caught, pinned by the converging golden lights until her human disguise burned away completely, leaving only the true Wendigo form, a nightmare of angles and joints and hungry emptiness given physical shape. Take the remains. James's voice called from the darkness as he emerged from the trees with his deer mask askew. Guardian lights hold temporarily. Must reach shelter. But it's gone, I protested, gesturing to where the clearing should have been. They've hidden it somehow. Not gone. Veiled. James made a gesture with his elongated fingers, and the forest before us seemed to shimmer like heat rising from summer pavement. Where solid trees had stood moments before, the clearing suddenly appeared, the crude shelter at its center. Reality manipulation works both ways. Guardian power against hunger power. We hurried into the clearing while James stood at its edge, maintaining whatever counterspell had revealed the hidden shelter. Behind us, the golden lights continued their containment of the trapped skinwalker, whose inhuman shrieks grew increasingly desperate. Once inside the protective perimeter of guardian symbols, James let the veil drop back into place, concealing our position from outside observation. The golden lights and their captive vanished from view, though the skinwalker's shrieks remained audible for several more seconds before fading into eerie silence. What just happened? Ellie asked, her voice shaking. Those lights, they acted with purpose, with coordination. Original guardians, James confirmed, adjusting his mask. Essence remains active, though diffuse. Stronger near solstice. Stronger when binding threatened. They recognized the remains, I realized. Sensed their own bodies, I guess, and came to protect them. Yes, connection persists across transformative threshold. James inspected the wrapped remains on the travois, nodding with approval. Good. Undamaged. Suitable for ritual. But we've lost the element of surprise, Ellie pointed out. The skinwalkers know what we're planning, know we have the remains. They'll be waiting for us at the lake when the solstice comes. Always known, James replied with a fatalistic shrug of his elongated shoulders. Always watching. Surprise impossible. Success depends on timing, on proper ritual, on willingness of participants. His masked face turned toward me. On sacrifice freely given. The word hung in the air between us, sacrifice. The unavoidable cost of the binding ritual. One of us would have to become a permanent guardian, bound to this place for eternity, slowly transforming as James was transforming into something neither human nor Wendigo. We should rest, I suggested, deliberately changing the subject. Recover our strength. We're safe here for now, right? James nodded. Guardian symbols protect. Binding essence concentrated here. Safe until dawn. He gestured to the shelter. Sleep. I watch. Exhaustion won out over anxiety, and Ellie and I retreated to the shelter, collapsing onto the pine bough pallets. Despite our physical fatigue, sleep remained elusive. Both of us too aware of the hunger growing within us, the approaching transformation that only the binding ritual could redirect. It should be me, Ellie said softly after a long silence. The permanent guardian. It makes more sense. Why? I turned to face her in the darkness. I have nothing waiting for me outside this place. No family, no career to speak of. My life has been the wilderness for years already. Exactly, she countered. You have experience guiding others, helping them navigate dangerous territory. When this is over, people will still disappear occasionally in the boundary waters. They'll still encounter echoes or fragments of what lives here. They'll need someone on the outside who understands, who can help them process what they've experienced or quietly steer others away from the most dangerous areas. Her logic was sound, but something about it felt like rationalization rather than genuine conviction. Is that the only reason? She was quiet for a long moment. No, she finally admitted. I've been studying these entities, these legends, for years. The Wendigo mythology has been my academic focus since our experience 5 years ago. In a way, I've been preparing for this moment without even realizing it. It feels right somehow, like I've been on this path all along. That could be the seed talking, I warned gently. The hunger trying to convince you to embrace transformation. Maybe, she acknowledged. But does it matter? Someone has to do this, Danny. Someone has to make this sacrifice. And between the two of us, I truly believe I'm the better candidate. I wanted to argue further, to insist that I should be the one to stay, to become what James was becoming. But I recognized the determination in her voice, the conviction that had always been one of her defining characteristics. And perhaps she was right. Perhaps I could do more good in the outside world, armed with the knowledge and experience we'd gained here. We still have time to decide, I said finally. Let's get through the next few days, secure the ritual site, make sure everything is prepared. Then we can make the final choice together. She reached across the darkness, her hand finding mine and squeezing briefly. Together, she agreed. No matter what happens. The 2 days that followed were a blur of preparation and increasing transformation. The binding water lost effectiveness with each passing hour, the hunger growing stronger, more insistent. Our bodies began to change in subtle ways. Fingers lengthening, joints becoming more flexible, senses shifting to perceive energetic layers of reality alongside the physical. With James's guidance, we established 5 ritual sites around the lake, each marked with guardian symbols and a specially prepared stone for the blood offering. The work was physically demanding but spiritually necessary, connecting us to the land, to the binding we sought to renew, to the sacrifice that awaited one of us. We encountered no direct opposition during these preparations, though we occasionally glimpsed movement at the forest edge or caught flashes of golden light among distant trees. The Wendigo entities were watching, as were the guardian essences, 2 opposing forces observing our work with very different intentions. On the eve of the solstice, as we completed the final preparations, James led us to the lake shore at sunset. The water was unnaturally still, reflecting the fiery sky above like a perfect mirror. The cabin on the far shore stood silent and seemingly abandoned, though we knew the skinwalkers likely lurked within or nearby. Tomorrow night, James said solemnly. Midnight exactly. When veil thinnest. When stars align. He pointed to the sky. When binding can be renewed. Will the skinwalkers try to stop us? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Yes. We'll attack when ritual begins. We'll target weakest points first. The remains, then human participants. His reed-like voice conveyed both warning and resolve. Must protect all 5 points until blood offering complete. Until binding words spoken. What exactly happens then? Ellie asked. When the ritual is complete. To the entities, to the guardian who stays, to the one who leaves. James was silent for a moment. His masked face turned toward the darkening lake. Entities forced back into prison beneath lake. Cannot manifest physically for another cycle. Cannot influence beyond minimal dream contact. He gestured to himself. Guardian who stays becomes bound to dead zone. Gradually transforms. Not human, not Wendigo. Something between. Patrol continues. And the one who leaves. I pressed. Seed becomes dormant again. Transformation reverses partially. Memories remain. Connection remains, but attenuated. He turned to face us directly. Never completely free. Dreams will come. Hunger will whisper occasionally. But containable. Livable. It was more than I had hoped for, but less than I had wished. The person who left would carry the experience forever. Would bear the psychic scars of their encounter with the Wendigo. Would always feel the echo of the hunger within them. But they could return to something resembling a normal life. Could use their knowledge to help others. Could serve as a bridge between the mundane world and the supernatural realities hidden within the wilderness. The choice must be made soon, James continued. Before ritual begins. Before positions taken at pentagram points. I've already decided, Ellie said firmly. It should be me who stays. I started to object, but she raised a hand to silence me. Listen to me, Danny. I've had 2 days to think about this, to examine my motivations, to separate my own desires from the hunger's influence. This is right for me. I've spent my entire academic career studying legends and myths, trying to understand what lives and the stories humans tell about the dark places of the world. Now I have a chance to become part of that tradition, to serve as guardian between worlds. Her eyes, now reflecting the dying light with an animal-like gleam, held mine with unwavering conviction. You're needed out there. To guide, to warn, to help those who encounter fragments of what lives here. I'm needed here to maintain the binding, to prevent the hunger from spreading beyond these woods. I knew she was right. Had known it, perhaps, from the moment we learned what the ritual required. Ellie's academic background, her lifelong fascination with folklore, her methodical mind, all made her ideally suited to become a guardian. My experience as a wilderness guide, my connections to the outdoor community, my understanding of both the mundane and supernatural dangers of the boundary waters, all positioned me to serve as an intermediary between worlds. I'll honor your sacrifice, I promised, my throat tight with emotion. I'll use what we've learned here to help others, to keep people safe from the hunger. She smiled, her face beautiful despite the subtle inhuman changes already evident in her features. I know you will. That's why this is the right choice for both of us. James nodded, apparently satisfied with our decision. Prepare spirits tonight. Rest. Meditate. Ritual complicated. Dangerous. Requires complete commitment. We returned to his shelter for one final night of preparation. The hunger within me had reached a crescendo, pushing constantly against my consciousness, showing me visions of what I could become if I surrendered to it. The binding water barely helped now, providing only moments of clarity before the pressure resumed. Ellie seemed calmer, more centered, as if having made her choice had allowed her to find some balance between her humanity and the transformation advancing within her. She spent hours reviewing the binding words James had taught us, committing the ritual's precise steps to memory, preparing herself to become what the original guardians had become. I watched her with a mixture of admiration and grief, admiration for her courage, her selflessness, her determination, grief for the life she was sacrificing, the future she was surrendering, the person she would no longer be after tomorrow night. As midnight approached on the solstice, we gathered our supplies and made our way to the lake shore. The night was clear and cold, stars blazing overhead in patterns that seemed to shift and realign as I watched, my altered perception revealing celestial configurations invisible to normal human eyes. It begins, James said, gesturing toward the center of the lake where a subtle disturbance had appeared on the previously mirror-smooth surface. Boundary thins. Worlds overlap. Time to take positions. We had planned this carefully. I would take the first point of the pentagram, carrying one set of guardian remains to the second point, then continuing around the lake shore to place the remaining two sets at the third and fourth points. James would take the fifth position, directly across from me. Ellie would join him there for the beginning of the ritual, then move to the third point when the golden lights, the essences of the original guardians, appeared to activate the remains at the second and fourth points. I embraced Ellie one last time before we separated. "Be careful," I whispered, though the words seemed inadequate for the moment. "I'll never forget what you're doing." "Live well," she replied, her voice already changing, taking on harmonics that resonated beyond normal human hearing. "Tell our story. Keep people safe." Then she was gone, following James into the darkness while I took the opposite direction, carrying the carefully wrapped guardian remains toward their appointed positions. The night was eerily silent, no insects chirping, no night birds calling, no wind stirring the trees along the shore. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the rocky shoreline, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to match the beating of my heart. I reached the first ritual site without incident, placing my pack beside the guardian symbols carved into the earth around the central stone. According to James's instructions, I would not activate this point until all five were properly prepared, until the midnight hour was fully upon us. Moving quickly but carefully, I continued around the lake shore to the second point, carrying one set of guardian remains, the oldest, the original shaman who had first recognized the Wendigo threat centuries ago. I arranged these remains precisely on the prepared ground, ensuring they made contact with the central stone, then reinforced the guardian symbols around the perimeter. As I worked, I felt the hunger surging within me, responding to the proximity of the ritual sites in the thinning boundary between worlds. My vision shifted constantly now, showing me overlapping realities, the physical world of trees and rocks and water, and an energetic realm where patterns of light and darkness flowed like living currents through everything. The third and fourth points were prepared similarly, each set of remains positioned with reverence, each site secured with strengthened guardian symbols. From the fifth point across the lake, I could see the faint glow of James and Ellie making their own preparations, their forms outlined occasionally by flashes of golden light as the original guardian essences began to manifest. I returned to the first point just as the stars overhead reached their solstice alignment, the patterns suddenly locking into configurations that seemed to focus cosmic energies directly onto the lake below. The water at the center began to churn, though no wind disturbed its surface, a response to the thinning boundary between our world and whatever lay beneath. "Now, Danny." James's voice carried across the lake with supernatural clarity. "Begin ritual. Speak binding words. Make blood offering." I raised my arms as instructed, reciting the ancient words James had taught us, phrases in a language older than any European tongue, sounds that vibrated in my chest and throat in ways human speech shouldn't. The air around me seemed to thicken, to gain substance and weight, pressing against my skin like an invisible current. From my position, I could see golden lights appearing at the second and fourth points, the essence of the original guardians, drawn to their physical remains. Another light materialized beside James at the fifth point, while Ellie began making her way toward the third point as planned. The ritual was working. The pentagram was forming. The binding was beginning to reassert itself. Then the attack came. They emerged from the forest behind me without warning, three Wendigo entities in their true forms, no longer bothering with human disguises. They moved with terrifying speed, their elongated limbs covering ground in impossible bounds, their skull-like faces fixed on me with predatory focus. I had anticipated this, had positioned my remaining binding water within easy reach. I flung the contents of one container directly at the lead entity, causing it to shriek and temporarily dissolve into mist. But the other two continued their charge, forcing me to abandon the ritual words and defend myself with the crude spear. Similar attacks were happening at all 5 points, skinwalkers emerging from forest or lake to disrupt the ritual before it could be completed. I caught glimpses of James fighting off multiple entities at once, his partially transformed body moving with fluid grace as he defended his position. Ellie had reached the third point but was similarly besieged, using her binding water to create a temporary perimeter of protection around herself and the guardian remains. The golden lights at the second and fourth points seemed to intensify, pushing back the attacking entities with concentrated beams of binding energy. But the Wendigo forces were numerous and determined, pressing their attack with coordinated precision. I managed to drive back my attackers momentarily, buying enough time to resume the ritual words. The blood offering was the final step. Each participant needed to shed blood willingly onto the central stone of their position, activating their point in the binding pentagram. With one hand still gripping the spear, I used the ritual knife to slice my palm, allowing the blood to flow freely onto the stone at my feet. Immediately, lines of golden light shot outward along the ground, connecting my position to the second and fifth points of the pentagram. Similar lines were forming from the other activated points, creating a web of binding energy across the lake's surface. But the pattern remained incomplete. Ellie had not yet activated the third point, prevented by the continuous attacks forcing her to defend herself. Without all 5 points activated simultaneously, the binding would fail. I made a split-second decision. Abandoning my position, now secured by the blood offering and connected to the forming pentagram, I sprinted along the shore toward Ellie's position. The Wendigo entities reacted immediately, several breaking off their attacks elsewhere to intercept me. "Danny, no." James's voice called from across the lake. "Must maintain position. Pattern requires presence." But I couldn't leave Ellie to face the onslaught alone. Couldn't let the ritual fail when we were so close to success. Using the last of my binding water, I created a path through the pursuing entities, dissolving their forms long enough to reach the third ritual site. Ellie was barely holding them back, her spear a blur of motion as she fought with strength and coordination no human should possess. The transformation had advanced significantly in her, limbs elongated, movements fluid beyond natural capacity, eyes glowing with an inner light that matched the golden guardian essence. "Together," I shouted, joining her in defense of the ritual site. "We finish this together." She nodded, understanding my intent without further explanation. With me holding back the Wendigo entities, she was able to complete the ritual words, then slice her palm to make the blood offering on the central stone. Golden light exploded outward from all 5 points simultaneously, the completed pentagram blazing across the lake's surface with blinding intensity. The Wendigo entities shrieked in unison, their forms dissolving where the light touched them, forced back toward the lake's center where the water now churned violently. "It's working," Ellie cried, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with the binding energy itself. The hunger returns to its prison. Indeed, the skinwalkers and Wendigo entities were being drawn inexorably toward the lake, pulled by forces they couldn't resist. Their forms stretched and distorted, becoming increasingly insubstantial as they were absorbed into the churning vortex at the center. But something was wrong. The binding pattern wasn't stabilizing as it should. The golden lines connecting the 5 points flickered and wavered, the energy fluctuating instead of settling into the permanent configuration James had described. "Pattern incomplete," James called, his reed-like voice strained with effort. "Guardian transformation not initiating. Sacrifice not accepted." I turned to Ellie, seeing the confusion in her increasingly inhuman features. "What's happening? You made the offering. You spoke the words. The ritual requires complete commitment," she realized, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Not just blood and words, but full acceptance of the transformation, the binding, the eternity of guardianship. She looked at me, her eyes now more light than substance. "I thought I was ready. I thought I had accepted it fully. But something in me is still holding back, still resisting the final step." The binding pentagram flickered more violently, sections beginning to disconnect entirely. The Wendigo entities caught in mid-absorption began to reform, to resist their return to imprisonment. We had minutes at most before the ritual collapsed completely, before the ancient hunger broke free. "I'll do it," I said without hesitation. "I'll take your place. I'll become the guardian." "Danny, no. There's no time to argue. The binding is failing." I grabbed her shoulders, looking directly into her transformed eyes. "You were right before. I thought I wanted to leave, to return to the world, to help others from outside. But standing here, feeling the binding energy, seeing these entities for what they truly are, I know my place is here. I accept it completely, without reservation." The conviction in my voice must have reached her, because after a moment of searching my face, she nodded. "Then go. The 5th point, with James. That's where the permanent guardian must be when the binding completes." I didn't waste time on goodbyes or further explanations. I sprinted around the lake shore, avoiding the partially reformed Wendigo entities still being drawn toward the center vortex. The binding pentagram continued to weaken, sections winking out entirely as the structured energy dissipated. James watched my approach, understanding dawning in his posture even before I reached him. "Change of guardian," he stated simply. "You replace Ellie." "Yes," I confirmed, breathing hard from the sprint. She couldn't complete the acceptance. "I can." He nodded once, then pointed to the central stone of the fifth ritual site. "Blood renewal. Speak final words. Accept transformation fully." I knelt beside the stone, which now pulsed with golden light despite the weakening pentagram. Using the ritual knife one final time, I reopened my palm, letting fresh blood flow onto the ancient surface. "I, Daniel Webb, accept the guardianship," I recited, the words coming naturally despite never having been taught this specific part of the ritual. "I bind myself to this place, to this purpose, to this eternal vigilance. I surrender what I was to become what is needed. I accept the transformation, the duty, the sacrifice freely and completely." The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Golden light surged up from the stone, engulfing me entirely, penetrating my physical form to reach something deeper, my essence, my soul, the core of what made me who I was. I felt the hunger that had been growing within me suddenly redirect, transform, become something different, not an insatiable need to consume, but an unshakable commitment to contain. The pentagram stabilized in an instant, the connections between all 5 points solidifying into permanent binding energy. The vortex at the lake's center intensified, drawing the Wendigo entities in with irresistible force, their shrieks fading as they were pulled back into their prison beneath the water. Through the golden light suffusing my vision, I witnessed the completion of the ritual, the ancient hunger contained once more, the binding renewed for another cycle, the guardian essences at each point of the pentagram pulsing with renewed strength. I had succeeded. We had succeeded. Then the transformation truly began. It started in my core, a sensation of both warmth and cold simultaneously, expanding outward through my chest, my limbs, my mind. My body stretched and reshaped itself, bones lengthening, joints reorganizing, skin becoming translucent in places to reveal the golden light now flowing through my veins. The process should have been excruciating, but the binding energy somehow transfigured the pain into something transcendent, a profound metamorphosis rather than a torturous rending. My consciousness expanded in parallel with my physical transformation. Suddenly, I could feel the deep roots of trees spreading beneath the earth, sense the movement of every creature within miles of the lake, perceive the slow celestial dance of stars and planets that influenced the boundary between worlds. My awareness extended beyond the limitations of human senses into realms of perception I'd never imagined possible. I remained Daniel Webb at my core, the wilderness guide who had stumbled into ancient mysteries, but I was becoming something more, a guardian, a warden, a living anchor for the binding that kept primal hunger contained. Through this profound change, I remained partially aware of the physical world around me. I saw Ellie standing at the third point of the pentagram, watching my transformation with a mixture of awe, relief, and profound sadness. I saw James beside me at the fifth point, his deer-masked form beginning to dissolve into pure golden light as his decades-long vigil finally ended, his essence merging with the binding itself. "Well done, Guardian," his reed-like voice whispered as his physical form dissipated. Binding renewed. Hunger contained. Watch maintained. Then he was gone, his long service complete, his sacrifice honored, his duty passed to me. Only his deer mask remained on the ground where he had stood, a final gift and symbol of the role I had inherited. As my transformation stabilized, I found myself able to move once more, though my body responded differently now, movements more fluid, more integrated with my environment, more attuned to the energies flowing through the land. I picked up James's mask and placed it over my face, feeling it adapt and mold to my new features, completing my transition from human to guardian. Ellie approached cautiously, her own partial transformation having halted and begun to reverse now that the ritual was complete. She looked more human than she had during the ceremony, though her eyes still reflected light unnaturally, and her movements retained a preternatural grace that surpassed normal human capability. "Danny," she asked tentatively, uncertain whether anything of the man she knew remained within the transformed being before her. "I'm still here," I assured her, my voice deeper now, carrying harmonics that resonated with the binding energy suffusing the area. "Changed, but still me." Relief washed across her face. "It worked. The binding is renewed." "For another cycle," I confirmed, my expanded awareness allowing me to sense the Wendigo entities now dormant in their prison beneath the lake, contained but not destroyed, temporarily subdued but eventually to reawaken. "But not forever. Nothing is forever." She studied my transformed appearance, taking in the elongated limbs, the altered proportions, the subtle glow that emanated from beneath my skin. "How does it feel to be what you are now?" I considered the question carefully. "Different. Vaster somehow, more connected to everything. The hunger is still there, but transformed, redirected toward protection rather than consumption." I gestured toward the now placid lake surface. "I understand things now that I couldn't before. About balance, about cycles, about the necessary tensions that sustain reality itself. Will you be okay?" The simple question contained layers of concern, of guilt, of responsibility for the choice that had been made. "Yes," I assured her, realizing as I spoke that it was true. "This is right. This is where I belong." I can see that clearly now. The sky was beginning to lighten, the solstice night giving way to winter dawn. Ellie's time in the dead zone was coming to an end. She needed to leave before her connection to this place deepened further, before the partial transformations she'd undergone became impossible to reverse. "You need to go," I said gently. "Follow the path east from here. It will lead you to the edge of the dead zone by midday. From there, you'll find your way back to civilization." "What about you? What will you do now?" I turned toward the forest, sensing the patterns of energy and movement throughout my domain. "Watch, patrol, maintain the binding, guide those who stray too close to danger. The same role the Guardians have performed for centuries." I looked back at her, "and occasionally visit dreams when necessary. To warn, to guide, to remind." She nodded, understanding the implications. "I'll tell your story, Danny. I'll help people understand what exists in these woods, what sacrifices have been made to keep them safe. Not the whole truth," I cautioned. "Just enough to keep people from wandering where they shouldn't, from awakening things better left dormant. The world isn't ready for the full reality of what exists beyond human perception." "I'll be careful," she promised. "But I won't let your sacrifice be forgotten." We said our final goodbyes as the sun crested the horizon, casting golden light across the lake that now mirrored the binding energy flowing through its waters. Ellie gathered her few possessions, took one last look at what I had become, then turned and walked away along the path I had indicated, her figure gradually disappearing among the trees. I watched until she was gone, feeling a momentary pang of human emotion, loss, loneliness, uncertainty about the eternal vigilance that stretched before me. Then I turned toward the lake, toward the prison I was now bound to guard, and felt those human concerns recede as my expanded awareness embraced the full scope of my new existence. Donning James's deer mask, I moved into the forest with fluid grace, beginning the patrol that would continue for decades, perhaps centuries to come. The golden light that had suffused me during the transformation now condensed into a warm glow that I carried before me, a lantern to guide my way through the eternal twilight of the Guardian's existence. Time would change for me now, stretching and compressing according to cycles beyond human reckoning. Seasons would pass in moments, yet individual encounters with those who strayed into my domain would extend into subjective eternities. I would exist partly in the physical world and partly in the realms of dream and spirit, moving between states of being as necessary to maintain the binding. In time, I knew, my physical form would become less necessary, my essence gradually merging with the binding itself as James's had done, as the original Guardians had done before him. Eventually, I too would become primarily a golden light moving through the forest, a lantern carried by something no longer recognizably human, but still maintaining its essential purpose, its core identity. But for now, I remained enough of Daniel Webb to appreciate the bitter beauty of my sacrifice, the necessary balance between freedom and duty, between human connection and eternal vigilance. I had chosen this path freely, had accepted it completely, and in that acceptance had found a peace I'd never known in my human existence. 5 years later, time flows differently for me now. What once felt like discrete moments, seconds, minutes, hours, has become a continuous stream of awareness, punctuated only by significant events in my domain. Seasons blend into one another, the forest cycle of growth and dormancy a constant rhythm that underlies my existence. I patrol the boundaries of the dead zone with tireless dedication, my transformed body requiring neither sleep nor sustenance in human terms. The golden light I carry guides me through the deepest shadows, illuminating the path for those rare travelers who stray too close to danger. Most humans never see me directly. They feel my presence as a prickle at the nape of the neck, an inexplicable urge to turn back, a sudden certainty that they've chosen the wrong path. I've learned to influence their perceptions subtly, to plant suggestions that lead them away from the lake and its imprisoned hunger without revealing myself. Some, however, those with greater sensitivity or particular psychological openness, glimpse me in their peripheral vision. A tall figure with antlered head moving silently between trees. A golden light bobbing through the forest at dusk. These fleeting encounters become stories told around campfires, additions to the folklore that acts as a psychological barrier, keeping most people at a safe distance from the true dangers. And occasionally, very rarely, I encounter those who carry the seed within them. Humans who had brief contact with Wendigo essence, who bear the potential for transformation. These I watch most carefully, guiding when possible, warning when necessary, intervening only when absolutely required. Ellie has kept her promise. She returned to academic life, but shifted her research focus, less on documenting Wendigo mythology directly and more on analyzing how wilderness folklore serves as psychological boundary maintenance for human communities. Her papers are brilliant, insightful, and carefully incomplete, revealing enough to instill appropriate caution without exposing the full reality of what exists in the wild places. Once a year, on the winter solstice, she returns to the edge of the dead zone, never venturing fully into my domain, but leaving offerings at the boundary. Small tokens carved from fallen wood, journals documenting her research, occasionally letters addressing me directly. I collect these during my patrols, reading them in the perpetual twilight of my shelter, maintaining this tenuous connection to the human world I left behind. From these communications, I've learned that she eventually made contact with Rick, who had indeed survived rather than being transformed as the skinwalkers claimed. His experience left him deeply traumatized but physically intact, his seed never fully activated. With Ellie's help, he's established a wilderness therapy program for survivors of trauma, unconsciously guiding them through symbolic confrontations with the hunger that exists in all humans. Of Tom, there has been no sign. Either he truly was transformed and absorbed by the Wendigo entities before the binding was renewed, or he's hidden himself so completely that even Ellie's determined searching cannot find him. I suspect the former, sensing occasionally in my expanded awareness echoes of his essence imprisoned with the ancient hungers beneath the lake. As for Marcus, his body remains in the cave where we found it, now tended and preserved by my guardian abilities. A memorial to the friend who introduced me to these woods so many years ago, whose invitation set me on the path that would ultimately lead to my transformation. My own humanity fades gradually, my physical form slowly becoming less necessary as my essence merges more completely with the binding. In another decade or two, I expect to shed this body entirely, to join the original guardians as primarily a golden light moving through the forest, though I intend to maintain more individual consciousness than they have, to remain Daniel Webb in some fundamental way despite my transcendence of human limitations. The Wendigo entities remain contained in their prison, dormant but not destroyed. Occasionally, I sense them stirring, testing the binding's strength, seeking weaknesses they might exploit. But the renewed pentagram holds firm, strengthened by my willing sacrifice, by the complete acceptance that James's conflicted transformation never quite achieved. Sometimes, in the deepest hours of night when the boundary between worlds is thinnest, I stand at the lake's edge and look across its mirror surface toward the cabin that still stands on the distant shore. In those moments, I almost understand what the Wendigo entities truly are. Not merely monsters or corrupted spirits, but necessary counterweights in some cosmic balance. Hunger that defines satiation, consumption that enables creation, darkness that gives meaning to light. I am neither their enemy nor their ally, but their warden, their witness, their counterbalance. We are bound together in an eternal dance of containment and testing, of hunger and vigilance, of ancient forces that long predate humanity and will continue long after human civilization has passed into myth. The lantern I carry before me illuminates this understanding, casts it in relief against the darkness of simpler perceptions. The human Daniel Webb could never have comprehended these truths, could never have seen the necessary patterns that sustain reality itself. But the guardian I have become observes them with clarity, with acceptance, with a peace that transcends happiness or sorrow. So I continue my patrol, my eternal vigil, my necessary service. I move through forests that remember old hungers and older bindings, carrying my golden light like a promise, a warning, a reminder that some boundaries exist for reasons beyond human understanding. And when lost hikers glimpse me between ancient pines, when children dream of antlered watchers at the edge of civilization, when wilderness guides tell stories of golden lights moving through the darkest parts of the boundary waters, they keep alive the memory of what I was and what I became, of the sacrifice freely given to maintain the balance between worlds. They whisper my story around campfires, adding to the mythology that protects humanity from truths it isn't ready to face. And in those whispers, in those stories shared in trembling voices as night deepens around dying flames, I continue to exist in the human world I left behind. A guardian at the threshold, a watcher in the dark, a necessary legend that keeps ancient hungers contained where they belong. In the wilderness, in the spaces beyond human understanding, in the shadows that give definition to the light, in the whispers in the dark. Just last month, a group of college students ventured deeper into my domain than most visitors dare. Their leader, a wilderness guide with 20 years of experience, should have known better, should have recognized the subtle warnings I placed in their path. But he pressed on, drawn perhaps by the seed I sensed dormant within him, planted during some childhood encounter he had forgotten or rationalized away. I watched them make camp near the shore of my lake, setting up tents and building a fire, their laughter and conversation carrying across the unnaturally still water. As twilight deepened into true darkness, the guide began telling stories, the same campfire tales that have circulated through the boundary waters for generations, stories of Wendigo and missing hikers and inexplicable lights in the forest. But the strangest legend, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that caused his listeners to lean forward, is the story of the Watcher. I moved closer, curious despite myself, positioning myself at the forest's edge where I could observe without being seen. They say there's a guardian in these woods, the guide continued, his face illuminated by the dancing flames. A man who sacrificed his humanity to protect the rest of us from something ancient and hungry that lives beneath one of the lakes. They say he wears a deer skull mask and carries a golden light, and if you see him, it means you've strayed too close to something you shouldn't find. One of the students laughed nervously. That's just a story to scare us, right? The guide's expression remained solemn. Maybe, but I've been guiding in the boundary waters for 2 decades, and I've heard too many similar accounts from reliable people to dismiss it entirely. Something watches over these woods, something that isn't quite human anymore, but remembers what it was to be human. Something that protects us from wilderness dangers we can't comprehend. How would someone even become something like that? Another student asked, clearly skeptical but engaged. The stories vary, the guide admitted. But the most consistent version says he was a wilderness guide like me, a man named Daniel Webb, who disappeared with a group of 5 people about a decade ago. 4 of them were found days later with no memory of what had happened or where they'd been. Webb was never found. I felt a strange emotion at hearing my name spoken aloud after so long. A bittersweet recognition of my former self, of the human life I'd left behind. The guide's version of events was wrong in its details, but captured the essence of what had happened, of what I had become. Some say Webb sacrificed himself to save the others from whatever they encountered in the wilderness, the guide continued. That he made a choice to remain behind, to become the guardian that had protected that area for generations before him. And you believe that? The skeptical student pressed. That some guy turned into a supernatural forest guardian? The guide poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling upward into the night sky. I believe there are things in the wilderness we don't understand. Forces older than human civilization, boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. And I believe that sometimes, very rarely, a person might choose to stand at that boundary, to protect the rest of us from what lies beyond it. I moved back into the deeper shadows, feeling a surge of gratitude toward this unknown guide who carried a version of my story, who understood intuitively what I had become even without knowing the specifics. His words would help maintain the protective mythology around the dead zone, would keep most people at a safe distance from the true dangers. But this group had already ventured too close to the lake, to the prison beneath its still waters. I needed to guide them away before the Wendigo entities sensed their presence, before the dormant seeds I detected in two of the students began to awaken in proximity to the ancient hunger. Circling to the far side of their camp, I allowed my lantern to brighten, becoming visible between the trees. One of the students noticed first, pointing wordlessly, her eyes widening in shock and fear. The others turned to look, conversations dying mid-sentence as they spotted the golden light bobbing between distant pines. Only the guide remained calm, rising slowly to his feet, staring directly at where I stood partially concealed by forest shadow. "The Watcher," he breathed, his voice carrying clearly across the sudden silence. I remained visible just long enough for them to register my antlered silhouette, my elongated proportions, my golden light. Then I retreated deeper into the trees, moving with deliberate purpose away from the lake, creating a path they would instinctively follow in the morning. It worked, as it almost always does. By dawn, the guide had convinced the group to change their planned route, to head away from the lake rather than lingering another day as they'd originally intended. I watched them pack up camp and depart, following the subtle trail I'd left for them, leading them safely out of the dead zone and back toward areas where ordinary wilderness dangers were the only threats they faced. That night, I visited the guide in his dreams, a rare direct intervention, but necessary for one whose dormant seed might eventually activate, whose wilderness profession regularly brought him to the edges of my domain. In the dream, we sat together beside a campfire, two guides from different eras sharing stories of the woods we both loved. "You're real," he said, his dream self recognizing me without fear. "The Watcher. Daniel Webb." I was Daniel Webb, I acknowledged. "Now I'm something else. Something necessary. Why are you showing yourself to me?" "Because you carry a seed," I told him. "A potential for transformation that was planted in you long ago. Because you guide others through these woods, sometimes bringing them closer to danger than you realize." He studied me with the keen awareness that dream logic permits. "The lake. There's something in the lake." "Yes. Something ancient. Something hungry. Something that must remain contained." "And that's your purpose?" "To keep it contained. To maintain the binding. To guide travelers away from boundaries they shouldn't cross. To warn those who might unwittingly awaken what sleeps beneath these waters." He nodded slowly, accepting this information with the peculiar clarity that sometimes comes in dreams. "How can I help?" "Continue telling stories," I advised him. "Not for entertainment, but as warnings wrapped in legend. Keep people away from the lake. Trust your instincts when they tell you to avoid certain areas. And if you ever see my light again, follow the path it indicates without question." "I will," he promised, his dream self making a commitment his waking mind would remember only as a powerful intuition, a certainty without clear origin. "Thank you," I said, beginning to fade as the dream approached its end. "For carrying my story. For understanding its purpose." "Wait," he called as I dissipated. "Are you lonely? Being the Watcher?" The question lingered as the dream dissolved, a human concern that still occasionally resonated within my transformed consciousness. In that moment of connection, I allowed him the truth. Sometimes, my voice whispered as the campfire turned to smoke and memory. But loneliness is a small price for purpose. I withdrew from his dreams then, leaving him to wake with vague recollections and new certainties. He would be an ally now, knowingly or not, another link in the chain of stories and warnings that help maintain the boundary between worlds. between the ancient hunger and those who might awaken or feed it. And I return to my patrol, my vigil, my eternal service. The golden light I carry illuminates the forest path before me, casting strange shadows that dance between trees older than human memory. The deer mask I wear filters my perception of reality, showing me layers and dimensions invisible to ordinary sight. I am no longer merely human, yet I remain Daniel Webb in my essential nature, transformed but not erased, transcended but not destroyed. The Wendigo wasn't just a monster that hunted in the wilderness. It was the wilderness that lived inside each of us, waiting for its moment to emerge. But I had redirected that wilderness, that hunger, toward protection rather than consumption. I had transformed what could have destroyed me into the means of my transcendence. And in the end, isn't that the most human victory of all?